Jaish-e-Mohammed, Muhammad Yusuf Azhar, Muhammad Salim Ustad ji, and also called Muhammad Salim, brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar, Lashkar-e-Taiba's Khalid, and Muhammad Hassan Khan, son of Mufti Asghar Khan Kashmiri. Several of these played a crucial role in the IC-814, also Ambassador Vohra.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you very much, ma'am. What great news as soon as I walk into your studio. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, let me tell you something about these characters who've been killed. An honor and a privilege to be on the world's premier network, reaching out to millions of people. We are not the only ones who are very happy about this. These characters, LET fellows and HUM chaps, they have created trouble in countries across the world. They have always been involved. They were named, these organizations, in the India-America joint statement after the Prime Minister had visited there in February. That means we are not the only ones. Ma'am, let me tell you, when there used to be a character, I don't know, you're too young to remember, a character called Osama bin something or the other. When he was neutralized, when he was eliminated, it wasn't only the Americans who were happy. All the nationalities, the people of all the countries whose brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, whatever, died in the attack in the Twin Towers, they would have been celebrating. So, Mr. Jindal, don't worry about it. You are going to be well received by your 72 witches. They are going to keep eating your flesh every day, and by the evening, the flesh will come back to you. You have been condemned to a life of eternal hell. Let me also tell you, ma'am, the welcome that we are getting, and I know this personally because I'm in touch with several people across the world, the welcome we are getting for the action that we are taking is quite amazing. This morning, a serving American congressman, I will not give you his name, it's part of my responsibility, all he said was, "Well done, Bharat." Can you imagine? Well done, Bharat. He didn't say India. Well done. And he incidentally had lost a cousin or a brother in the 9/11 thing. So you can imagine how much he loves terrorism. Now, let me conclude, ma'am, by saying we've talked about these fellows who've got all this kind of salutes and flags are being flown at half-mast in Atankistan because they've died. We used to earlier say that the Pakistani military has a country. Let me just add to that. Terrorists in Pakistan own the army that owns the country. If you understand, the core is the terrorist group, yes. And next comes the military that protects them, and then the military also owns this God-forsaken, benighted nation whose people are cannon fodder for terrorism.
No, I absolutely want to tell our viewers that this is the big breaking news coming in, that we're telling our viewers that Abu Jindal has been killed. He was in charge of the Lashkar-e-Taiba Murid Ke. He received a Guard of Honor, which is so surprising, and horrifying for Indians, but not for Pakistan, because he received this by the Pakistan army, and for them, these were the heroes. But these were India's most wanted terrorists. These were the world's most wanted global terrorists, and this is India's punishment to Pakistan. As we slip into a break, on the other side, we get you more details of the top terrorists that India has struck down and wiped out from the face of the earth. Stay with us.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सबको पाकिस्तानियों ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है, उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया।
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Unlike in 2019, when we had hit Balakot, which was in the
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पाकिस्तान इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर के मदरसे के ऊपर। 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कंफर्म होना बाकी है। लेकिन ये कंफर्म न्यूज़ है कि
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balakot, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows.
And there's a breaking news that's coming in. Prime Minister Modi chairs a key meeting. Present at that high-level meeting for Operation Sindoor that's being discussed is Rajnath Singh, Defence Chiefs, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval are present at 7 LKM, where Prime Minister Modi chairs an important, crucial key meeting. Rajnath Singh, flanked on his right side, is also present there, are the 3 Defence Chiefs. We're also seeing National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, who's present there, and this is very crucial meeting time coming as we're seeing India has now retaliated. 3 Pak fighter jets have been downed. First, a briefing has also been given by the 3 security chiefs to Prime Minister Modi. India strikes the 3 Pakistan air bases also, and Rajnath Singh had also reviewed all the details that had come forward. Now Prime Minister Modi meets NSA Doval, CDS, Defence Chief and Indian Navy also. We're also picking up details about what's happening, and I'm also going to try and go across to get more details on Prime Minister Modi chairing that crucial meeting to my colleagues who are joining us. But this is extremely crucial to understand that this is coming at a time Ambassador Vora, when Prime Minister is chairing this key meeting, top-level security huddle that's underway at the Prime Minister's residence to get more details about what lies ahead for India. They're in a discussion for that.
The important thing to note is that it's the military chiefs, it's the NSA who's a civilian, there are the Defense Secretary, Home Secretary. It's a combined effort, ma'am. This is the important thing to note. It's not just all of Defense Ministry or External Affairs Ministry. It's not even all of government. It's all of people approach. So we have people from all walks of life. The paramilitary fellows will be there. Everybody making a contribution to the national effort. Whereas, ma'am, let me just tell you, this is a sure sign of success and of self-confidence. When there's a lack of self-confidence, the military fellows as across the border in Atankistan, they will not deal with the civilians. They'll only tell the civilians, you're supposed to fall in line, wait outside my office, that kind of thing. You can't fight a war like this. You need national support. Chanakya 2,400 years ago had said, the strength of a king lies in the support of his people. Of course, that time was kings, but today the strength of a government lies in the support of its people. So in Atankistan, we have an unelected government. We have a self-appointed mullah who's become the army chief, who thinks he owns the world. There is nothing popular either about the government or about the military in that country. May I add something, ma'am, which I found very funny? If you permit, I will read it out. The operation that the Pakistanis have launched, they call it Operation O Bunyan, B Marsus. Operation Bunyan Marsus means iron wall. That is their response. So it stands for Operation Bunyan Marsus, which basically, if you do it, there's one word which is missing, but the acronym becomes B-U-M. I don't want to say anything.
And I want to... Prime Minister Modi chairing that key meeting, Ambassador Vora. Indian Prime Minister leads from the front.
There you are.
This is not a Prime Minister, like you said, who's shying away behind any iron wall whatsoever. Indian Prime Minister Modi holds high-level meetings. Earlier, he spoke with the Raksha Mantri, the National Security Advisor. And now in that picture, he's seen with the National Security Advisor, the service chiefs of the three forces, the CDS, and also intelligence officials. A lot of times, the intelligence officials, the chief, the heads of RAW, who are present in that room are not on camera. We don't let them be known. But it's very clear, like we were breaking out that news of the terror list that has come out, the intelligence that was there, the capability of the precision of where we had to target came from our intelligence sources also.
They are in these fellows will be listed in the Hall of Shame, along with Mad Mullah Munir.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
I'm quite sure that they're going to be there. But it's amazing that you were able to access this information and yet you have the sensitivity not to release anything that could be of some use to the fellows from across the border. I compliment you. No wonder you are the world's premier network and you yourself are one of our best. So the reason I say this is that you've been very sensitive to the concerns of the people. You talked of the Prime Minister leading from the front. Ma'am, Leh and Kargil is my area as special advisor. Let me tell you, when Galwan happened, you remember that, ma'am?
Yes.
How soon after that did a fellow called Narendra Modi show up over there to talk to us? So within a couple of days.
Yes.
And that tingling, ping pong, ding ding, whatever that chap's name is, took him 8 months to reach there. Because for him, his troops are cannon fodder. Whereas for the Prime Minister of India, they are his children. That's the difference that we see. Ma'am, I'm 74. I know the pain to lose a kid. But I also understand that there is pride along with the pain when people sacrifice their lives for the country that we all so dearly worship. Sir, ma'am, I just want to say that, may I quote something which has always inspired me? How can man die better than facing fearful odds for the ashes of his fathers and the temples of his gods? The only temple we worship at is called Bharat.
Yes, and this is a meeting taking place by the Prime Minister of Bharat, Prime Minister Modi chairing that key meeting. Prime Minister Modi meets National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, CDS, Defense Minister, three service chiefs, Raksha Mantri, all of them. This is a very clear show of strength, and this is a key huddle that the Prime Minister is also meeting National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, Chief Defense and also General Anil Chaudhary at 7 LKM. We also saw earlier the visuals that were going inside for that key meeting that was taking place. We've seen Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan present there, Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi, Air Chief Marshal AP Singh who's present there, Navy Chief Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh also present there at that key meeting. And like we were discussing, we're also going to be joined by my colleague Shravan Sen also on this. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, 3 service chiefs there. Let me also go across to Major General G.D. Bakshi, who continues to be with us. Sir, this is a very critical meeting. They're in a huddle there, and it's very clear more decisions are going to be taken in this high-level meeting, which is being chaired by the Prime Minister, that's going to be deciding the way ahead. And I'm also very sure that even before this entire plan began, or what had really to happen in Operation Sindoor, the Prime Minister already had everything in place.
Absolutely. You know, what you need is political will and courage to take the plunge, to take very high-risk decisions. This was a very high-risk decision. He's taken it with aplomb. You know, we have the Raksha Mantri, calm, absolutely, cool and collected, and a great inspirer. We have the National Security Advisor, whom I had the privilege to serve with for 3 years. We are grateful to him as the armed forces for getting us the Rafales, for getting us the S-400s, for indigenizing our military production with the help of Anil Chauhan, who was with him even earlier, before he took over as CDS. Right? I'd like to thank on behalf of the veterans, the 3 service chiefs. For God's sake, they've done a marvelous job. We need to give a big hand to the Army Chief General Dwivedi and to especially the Chief of the Air Staff, Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh, a straight-talking soldier of the type that we love, who shoots from the hip, and he is a military professional. We have shown overmatching technological capability. Over Pakistan, our integrated air defense has been an invincible wall. Our Air Force has struck repeatedly the key prime bases and assets of the Pakistan Air Force. They have been pulverized. We have achieved the first stage for a full-scale war, that is to gain air superiority. Now it will be the government's decision whether to give Pakistan, out of compassion for the Pakistani people, an off-ramp, or to go for the juggler and create Baluchistan. The time is ripe, right? I would like to say to my very valued colleague and dear friend, Ambassador Vora, we are all on the same page. Hum sab Bhartiya hai. We fight together. Yes, soldiers do get worked up at times. You have to. To fight, you need passion. To fight, you need emotion, right? That is needed on the battlefield. That is balanced by our more matured friends in the civilian side. We work as a team. We have shown the whole of the government approach. We put diplomatic pressure. We put economic warfare pressure. And now we have put kinetic military pressure of an order that has left the world stunned. We have won. The Indian Armed Forces don't fight for a draw. We are trained to fight to win. And that is precisely what we have done. The situation is now foretold. If Pakistan wants it taken to the logical conclusion, so be it.
I have to say something.
So be it. But for the compassion, for the people of Pakistan, if they want to appeal to our Prime Minister for a ceasefire, they may still give them an off-ramp, even though the people of India are so angry with you for murdering our innocent civilians before their wives, before their children. You will pay for it. You've already started paying. Even now, if you back off, it will be good for the world. It will be good for you. But don't mess with us. Don't mess with us. You destabilize Jammu and Kashmir. You destabilized the Punjab. You overthrew Hasina Wajid. You wanted to, envelop us from all sides with your Ghazwa-e-Hind, your civilizational war, your clash of civilizations between Hindus and Muslims. Have you gotten a taste of a united India? and in the end, to my very dear friend, Ambassador Vora, Deepak Vora, I love him actually, and I am sure he'll join me in saying, Chak de India! Chak de India!
Chak de, sir, Chak. Sir, may I, General, you're a legend. We all worship you. May I say something to you, share with you a message I've just got, sir? Ma'am, will you give me permission?
Please.
Apparently,
Please.
a Pakistani has been arrested for calling his army chief a donkey. So when he was being arrested, he told the police, why are you arresting him? They said, not for calling the chief a donkey, but for revealing a state secret. Well, the fellow is a donkey, so you're not supposed to say that. I knew you would love that, General Bakshi. I mean, this is an apocryphal story, but I found it very funny.
Inimitable.
Thank you. It's great to be with you.
Sir, it's fantastic to have people here who are legends, who understand what patriotism and nationalism is. I also want to go across to my colleague Shavan. Shavan, that meeting that had been chaired by the Prime Minister has ended. Like we were telling us, it's a high-level meeting. We've been seeing discussions that happen there. The 3 service chiefs are present there. Raksha Mantri is present there. And very crucially, the National Security Advisor, Ajit Doval, is also present there. Very clearly, Shavan, we're clear, prepared. Like we're talking about our military preparation and precision, it seems the Prime Minister is directing and knowing exactly what has to happen in this.
Well, in fact, let me just take our viewers with the developments that we know so far and why these meetings are essentially taking place. The government indicating that Operation Sindoor is still ongoing. Over the last 3 days, there have been 3 precision strikes that have taken place almost on every single day. In the morning, you've had the 3 services chiefs meeting the Chief of Defence Staff, and thereafter this meeting also takes place with the Raksha Mantri. We're given to understand thereafter the meeting that has taken place is with the Prime Minister. In fact, the Prime Minister, before this operation actually took place, has had meetings personally with each of the 3 service chiefs to basically understand the options available before the government. As far as this meeting goes, this is largely about the operational details of the ongoing situation, and remember the calibrated response that India has essentially come up with, because right now India maintains that what we are essentially doing is a counter match of the escalation that has basically been made by the Pakistanis, and that is the reason why they say it is a counter match.
Absolutely. Shavan, I'm also going to tell our viewers that this is the big breaking news that we also played earlier that had come inside. And we're also going to go across to more breaking news that we had given out about how Turkish goods, I would say, have been used. Turkish kamikaze drone had been recovered in the village of Mudassar area, and Pakistan had also targeted our civilian areas. But as we stay with those pictures, we're going to tell you Pakistan had tried to strike our civilians, and we're also now being told that the Prime Minister Modi, that meeting has concluded, that had been chaired by the Prime Minister, a very key meeting in which the Prime Minister was in a huddle, the Prime Minister Modi there with the 3 service chiefs at 7 LKM and Ajit Doval, a briefing that had been given and directions that had been taken from Prime Minister Modi.
Scattered wreckage, exploded shells, twisted metal. That's all Pakistan has managed to deliver across India's western border. Sirsa, Barmer, Jaisalmer, Kutch, Pokhran, Mansa, Jalandhar, Aknoor, Bishna, all targeted, all standing strong. Pakistan fired, Pakistan failed. Their missiles wrecked, their drones blown mid-air, their shelling useless and desperate.
सुबह के समय लगभग 4:30 बजे जो ड्रोन्स है उनको यहाँ पर जो है वो भेजा गया था, और फिलहाल जो इंडियन डिफेंस सिस्टम है उन्होंने तमाम तरह से उनको न्यूट्रलाइज कर दिया था, उनको नष्ट कर दिया था। फिलहाल जो ये इम्पैक्ट आप देख रहे हैं माजरा गांव में, जहां पर करीबन 2 फीट का जो गड्ढा है वो हो गया है।
India's air defense didn't just respond, it hunted them down. Drone after drone neutralized before they could even breathe. But we didn't stop at defense, we hit back hard. In Jammu, BSF turned a Pakistani Rangers post into rubble. Zero hesitation, total domination. In Luni of Sialkot, but Pakistan dared to launch tube drones, India struck with precision.
There has been a heavy retaliation. There have been losses to the Pakistani posts that are there. I'll request Sarjivan to show you that that is the Octrai post that where we used to travel without any kind of a restriction. But now what has happened that this entire area that you see close to me, this has come under fire. Pakistan is now firing the 120 mm mortar shells, 151 mm mortar shells into these areas so that they can cause many damage to this civilian population.
The terror launch pads vaporized and gone. Watch how our forces have completely flattened the terror launch pads. This is not a standoff, this is not restraint, this is a message. You come for India, you face the fire. Pakistan fails every single time, whereas India nails it every single shot.
And there's breaking news that's coming in. Turkish kamikaze drone has been recovered in village in Nausara area. And this is so clear because these visuals that Republic TV is going to play for you show you how Pakistan is now targeting our civilian areas. The Turkish kamikaze drone has been recovered in the village, and I'm going to go across to the visuals that are there with Republic TV. The visuals that show very, very clearly how Pakistan continues to target the civilian areas. These are visuals of the kamikaze drone that has been manufactured in Turkey that show in Nausera, found in Nausera, how Pakistan is targeting civilians. Shavan, this is clear. Till now, we were only talking about how Pakistan has got crucial support from Turkey, but the kamikaze drone makes it clear they're getting support in this entire escalation that Pakistan is doing.
Well, two quick points that I would like to make as far as this recovery is concerned and the indication that we're getting right now. The first day when the drone sightings actually took place, Rhythm, they were basically unarmed drones, and they were largely Chinese drones which were cheap in terms of the value of the drone itself. Now, the very next day, Pakistan basically changes their tact. What they've essentially done is that they've used these Turkish kamikaze drones, one, because it's got a higher payload. Secondly, these are armed drones that were being launched by the Pakistanis. So clearly on the first day itself, a reconnaissance is essentially done, reconnaissance of our air defense system. The second day is basically used by them to find out whether at all there are any loopholes in the air defense system. Now, with the Turkish angle essentially emerging, Ambassador Deepak Vora would be in a better position to help us understand. But the Turkey's assistance that has basically been given here, perhaps even the Turkish do find it extremely difficult to negotiate at this point in time, given the fact that they have realized that they've got themselves caught in a bind. And the reason why you're essentially looking at certain withdrawals that have taken place. There was a frigate of Turkey which was docked in Karachi. We're given to understand that they have now withdrawn. So what has really happened, Ambassador? Because here you have Turkish kamikaze drones that have been used. Turkey here wants to balance it out because their statement that was put out some time back was with regards to bringing so-called peace between both the nations. But here, look at what the Pakistanis have been doing, the weaponry that they're essentially using, which is supposed to be used for something else completely.
Let me give you the background to this. Turkey has a soft corner for Pakistan, there's no doubt about it. It goes back to before the creation of Pakistan. So you might recall, sir, the Khalifa movement, the Khalifa's position was in serious jeopardy in the 1930s and 40s. Even in India, we had a Khilafat movement. And a lot of people from the northwest, which later became Pakistan, they sent money to the Ottoman Sultan, the Ottoman Sultan of Turkey, saying that, carry on, etc. Ultimately, he was booted out. But Turkey also has this amazing ability to be on the wrong side in every conflict. It was called the sick man of Europe. World War I, they were on the wrong side. World War II, they were on the wrong side. During the operation, again, what the Americans did against Saddam Hussein and so on, they were on the wrong side. And here again, when we have a crisis situation in South Asia, they have chosen to be on the wrong side. The lesson of history is that there is no lesson of history. As far as the drones are concerned, Turkey does have a thriving drone industry. They've been selling them to Ethiopia. I know this. I was there. They have been selling them to Kenya. They've been selling them all across. They gave them to Azerbaijan. A number of countries are buying these drones because it's a low-cost option. As far as the warship is concerned, sir, this I can tell you bluntly, it was the Pakistanis who asked them to station their warship in Karachi Harbour, because some of the Pakistani jokers still recall 1971 when our Navy went into the harbour, dragged out whichever Pakistani ships were there and sunk them to the bottom of the sea. So they said, please stay there. If you are there, the Indians will not probably attack. But when the Turks understood our resolve, and we also take diplomatic measures when there's a situation like this, we inform people, don't mess around in this area, because then the consequences, you will be responsible. I think they got the message. They would probably have spoken to the Americans also, who would have said, Tiger, withdraw from there because you're a NATO member. Don't do funny things like this. If you attack first, then Article 5 of the NATO treaty doesn't kick in, which means if a NATO country attacks another country, the other NATO fellows will not get involved. However, if a non-NATO country attacks without any justification NATO country, then of course others do get involved. So they've told the Turks, lay off, don't try to take advantage of your NATO membership for the sake of a terrorist state. I think they've got that message also. That was a display of maturity. As far as the drones are concerned, it's money, sir, for them. It's the economy, stupid. Money makes the mayor go round. That's what these fellows are doing. So I don't think we should read too much into this. It's a commercial deal. The Pakis may or may not pay for it, but the Turks will not hesitate to sell their drones to the highest bidder. And by the way, the largest company, the company that makes the largest number of drones in Turkey, do you know who owns that company? Have you heard of that Darban, as I call him, Erdogan, the president? His son owns the company. Need I say more?
Absolutely. And I'm just going to go across, Shavan, to more breaking news that's coming in, and you can throw light on this, Shavan. The Pakistan Army now says the NCA meeting called by Prime Minister, Pakistan Defence Minister denies after any Rubio call. Pakistan Army says the NCA meeting called by Prime Minister, Pakistan Defence Minister denied after Rubio call. Civil-military divide out and open in Islamabad. There's a clear divide in Islamabad, that's clear, Shavan. Pakistan's nuclear bluff is also being called out. It's the same report coming in from an agency that reported about the meeting, quoting the military, and now in a matter of 3 hours, they've changed it. They've said earlier that Pakistan Defence Minister said there's no meeting of the government talk nuclear body scheduled. And earlier there was a report that had said that there is going to be a meeting that's going to be there. It's very clear, Shavan, therefore, this nuclear bogey that Pakistan was doing, the bluff has been called out.
Well, let me just put together the chronology of events. Now, this morning, what we were given to understand is that after the strikes that were basically carried out, you've had Shehbaz Sharif actually once again going into a huddle, because the response that was basically coming out was this. You've had Shehbaz Sharif being questioned by the opposition in Pakistan that how exactly has Indian drones reached right at the heart of Pakistan, and the fact that the defense minister essentially said that they did not want to reveal their location. You've had some very bizarre statements that have been made by the Pakistan defense minister, the same Pakistan defense minister who's essentially said that the reason why India is using drones is because our fighter jets, our fighter pilots did not want to come inside. Now, those are the kind of comments that are being made by the defense minister. Now, the interesting part is this. Marco Rubio all this while was speaking to Shehbaz Sharif. Finally, late last evening is what we are given to understand that the call actually went to the Pakistan general. In fact, it was the army chief who had a call with Marco Rubio. Essentially, an indication coming in from the United States of America to Pakistan that they need to back out. And the fact that there has to be de-escalation, that's the message that the Trump administration has sent to the Pakistanis. Now, that has essentially led to a clear divide between the civil administration and, of course, the army, because you have Pakistan's army chief essentially pushing for what he has been wanting for a very long, itching for a war with India.
Okay, I'm also going to go across, Shavan, to Uri, where our colleague Arawat is joining us from. Arawat, you were showing us in that area and you were reporting from there about how there was a strike and attack by Pakistan. Take us through what happened there.
Absolutely, Rhythm, as we have seen that the Pakistan's attack on the civilians continue in the parts of the Kashmir Valley. Right now we are at the different location in the Uri sector, and Firdaus can show you from this very side when the mortar that was fired from the Pakistan toward the residential area here in the Uri sector, and you can see here in the visuals the newly constructed true story house has been completely damaged here in the Uri sector. As we have seen, it indicates that this is the frustration among the terror groups and the Pakistani troopers after the strike on the Jash and the Lashkar terror launching pads in the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and the parts there. And then after we have seen, they have started to target the local population of the Kashmir Valley. It indicates the frustration among the terror groups here in the Kashmir Valley. And you can see here in the visuals that how the locals are here also. We will try to speak with them what they want to say about this. And when this incident happened, we have been told that this incident happened this morning. आप मुझे बताइए, आपका क्या नाम है?
सैयद वजीर हुसैन गिलानी।
कब यहाँ पर ये हुआ मोर्टार जो है?
सुबह 5 बजे सर। सुबह 5 बजे जब हम नमाज़ पढ़ रहे थे तो उसी वक्त शिलंग शुरू हुई। तो इतनी शिलंग शुरू हुई कि मैंने अपनी ज़िंदगी में ऐसी शिलंग नहीं देखी। तो हम नमाज़ पढ़ के वापस आए तो हमें पता चला कि मेरी बच्ची का मकान है ये, कि भाई मकान डैमेज हो चुका है। फिर हम आए इधर देखा तो फिर डर के मारे तो इधर खड़े भी नहीं हो सकते सर। तो इसलिए हम दोनों देशों से अपील करते हैं कि खुदारा आपस में मिल बैठ के इस मसले का कोई हल निकालें। गरीब लोगों को मत मारो, क्योंकि हम मज़दूर लोग हैं, ना तो मज़दूरी है ना कोई हमें शेल्टर वगैरह हैं कि हम अगर कोई शिलंग होती है वहाँ छुप जाएं, वो भी नहीं है। तो हम दोनों मुल्कों को बोलते हैं कि भाई मिल बैठ के मसले का हल निकालो। हम पीसफुल लोग हैं, ऐसा ना करें।
कितने लोग तो घर में मौजूद थे जब यहाँ पर इस घर को हिट किया मोर्टार ने मॉर्निंग?
यहाँ कोई नहीं था सर। कल शाम 9 बजे मैंने बच्चे यहाँ से निकाले, वो आगे 2-3 मकान है उधर हम रहते थे, 10-30 आदमी, ये 5-6 मकान है उधर रहते थे। तो सुबह नमाज के टाइम में ये सेल गिरा। तो शिलंग तो बहुत हुई सर, वो नीचे खेत में लगे हैं सेल, उधर आगे लगे हैं। उसका ये स्प्लेंडर है सर ये। तो जब ये ब्लास्ट होता है तो हज़ारों टुकड़े ये निकलते हैं। तो आपने सर ये देखा होगा मकान को कि ये जितने भी टुकड़े हैं मकान को यही लगते हैं। तो अगर ये इंसान को लग जाए तो इंसान की क्या हशर होगी। तो ऊपर वाले की करिश्मा है कि हम लोग बच के, बच्चे यहाँ नहीं थे, हमने वो रात को ही निकाले थे। तो वरना फिर आप ही सर जानते हैं कि यहाँ क्या हालत होती, क्या दहशत होती। इसलिए सर हम आपसे भी बोलते हैं कि आप भी गवर्नमेंट को बोलें कि हम लोग नहीं चाहते कि ऐसा हो, गरीब लोग मर जाएं।
लगातार हमने देखा किस तरह से पाकिस्तान ने पहले इसकी शुरुआत की, लेकिन उसके बाद हमने देखा किस तरह से इंडियन आर्मी जो है लगातार उनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब दे रही है। यहाँ से अगर हम बात करें, कितना दूर यहाँ से पाकिस्तान ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर है?
पाकिस्तान तो सर वो सामने है उनके मकान, यहाँ से हवा में तो मेरा ख्याल 2-3 किलोमीटर होगा, तो ज़मीनी तो 5-6 किलोमीटर होगा। तो वहाँ से जब फायरिंग आती है तो यहाँ सर तो कुछ सेकंड लगेंगे आने में। अगर इंसान बाहर होगा या कहीं भी होगा वो अपनी जान तो बचा सकता नहीं है। इसलिए खुदारा करके आप भी गवर्नमेंट को इतला करें कि ऐसा ना करें, कि मिल बैठ के भाई इस मसले का हल करिए, पीसफुल कर दें। यहाँ से भी इंसान मारे, अगर हमारा कोई फौजी मरता है उसको वो भी खून हमारा है जी, सिविलियन मार रहा है तो वो भी खून हमारा है। यहाँ ये नहीं है कि हिंदू मार गया या मुसलमान मार गया, खून तो है कि निकलता है। तो इसलिए खुदा करके जनाब
थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर स्पीकिंग स्टूडियोज।
Okay, thank you, Arawat, for giving us those details. Demoralized, decimated on the home front, cowardly Pakistan troops are now continuing to target civilian areas of Jammu's Poonch area near the LOC. Visuals that have been picked up, flashes of fire in pitch darkness in by the Pakistani troops shelling civilian areas close to the border. Meanwhile, the debris of the hostile drones and the projectiles downed by the Indian air defences were recovered from several areas of Jammu. Here's that report. But first, there are live visuals that are coming in from 7 LKM that we would like to show you. And that's the breaking news that we are staying with right now. There are live visuals coming in from 7 LKM. We're going to stay with those visuals. As India retaliates against Pakistan, that meeting that the Prime Minister chaired had concluded with the three service chiefs, the Raksha Mantri, Ajit Doval, National Security Advisor, and now, Shavan, these are visuals that are coming in. A crucial meeting possible. These are visuals, and we're trying to see, Shavan, what's happening now at 7 LKM.
What we're essentially witnessing is just the tip of the iceberg as far as this entire operation is concerned, because multiple sources within the defense establishment indicating at the fact that this is an ongoing operation. Reason being is that they believe that there is a layered response that is going to come in from the Pakistanis. The last two incidents that have actually taken place with the swarm of drones moving towards multiple military installations here in India is a clear indicator of the fact that there is no de-escalation happening anytime soon. As far as India is concerned, India would basically respond every time to any of the misadventure that we have seen from the Pakistanis. Having said that, does India really have the options available? Yes. And what we have essentially done, militarily speaking, what has happened is that we have ensured that the air defense system of Pakistan is decimated, basically leaving several of the cities in Pakistan completely vulnerable at this point in time, be it Rawalpindi, be it Islamabad. And the very fact that today, when you have had the air base in Rawalpindi that has been decimated, remember this is just barely few kilometers away from Islamabad, from I beg your pardon, from the GHQ. And that in itself comes across as a big blow at this point in time for the Pakistanis. That also leaves the room for India's next step, something that has largely been discussed upon by the three service chiefs.
Absolutely, and those were shots coming in of the defense minister leaving 7 LKM after that crucial meeting chaired by the Prime Minister. Now, viewers, we're going to tell you, demoralized and decimated on the home front, cowardly Pakistani troops have continued to target civilian areas of Jammu's Poonch near the line of control. Visuals that are picking up flashes of fire and pitch darkness as the Pakistani troops shelled civilian areas close to the border. Meanwhile, the debris of hostile drones and projectiles that have been downed by the Indian air defense were recovered from several areas of Jammu. Here's that report.
With no answers to India's retaliatory strikes and air supremacy, the Pakistani troops shelled civilian targets in Jammu's Poonch overnight.
From civilian areas to sacred shrines, Pakistan shelled the valley and also resorted to small arms fire in a desperate bid to push terrorists across. Visuals showed flashes of fire in the pitch darkness in Jammu as the Pakistani troops continued to direct mortar fire on civilian properties. Amid the absolute blackout in the Poonch sector and elsewhere in Jammu, Pakistan attempted to violate the Indian airspace with drones and projectiles. However, the attempt came a cropper as the hostile drones and projectiles ran into the impregnable Indian air defense. Addressing a joint security briefing in the national capital today, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh said the forces inflicted significant damage to the Pakistani troops in response to the unprovoked shelling.
In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare center and school premises at the air bases of Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas.
Meanwhile, the debris of the Pakistani drones and projectiles shot down by the Indian air defense fell in bits and parts across Jammu. As Pakistan typically falls back on its nefarious and cowardly ploys to target civilians, every provocation from the enemy is being answered in equal measure.
We're now going to show you 9 videos. The fake war that has been led on digital and how we are busting these fake videos. Let's start with the fake war cry that fell flat. The first viral video we show you claims Indian soldiers are crying and fleeing as war intensifies. But here's the truth. It's not the army, it's army aspirants celebrating their success, not defeat. Another desperate attempt at propaganda that has been busted. The second image, moving on, Al Jazeera's claim of 10 explosions near Srinagar airport is a desperate attempt to create panic. No such blast occurred. Official agencies call it what it is, a baseless, fear-fueled lie. And then the third image. Social media has lit up with claims of explosions at Jaipur airport. But the reality? Stone cold silence. The district collector calls the news completely fabricated, another hoax grounded, while the DC assured that the airport is completely secure. We show you a fourth viral video, viewers. A viral video shows an Indian post is destroyed. But the only problem with this is that the video is from 2020, long before Operation Sindoor. Another case of recycled footage being used to stoke fake outrage. And a fifth video. Post claims services on Delhi-Mumbai route are shut. But the truth is there's no commercial disruption. Only minor airspace adjustment was being made for operations. Panic mongering, not a passenger update. A sixth video we're showing you, a fake video claims India targeted the revered Nankana Sahib Gurdwara, but official sources slam the claim as utterly false and hateful. This is not just misinformation, it's an attempt to spark communal fire. And a hilarious viewer fake video we're going to show you, a seventh one. Pakistan's fake cyberflex claims 70% of India's power grid is down. But India's power system are fully functional. The ones all voltage, no current, a complete blackout of truth. An eighth video, Pakistan's latest telltale says it destroyed India's elite S-400 system. Except that the fact that there's no evidence, no incident, no damage. India's shield stands strong. This lie has also been intercepted. And finally, the ninth video, viewers. Finally, pro-Pak handlers are spreading false claims about squadron leader Shivani Singh being captured. Let's be clear. She's safe, she's active, and not in enemy hands. This is not news, it's pure fiction. Ambassador Vora, I want to ask you a question. These are fake, motivated, extremely dangerous viral videos that are doing the rounds. The purpose is simple, to try and create panic. But when it comes to the revered Gurdwara Nankana Sahib, or when it comes to any citizen being in their hands of India, it's clear they're trying to be playing with very dangerous motives.
Well, this is the normal thing that they do. Or whatever these videos that you're showing, send them to me. I'd like to collate them. And I will give it a title. The reality as we are telling you. The fiction as they invent. They are fiction masters. When reality hurts, then you escape into fiction. And of course, that is encouraged by heavy doses of alcohol or charas that these guys are used to. You know, ma'am, I've seen this before. I saw it in 71. You're too young. At that time, we used to have, I was doing it myself. There was news on All India Radio, and we used to do stuff on Doordarshan. And then from their side, they had a radio station called Radio Jhutistan. I don't think you even know about it, Jhutistan. And then, of course, we gave all these wonderful awards to our people, Veer Chakra, this Chakra and that. And they gave awards called Rafu Chakar and Ghan Chakar to their chaps. I mean, it was quite amazing. I used to do that program myself. And they would claim that not only have we reached Delhi, but we've also reached Washington, we've also reached Malaysia, and we've reached Japan and so on. This kind of rubbish that they've been feeding their people. But I think nobody buys this kind of nonsense except those who are paid to buy it. Ultimately, the truth triumphs. Agar aap log nahi mante na, the chaps in Pakistan watching this, please read what is written below the Ashoka stump from the Mundaka Upanishad. Satyam eva jayate. Satyam eva jayate. Truth always triumphs. When will you learn this, you idiots? I mean, you are donkey sellers, we know that. Don't sell your brain along with the donkeys that you sell.
Okay, that brings a smile to my face, which should not be there in such times. Donkeys indeed, but I also want to go across to my colleague Gursimran joining us from Jammu. And Gursimran, over the last few days, you've been showing us how Pakistan had tried to again and again strike Jammu. There have been blackouts there. Take us through a ground report as to what happened last night.
And this temporary shelter has totally been blown, and the markings that you see here on the wall are actually the testimony of the Pakistan's nefarious plans, that how they are hitting the innocent civilians. Even the impact of this explosion was much that the sheet of this which fabric this was made, this entire shelter was made, it has gone up to the top of this tree. And now the locals and the family members are here with us. We'll try to speak to them what they have to say. Sir, आपका नाम?
राजदेव सिंह जम्मू।
जी, मुझे बताइए कितना ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट था इसका, क्योंकि पूरा जो घर है वो उड़ गया।
देखो सर, ये तो मैं समझता बड़ी दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है। जो आप जानते हैं कि पाकिस्तान पहले फौज के साथ लड़ रहा था, तो उसका वहाँ पे तो कुछ चला नहीं। अब उसने सिविलियन पे पूरी तरह से अटैक किया इस सुबह। आप यकीन माने, हमारा पूरा जैनिंग एरिया जहाँ कम से कम कोई 10-20 हमारे गांव हैं, तो यहाँ पे इतनी ज़बरदस्त शेलिंग की है, 30 और 40 के करीब जहाँ से बम फेंके गए हैं। तो मैं समझता हूँ बहुत सारा नुकसान भी हुआ है हमारा, लेकिन ये बड़ी कायराना हरकत है। तो मैं समझता हूँ वे अभी तो पूरी तरह से डरा हुआ है। तो डरने वाला क्या करता है? तो फिर उसका बस नहीं चल रहा फौज के आगे। तो हमारा
पाकिस्तान इज अफ्रेड, दैट इज व्हाट द लोकल्स आर सेइंग। सर, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, लगातार सिविलियंस को टारगेट किया जा रहा है, वो लोग जो निहत्थे लोग हैं उन्हें निशाना बनाया जा रहा है।
ये देखिए सिंह साहब, इट इज़ ऑब्वियस कि पाकिस्तान इज़ ए वेरी लो लेवल कंट्री, ठीक है ना। तो इसमें ऐसा है कि उनकी हमारी ये पोटेंशियल आर्मी और ये पोटेंशियल हमारा देश जो है हिंदुस्तान, उसके साथ तो ये मुकाबला कर नहीं सकता। हमारी आर्मी हो, एयर फोर्सेस हो या नेवल हो, उसके साथ मुकाबला नहीं कर सकता। लेकिन उससे भी ऊपर क्या है, हिंदुस्तान का जो पब्लिक है, अवाम है, वो हमारी गवर्नमेंट के साथ, हमारी आर्मी के साथ खड़ा है। वहाँ तो पाकिस्तान टिक नहीं सका। और अभी इन्होंने क्या किया है कि हमारा पूरा, जैसे सरपंच साहब ने बताया, हमारा सिविलियन एरिया इन्होंने टारगेट किया है। और जहाँ पे कम से कम भी 5-7 जो गाँव है उनको टारगेट किया है। और शेल्स जो हैं, न्यूमरस शेल्स हैव बीन ड्रॉप्ड ओवर हियर। और इसके अंदर जो नुकसान हुआ, आप इसके ही साथ ऊपर हम जा रहे हैं, हमारा एक लड़का है, उसका पूरा बॉडी शैटर्ड हो गई है, ब्लोन इनटू पीसेस। उसके बच्चे भी साथ हैं, लेकिन भगवान की कृपा से, अल्लाह की कृपा से वो बच गए हैं.
You can understand that how Pakistan is targeting these areas, because these are the areas where the civilians reside. These are never been the areas where any of the incident, whether it is that there is an army deployment or something. We have the lady from the house also. माता जी कितने बजे हुआ था ये?
सर कोई पंच में सर पढ़ी दे नहीं है. इन्हें बजे ना थोड़ा.
धमाका बहुत तेज हुआ.
सर धमाका तरती हल गई तरती.
So you can understand the intensity of this blast, that it was completely has rattled the Pakistan, that the civilians reside here, and now they are targeting them with these kind of a heavy artillery that comes from the Pakistan to take the lives of these civilians. With Sir Jeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
We're getting some breaking news that's coming in as we are speaking. We're now going to show you armed drones that have been used to target the holy city of the Sikhs, Amritsar. Payload of almost 10 kg. Several drones had been used last night and were completely armed, unlike on the first day. I want to now go across to that breaking news that's coming in, and my colleague who's sending us that report. Okay, I'm also going to go across to our senior editor, my colleague Shavan Sen, joining us. Shavan, it seems to be a very clear picture that Pakistan is also trying to draw. The first night, the 200 to 300 drones that we were talking about were not armed. This time, a payload of 10 kg is there. These drones were used last night. They were armed.
Well, in fact, the big takeaway from what we are putting out right now, in fact, in a short while from now, Rhythm, we're going to put out the pictures of the armed drones. In fact, we are being told that this happened earlier today when drones were intercepted over Amritsar, and it turns out that this was an armed drone. The payload was almost 10 kilogram. Now, that's the initial estimate coming in. Can we also put the breaking news now coming in? The armed drones had a payload of almost 10 kilogram. That's the preliminary information coming in. If at all it would have exploded, it would have been catastrophic. But remember, this was already intercepted by our air defense system, preventing from a major catastrophe. Now, what is important to point out here is that you have Pakistanis now sneaking in armed drones. On the very first day, when over 50 drones were basically fired, at least in the Jammu region itself, none of them were armed drones. And that is the reason why the indication that came in, and those who are studying this very closely found out that this was basically a reconnaissance drill that was done by the Pakistan army. The second day, when roughly about 26 locations were targeted, at least in a number of these locations, we're given to understand that they were armed drones, particularly closer to military installations. This, we are being told, was next to the Khasa cantonment in Amritsar, which was being targeted. So once again, not very far away from the military cantonment where this armed drone was actually used to target it. So we're getting in more details of it, and also the visuals that are on your screens right now, the very moment when it was basically intercepted. Let's take you through some of the details that's emerging right now with regards to these armed drones that have been intercepted. Now, since morning, multiple drone sightings have actually taken place, and particularly in places like Pathankot, Srinagar, Awantipora, Baramulla, Kupwara, as well as as I also mentioned, apart from Pathankot, there are several others in Punjab itself. But importantly, each of these places that have been targeted are places where we have our military installations. Even in Udhampur, where you have the Northern Command's headquarters, that too was essentially being targeted by using these armed drones. And that's the reason why we are saying that there is a massive escalation rhythm on the part of the Pakistanis.
All right, I just want to go across once more to those visuals that have been accessed by Republic TV, Shavan, and I just want to get in one more word from you. You said that the payload is 10 kgs, and I want to put out that picture that Alisha is also bringing us and getting those details. The armed drones were used to target Amritsar. The payload is 10 kgs. Shavan, where did this fall, and how important and significant it is that the armed drones that were used to target Amritsar also had this payload of 10 kgs.
Well, there's some more breaking news now coming in. Rhythm, if you can just hold on for a bit. I'm just going to put out the information. I've just got more details of the nature of the drones that have been used.
Okay, I'm just going to go across to Shavan in a minute, but viewers, I'm just going to explain to us the significance of these full-frame visuals, 10 kg drone that has been shot down by India in Amritsar. The first night that they came and those drones that were used were not armed, but the second night these multiple Pakistan drones over Amritsar had been engaged. They have been destroyed by the Indian Army extremely successfully. These are drones that have been there. And as this happens, we're also now being told that multiple Pakistani drones, these were that engaged, they endangered civilians. The Indian Army has called such attempts inacceptable. The visuals on the screen show the 10 kg payload that has been told to us by Shavan, and the Indian forces downed all the Pakistani drones. The visuals show us what was happening there. They destroyed the military posts as Islamabad continued to target our military installations and also the civilian air facilities across, of course, the border and also in Amritsar. Now, remember, as we are showing you these visuals, in Amritsar also there have been drone hostility. This hostility has also been seen in 26 locations. It has been repelled by India. Punjab's Firozpur has also seen drone attack. Drones have also been seen in Rajasthan's Barmer. We are showing you in Amritsar. And of course, as we stay with those pictures of the 10 kg drone shot down, Indian forces retaliated to Pakistan's hostile behavior, destroyed several of the military posts. They also destroyed a launch pad used by the terrorists to launch tube-launched drones. I want to go back to Shavan to give more. Shavan is just getting us some breaking news. We're just going to ensure that Shavan is able to get that breaking news for us. But viewers, I also want to explain the significance of the powerful blasts that were heard at the 3 air bases in Pakistan early this morning. This includes Noor Jahan Air Base in Rawalpindi, Murid Air Base in Chakwal and Rafiq Air Base in Jung. And we stay with those visuals of the air drones that were used to target Amritsar, payloads of 10 kg. I'm going to rephrase that. Several drones that were used last night were completely armed, unlike on the first day. And if I can go back to Shavan on this, Shavan, the significance of the armed drones that were used last night by Pakistan.
Well, in fact, Rhythm, we're going to put out some more details because the kamikaze drones that have also been used, and that too once again to target Amritsar. So there are two sets of images that we are putting out. One with regards to the kamikaze drones that have been recovered in Nowshera and also in Amritsar. And look at what is actually happening right now. The very fact that these kamikaze drones that are being used in Nowshera and here, all of it is armed. And in fact, if you take a look at the payload, it is approximately 10 kilograms. It could certainly vary because these are preliminary reports coming in. And the impact of it, if at all it would have exploded, would have been quite a lot. In fact, this is what I'm being given to understand from my sources in the defense establishment. They are saying that initial analysis indicates that the drones carried high explosive payloads intended to inflict maximum damage on innocent civilians, a fresh low in Pakistan's ongoing escalation, undoubtedly, and this was basically brought down by the AAD gunners. So it's not even the only good thing here, Ridhav, is the fact that these are AD guns, which are basically the air defense guns. They are not the Barak missiles. These are not the S-400 that we've been talking about. We've not used it. We don't need it right now because it's not worth it.
Okay, I just want to stay with Shavan and go across to the kamikaze drone pictures, please, that Shavan is getting us this news, and Shavan is going to be bringing us the Indian Army Air Defense neutralizes Pakistan kamikaze drones over Amritsar. Shavan, if you can just speak over that, and we'll put out the pictures of the kamikaze drones.
Well, in fact, two sets of images, I think, so we can go two-window right now with the images coming in from Nowshera, where kamikaze drones have been used, and also the Amritsar visuals. Amritsar visuals are also of kamikaze drones. Now, what's the similarity here? The similarity is this, that both of them are of the same make. The second is the fact that they are both armed. As far as the payload is concerned, it's quite significant. I'm being given to understand that it's roughly about 10 kilogram. But as I said, there is a forensic examination that is also going to be done. But here, remember, all of it with the aim of inflicting maximum damage. The target, I'm being given to understand, in both the cases, Nowshera as well as in Amritsar, were basically the military installations. But as far as Amritsar is concerned, if at all it would have exploded, Rhythm, it would have not only inflicted damage on our military installation, but there are civilian lives that would have also been lost, because you have a civilian population in that very area where this drone was flying and perhaps would have been the target. Now, these are the latest visuals that have been accessed of the kamikaze drones. These are Turkish-made kamikaze drones, and I'm given to understand that these are the Baykar Yaha 3 kamikaze drones that have been used by the Pakistanis.
And I just want once more to break this properly with you, Shavan. All right, we've got all those words there. In Nowshera and Amritsar, these are the kamikaze drones, and also Turkish-made kamikaze drones. Shavan, the significance of that we've got here, because you said that this was in the early hours of 500 hours today that Pakistan forces launched these multiple Baykar Yaha 3 kamikaze drones across in Amritsar and Nowshera, and we were able to intercept and also neutralize this.
Well, we've certainly been able to neutralize the big threat that was emerging from what we are given to understand from the drones, the armed drones that were brought in. And these armed drones had only one single focus, and the focus has been to carry out maximum damage and damage to the military installation. And remember, perhaps the Pakistanis thought that they will be able to perhaps confuse us. That did not happen, because if you look at it, it's a military trick that they essentially used, that is, first send out the drones to the same very areas and take a look at whether at all our defense system will be able to take it or not. They were also hoping that India is going to exhaust their entire resources at this point in time by using some of the best air defense system. India, on the other hand, has essentially used the air defense guns which were good enough to bring down these drones. Slipping into a short break, we'll be back with more breaking news now coming in.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
अगर उन्हें 4 की याद करेंगे, डेरा मस्ती खाली करवा ली भाई। हाँ देखना वाम कैसी आ रही है वहां से। क्या होगी? नहीं होगी।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पाकिस्तानी और इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर। मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं, 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी?
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balakot, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows and pigeons and sparrows. This time we chose high visibility terrorist targets which have been around for decades, right? And they are command and control targets, terror training.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft.
India pummels 4 key Pakistani air bases. MOD confirms 100% precision strikes and no collateral damage.
Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation, and propaganda.
The MEA busts Pakistan fake claims on attacks, fact checks propaganda with real-time image. Pakistan in complete panic mode. Top retired Air Marshal admits Pakistan cannot fight a war with India for long. NSA Ajit Doval briefs Prime Minister Modi on latest developments of Operation Sindoor. And BLA group takes responsibility for attacking 39 locations in Pakistan, issues ultimatum to Pak government. And big breaking news coming in. G7 issues a statement, calls for de-escalation between India and Pakistan. But before I go across to that breaking news, I'm being told the Taliban rejects the claim of Pakistan. There's no truth to the claim of Indian strike on Afghan soil. We're also being told that Taliban rejects the claim that has been made by Pakistan. And as this is coming across, we've been told that earlier Pakistan military officials claimed Afghan territory was also targeted in India's missile attacks on Pakistan. But Taliban says there is no truth to this claim. Let me go across to Harsimrat joining us. Hashmat joining us live from Kabul. Hashmat, these are fake news alerts coming in from Pakistan yet again, but the Taliban rejected the Pakistani claims. These are claims that were falsely made by Pakistan. Taliban rejects the fact that there have been any missile attacks on their soil by India. Hashmat.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. As you said, some news were reported that Afghan soil and Afghan place are targeting by the Indian missile, but it's all incorrect. We have phone relation with Afghanistan Defense Ministry spokesperson and media relation officer. And Atlah Khwarizmi, he rejected this all reports, and he said in all 34 provinces of Afghanistan and all the borders there, all thing is clear. There is no any security issue, and India is not attacked, and no missile have landed in Afghanistan. And the all reports, he rejected the all report that given by some Pakistani medias.
All right, Hashmat, are you expecting that a formal statement would be made by the Taliban government on this?
Yeah, but many of that we have tried to have more detail from the Defense Ministry of Afghanistan. They also shared the link of India media that they reported that we didn't target Afghanistan soil. Also, they maybe they will have a security conference next time or next days, but not yet. But he just reject all the reports that have given by Pakistani media and things, and also the sources that we have in Afghanistan. Personally, that I have tried to have contact them. I contact many of our friends and other journalists at the report province of Afghanistan, and we have a report from them. They said all thing is clear. There is there's no any security issue in Afghanistan, and there is no that targeted by missile, especially by India. There is no like this news.
Okay, thank you so much, Hashmat, for helping us understand or unravel essentially the Pakistani mischief of trying to make Taliban regime in Kabul pick up a fight with India. Of course, everyone there understands who the real black sheep, who the real culprit is, and the Pakistani generals, of course, having devastated Afghanistan for almost 2 decades, more than that actually, 4 decades, in search of that elusive strategic depth, having played havoc with Afghan national security. indicated to by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri in his press conference. Moving on, in fact, look at the manner in which Pakistanis have gone about pushing in propaganda and trying to make a fool of their own people. Rhythm brings that fact check for us.
Now going to show you 9 videos. The fake war that has been led on digital and how we are busting these fake videos. Let's start with a fake war cry that fell flat. The first viral video we show you claims Indian soldiers are crying and fleeing as war intensifies. But here's the truth. It's not the army, it's army aspirants celebrating their success, not defeat. Another desperate attempt at propaganda that has been busted. The second image, moving on, Al Jazeera's claim of 10 explosions near Srinagar airport is a desperate attempt to create panic. No such blast occurred. Official agencies call it what it is, a baseless, fear-fueled lie. And then the third image. Social media has lit up with claims of explosions at Jaipur airport. But the reality? Stone cold silence. The district collector calls the news completely fabricated, another hoax grounded, while the DC assured that the airport is completely secure. We show you a fourth viral video, viewers. A viral video shows an Indian post is destroyed. But the only problem with this is that the video is from 2020, long before Operation Sindoor. Another case of recycled footage being used to stoke fake outrage. And a fifth video. Post claims services on Delhi-Mumbai route are shut. But the truth is there's no commercial disruption. Only minor airspace adjustment was being made for operations. Panic mongering, not a passenger update. A sixth video we are showing you. A fake video claims India targeted the revered Nankana Sahib Gurdwara. But official sources slam the claim as utterly false and hateful. This is not just misinformation, it's an attempt to spark communal fire. And a hilarious fake video we're going to show you, a seventh one. Pakistan's fake cyberflex claims 70% of India's power grid is down. But India's power system are fully functional. The ones all voltage, no current, a complete blackout of truth. An eighth video, Pakistan's latest telltale says it destroyed India's elite S-400 system, except that the fact that there's no evidence, no incident, no damage. India's shield stands strong. This lie has also been intercepted. And finally, the ninth video, viewers. Finally, pro-Pak handlers are spreading false claims about squadron leader Shivani Singh being captured. Let's be clear, she's safe, she's active, and not in enemy hands. This is not news, it's pure fiction. Ambassador Vora, I want to ask you a question. These are fake, motivated, extremely dangerous viral videos that are doing the rounds. The purpose is simple, to try and create panic. But when it comes to the revered Gurdwara Nankana Sahib, or when it comes to any citizen being in their hands of India, it's clear they're trying to be playing with very dangerous motives.
Well, this is the normal thing that they do. Or whatever these videos that you're showing, send them to me. I'd like to collate them. And I will give it a title. The reality as we are telling you. The fiction as they invent. They are fiction masters. When reality hurts, then you escape into fiction. And of course, that is encouraged by heavy doses of alcohol or charas that these guys are used to. You know, ma'am, I've seen this before. I saw it in 71. You're too young. At that time, we used to have, I was doing it myself. There was news on All India Radio, and we used to do stuff on Doordarshan. And then from their side, they had a radio station called Radio Jhutistan. I don't think you even know about it, Jhutistan. And then, of course, we gave all these wonderful awards to our people, Veer Chakra, this Chakra and that. And they gave awards called Rafu Chakar and Ghan Chakar to their chaps. I mean, it was quite amazing. I used to do that program myself. And they would claim that not only have we reached Delhi, but we've also reached Washington, we've also reached Malaysia, and we've reached Japan and so on. This kind of rubbish that they've been feeding their people. But I think nobody buys this kind of nonsense except those who are paid to buy it. Ultimately, the truth triumphs. Agar aap log nahi mante na, the chaps in Pakistan watching this, please read what is written below the Ashoka stump from the Mundaka Upanishad. Satyam eva jayate. Satyam eva jayate. Truth always triumphs. When will you learn this, you idiots? I mean, you are donkey sellers, we know that. Don't sell your brain along with the donkeys that you sell.
All right, so this is how Pakistan has been trying to push propaganda and fake news effectively, and Rhythm there bringing out that contrast and busting the peddling of fake information by the Pakistani deep state. Unfortunately, some social media handles have been picking it up. General Siwach joins us live, as also Major Tur continues to be with us in the studios. I would go to General A.K. Siwach first. Sir, you saw that that capsule by Rhythm, and before that we had Taliban government effectively rejecting the claim made by DGISPR that one Indian missile had landed in Afghanistan also. I mean, the generals have really lost it. The Rawalpindi generals are really psyched out and they don't know what has hit them literally. And that's why these kind of absolutely fraudulent, false and fake claims being made.
Absolutely, guys. As far as Pakistan is concerned, they are expert in spreading a misinformation, disinformation and propaganda. This has been their true character from 1947 onward. So after they have got a beating from India, remember that after we have destroyed the 9 terrorist infrastructure, they started spreading the rumors and also the misinformation regarding those 26 target area which they tried to hit, and none of them they could hit. In fact, all failed completely. And because we have a multi-tier air defense system which is of S-400 Akash, then we have got Shilkas and then L-70 and then anti-drone system. So we could neutralize each and every missile, rocket and their drone. Whereas when we strike them, we could manage to even neutralize the air defense system of Lahore. So the point is, where is the face saving as far as Pakistan army and Pakistan government is concerned? They want to show to their countrymen that they have also able to create a damage to Indian side, which has not happened at all. So the point is, as far as Pakistan army is there, this is nothing new. They keep on doing this propaganda and no one buys. In fact, as on today, even people within their own country have stopped believing that. You see, remember that every country has an army, but unfortunately in Pakistan, the army has a country. The actual power flows there, not from Islamabad, but from the Rawalpindi. So that is what is happening today. There is a pressure from General Asim Muni, and that's why these all lies are being spread. And but the point today is that the people of Pakistan has become very alert with the event of social media, that they come to know the reality. Right. The people in Pakistan itself is trying to tell that whatever is being told by the DGISPR is nothing but a bunch of lies. And that's what is the true character of Pakistan. Pakistan is getting beating. Pakistan is on receiving end. And if Pakistan think that they can fight a conventional war with India, they're highly mistaken. They will not able to sustain more than about 5 to 6 days because they are short on RT ammunition, they are short on petrol and diesel. Their tanks cannot move more than 50 kilometers. And Indian Navy has a capability of blocking basically the Karachi port, and their supply chain will be cut. They know it well. They are only doing this propaganda, nothing else. And all their lies were totally exposed by our media. So my point is that we must be careful. Pakistan will keep on doing this, but there are 2 actions which we need to take. One is we must expose them, and second thing is we must educate our own people. They must not become a victim of their lies. That is a very important thing. We as a nation need to stand together. Remember what is happening in Pakistan. There are 400 army officers in Pakistan which have resigned. Absolutely. The morale is in their boots. The soldiers do not want to fight. Absolutely. PLA is hitting them very hard in Balochistan. And Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan is becoming very bold in Khyber. Absolutely. General Siwach have moved from that side to the eastern border.
Yeah, General Siwach, please hold on to your thoughts. There is a breaking news development, which is that more details are coming out of the Pak drone attack and the manner in which it was neutralized. sources tell us that the Indian Army air defense units neutralized the Pakistani kamikaze drones over Amritsar, and that was a big one because the attack happened in the early hours of the morning, and Pakistani forces launched that multiple biker YIHA-3 kamikaze drones, and these are weaponized drones. Remember, between day before yesterday and yesterday, the difference was that the Pakistanis used weaponized drones also, and this happened at the international border towards Amritsar, and in a blatant attempt to strike densely populated residential areas, those drones were sent. Thankfully, our Army's air defense network, the hostile drones were detected, tracked and engaged within seconds of breaching Indian airspace. Sri Harmandir Sahib, Sri Amritsar Sahib, and Pakistan, remember, fancies itself as being on the side of Sikhs, targeting Amritsar not the first time, but all 3 days they have targeted Sri Amritsar Sahib with these drone attacks. Thankfully, the Army Air Defense Group taking care of these weaponized drones. Samar Paltur, Major.
Yes, Abhishek.
You know, as a Sikh, can you really call the bluff of these Pakistanis, the fact that they are targeting Amritsar first day, second day, third day? Thankfully, our Army Air Defense Network taking care of these drones. But these, what are these drones? Are they not weaponized drones? If you look at the explanation given, the explanation is that these were biker YIHA-3 kamikaze drones. These are weaponized drones, right?
These are weaponized drones. They have explosive payloads in them.
Yeah.
And they have the capability of either dropping the payload, the explosive payload, and then they can fly back. So they can again put an explosive and they can again send it again. So these are basically, the versions are different. Kamikaze is when it goes, it hits into the concrete structure and it explodes. So there's destruction. Second is, if you don't have the money, then you use a drone which is basically a payload dropping drone.
Okay.
So it has attachments to which the explosive can be attached. And when it goes over a certain target area, it can drop.
So, but why would Pakistan use a kamikaze drone in a densely populated civilian residential area?
See, this is...
Which Amritsar is?
This is provocation. This is provocation. What Pakistan desperately is wanting is that the public should put extreme pressure on the Indian government so that the Indian government goes on an immediate all-out offensive, which I mean, it's very unlikely for the government to do that at the moment because plans are in place. So you see, when you got to operate a certain body part which is having cancer, you got to carefully first dissect it. You got to negotiate very carefully through the body organs till you reach the place of the cancer. And then you got to dissect that affected area, which was probably done by bombing the Air Force stations today. So the airstrikes was a message that you see that their air power is very vulnerable.
Deep inside Punjabi Pakistan or Pakistani Punjab.
Pakistani Punjab, yes.
Pakistani Punjab. And that's a message, strong enough message, and that should have shaken the faith of whatever faith was left in the people for Pakistan Army, the fact that no area is untouchable insofar as Indian armed forces are concerned. In fact, let's look at one of those pictures, one set of those pictures that came in of Sukkur Air Base being targeted. These are in the VRs, and see the manner in which the Sukkur Air Base, part of it has been put on fire. Let's listen to those nat sounds to understand what panic.
Sakhar airport te strike va बचत थी वाह दरा दरिया पूरा घर लुड़िया सखर एयरपोर्ट ते स्ट्राइक वाह बचत थी वाह दरा दरिया पूरा घर लुड़िया
ये लैंग्वेज कौन सी
ये
बचत थी वाह दरा दरिया पूरा घर लुड़िया सखर एयरपोर्ट ते स्ट्राइक वाह बचत थी वाह दरा दरिया पूरा घर लुड़िया सखर एयरपोर्ट ते स्ट्राइक वाह
That's
Sakhar airport.
okay. That's I think that's Sindhi. That's Sindhi language. Sakhar, not
Sakhar airport.
Sakhar airport. Yes, the pronunciation is Sakhar. That's what I picked up from that panicky voice.
Funny pronunciation.
The voice is saying that they're saved, and there is panic in the voice. And these are pictures of the Sakhar air base on fire. Just Shivaj. You heard those voices of panic in Pakistan. We were discussing whether this is a strong enough message. Can the VJs please?
Sakhar airport se strike वाह
Okay, can the audio be played down now?
बचत थी वाह दरा दरिया पूरा घर लुड़िया सखर एयरपोर्ट ते स्ट्राइक वाह बचत थी वाह
Okay, that seems like a Sindhi language. Sakhar is in Sindh province of Pakistan, and that's where our forces have hit that deep. And just Shivaj, one, this is deep. Two, this is enough to send a strong message to people in Pakistan that the forces, the Pakistan army, the projection it does of invincibility is absolutely false propaganda. The fact that their air defenses were not working, the fact that we could target we could meet our targets at will, we could choose our targets at will, and this is just a trailer. Perhaps a much more can be delivered by way of a package.
As far as India is concerned, we can hit any air base in Pakistan with impunity. Their air defense system has completely collapsed. The one which they have got it from China HQ-9, that has not able to function effectively. In fact, we neutralized the complete air defense system of Lahore. And Lahore was totally exposed. Now we have shown it that no place in Pakistan is safe. Indian forces, drones can reach anywhere and everywhere. Yesterday in the night, we have also hit 3 of their air bases. One was in Noor Khan in Rawalpindi, where C-13J the transport aircraft, which is Hercules, was also destroyed on the runway. And then it was in Murid and also in Shorkut. So the point today is that we are exposing the lie of Pakistan to the people of Pakistan. That the Pakistan army has been bluffing them and has been telling a wrong story. Actually, Pakistan army is not capable of defending the people of Pakistan as on today. The Pakistan army's morale is very low. In fact, a week back, there was a conference which was held by General Asim Munir of the Corps commanders. And they jointly have told General Asim Munir that what have you got it done on 22nd April, that the terrorist action has put us on the brink
sorry
of a
to
war.
be interjecting. We have some ground report coming in from Uri where the LC is hot and exchange of fire is taking place. Arawat is reporting live from Uri where this is happening. Arawat, we have seen unending rounds of shelling taking place along the line of control from where you are reporting. Please tell us what the latest. Is it going on even now through the day?
Yes, absolutely, Abhishek. We are right now here in the Uri sector, and we have seen that the continuous firing is on here in the various parts of the Uri sector. And now we have seen that the Pakistani troopers have started to target the civilian populated areas. Firdaus can show you the visuals from this very side. This is the residential area here in the Uri sector, and you can see here in the visuals that the mortar has hit this place here in the Uri sector. As you can see here in the valley, that you can see the back-to-back mortar shelling are taking place in the various parts of the Kashmir Valley here in the Kashmir, and we have seen that the troopers are here. As we have seen entire area in the Uri, we have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the befitting reply. Also, I'll request Firdaus to show you from this very side that how these forces are here in the Uri sector. They are giving them the befitting reply. But right now we are here in the residential area, and you can see from this very side here the splinter has hit this very place. There are the 3 to 4 residential areas here who have hit badly. Firdaus can show you from this side. You can see the door has. And also we have seen the evacuation process was also on here in the Uri sector, as we have seen that the civilian populated area are being targeted back to back in the Uri sector, but we have seen that the Indian Army is giving them the befitting reply in the Uri sector. Also, we have seen that the same kind of operations are also taking place in the parts of the Kashmir Valley. We have seen that from the time to time the ceasefire violations are taking place, and you can see the evacuation process has been done already here in the Abhishek, and you can see here is a lock in the Uri sector. We have seen that the civilians have been evacuated from the sensitive areas of the Uri sector. Yes, Abhishek.
All right. Thank you so much, Erawat, with those details. Uri still remains hot and we keep going back to him. Let's get a breaking news development coming in. China has made a statement. The Chinese coming out and speaking on the continuing escalation between India and Pakistan. And China has to issue a statement, Niranjan. And
Yes.
Obviously they are friends of Pakistan, so they would be sort of trying to find some false equivalence between India and Pakistan, which does not exist. And so, of course, we need not heed them, but obviously they are making a statement.
I'm going to go through the full statement, Abhishek. They're saying that they strongly urge both sides to act in larger interest of peace and stability. Keywords, larger interest of peace and stability, exercise calm and restraint, return to track of political settlement through peaceful means. And then the key portion begins. Refrain from any action that could further escalate tension. This will be important for fundamental interest of both India and Pakistan and for a stable and peaceful region. So China, I think going by the tone of this, is more worried about being in the neighborhood, while India and Pakistan, settle what we have. An old score with Pakistan of exporting terror. Soumya is joining us with the details, saying that we want a stable and peaceful region. It's also what international community hopes to see, adding that China is willing to continue to play a constructive role to this end. Soumya. Soumya, what's your location? What's the situation there right now? Soumya, last location was Srinagar. What is your location now? And any update on the operation that was on there in Srinagar? Okay, I'm going across to him, but what do you make of this statement? Major Tour, one point that came to my mind was China, when it came to the Russia-Ukraine war, it's not that we have declared official war with Pakistan, but the kind of stand that China takes, I think they're more worried about being here and this directly affecting them and their projects vis-a-vis CPEC.
Niranjan, see, as we speak, all the ammunition, all the drones that they've acquired from China have most logically and evidently come by road from the CPEC route through Karakoram highway. So these are the critical areas, and now it is come to realization for China that India surely outmatches and is way above in terms of Pakistan's military might. And there are all probabilities that India will take over, damage some key infrastructure which is going to affect the CPEC as well. And in case we happen to occupy, or rather not occupy, but I stand corrected, if we happen to take back what is rightly India's, that is the POK, then China has to negotiate with India in terms to let its CPEC be a success. So you see, the reality struck now. The reality has hit hard, and it has now come to realization to China how vulnerable Pakistan actually is.
Okay, we have another round of breakings
coming in, Abhishek. Two big breakings.
Please go ahead.
You take the Saudi one.
I'll do that. Saudi foreign minister has made a statement. Remember, he was on an unannounced visit to New Delhi day before yesterday and in Pakistan yesterday. And very interestingly, he did not fly from New Delhi to Islamabad. From New Delhi, he went back to Riyadh. And from Riyadh, he came back to Islamabad and then went back. And the Pakistanis, thankless people that they are, they still used the same flight which was used by the Saudi foreign minister as cannon fodder, as human shield to launch their drone
Just
swarm
when it was
attacks.
taking off.
Yes, exactly. That's what.
Just when Saudi foreign minister's plane was taking off.
It's for Saudis to decide that Pakistanis are double crossing them. And now they have made a statement, Niranjan. Saudi Arabia's foreign minister, Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud, said that he had talks with Pakistani and Indian counterparts, Ishaq Dar and Subramaniam Jaishankar respectively. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia says, essentially talking about de-escalation, Niranjan.
Yes.
I mean, the Pakistanis have been saying, oh, these people, please ask India to pull back, ask India to pull back. They're speaking to Iranians, they're speaking to Saudis. But the point is, should we care?
Yeah, another big breaking news update that Shawan has just shared with us, Abhishek. Quickly going across to that breaking news update as well. Apart from the air bases, Pakistan radar site in Pasroor has been decimated, blown up. All-weather radar system, all-weather radar systems for flight landings and takeoffs in Pakistan have now been impacted. That's a big breaking news update coming in. We knew that we'd struck one of their radar systems yesterday officially. Today their air bases were hit. We're getting in details now of another radar site that has been blown up, decimated. Shawan with the full details. Shawan, this is significant. Their operations, air operations, have been impacted.
Well, it's a sign of a bigger plan. The reason why I'm saying this is because if you look at the placement of the radar site and the very place where it has been decimated, it only has a direct impact on all flight landings and takeoff in the vicinity. And that is the reason why this is going to have a direct impact in any mission that the Pakistanis basically take from the Pasroor area, which is basically not far away from the other air bases. And that is the reason why, remember, in the last 2 days, what has essentially happened is that the radar system is largely being targeted by India. In fact, at 4 places, the air defense system was also brought down, which basically leaves almost several cities in Pakistan extremely vulnerable at this point in time. Now, with this all-weather radar system, which has also been brought down in Pasroor, we are being told that this is going to have a debilitating effect on all such operations that are going to be carried out. It is a clear sign that something more is now actually building up. If you really look at from the strategic point of view, Niranjan, it is a step-by-step process. It's a step-by-step process that is being carried out.
What elements
do we have? Each phase of the operation is revealing something more. And now it is clear that at least multiple air bases have suffered serious damage. In fact, Niranjan, we have got an image, we've got a video coming in from the Noor Khan Air Base. Noor Khan Air Base.
Button then, Abhishek.
There is also some more breaking news now coming.
Abhishek.
Okay, Shawan, we have to break this information that there is another round of briefing to be done by Ministry of External Affairs, possibly along with Ministry of Defense at around 5:30 p.m. Big one. This is the second briefing taking place in a day, and that means a lot of things are happening. Situation is fluid. 5:30 p.m.
5:30, huge.
5:30 p.m. Again, this is 3:30 p.m. now. Another 2 hours, another round of briefings happening on India's actions as part of Operation Sindoor.
Okay. Meanwhile, Abhishek, as you gather more details on that, and we have the full details of those who were neutralized by India in the strikes. First round of strikes, the terrorists who were neutralized, their names, their identities. In fact, what we will also do is we will pull out that video.
Yeah, pull out the graphics.
Pull out that video. No, we have the video. Remember
yes,
of the
video
last
also. Yes.
The state funeral. Yeah. State funeral ka video nikal dijiye. Let's remove the state funeral video that was given to the greats of Lashkar, the great terrorists of Pakistan who were given a state funeral with full military honors in Pakistan. We'll pull that out. Meanwhile, Abhishek will give us more details of the briefing. Abhishek, what do you make of the second briefing?
Well, it seems like there is some development about which people need to be briefed, the nation needs to know. And that's why this briefing taking place at 5:30 p.m. again. And we are told that this is in continuation of the Operation Sindoor briefings that are happening. We are still to be told whether this is going to be the joint briefing that has been happening every day, like it happened in the morning between the MOD and MEA, with the 2 lady officers speaking for the MOD, and for the MEA, the briefing led by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. But the briefing at 5:30 p.m. is in continuation of what we have on Operation Sindoor, essentially, Niranjan, which means there is some more development that has taken place. If it is about our military action, then obviously India is not pulling back. India is not de-escalating. India is making sure that Pakistan pays the price for what they did in Pahalgam. Niranjan, 5:30 p.m. Another briefing taking place, and viewers would join at that time.
Okay, so this is a big development, and that's exactly 2 hours from now. In about 2 hours from now, the second news briefing. Will it be a joint news conference? We will have to wait and watch, but Abhishek has confirmed that it will be on the operation. In the morning, we had the first round of briefing. Now, the second round of briefing will take place. That's within 7 hours. Abhishek, let's just think of the developments that have happened in the last few hours. Shawan is also live with us. Shawan, there have been developments. Okay, Shawan is joining us live. I'll go back to him in just a bit. Okay. But if I can quickly get your response to this, Abhishek, what are the big developments that have taken place since this morning after that first briefing? We've had some more pictures. To be precise, we have pictures of the kind of, strike that we have carried out. Sukur, for example, that you just had the visuals. I think we are just about beginning to see the impact of our strikes on their air bases. We just had news of another air radar that was decimated. What else?
We can show that. But also, Niranjan, the fact of the matter is that over the last few hours, we have seen more drones coming in, more Pakistani mischief happening, particularly in Srinagar and Amritsar, in the Kashmir-Punjab belt. So obviously, there has to be some briefing as to what is happening on the ground, how is India responding. Plus, apart from that, there have been some global diplomatic moves that have taken place. Saudi statement is one of them, of course. And then, of course, the phone calls that have taken place between India and America, and the Americans and the Pakistanis. So it seems that there is a lot brewing. It's an evolving situation, both on the military front, the kinetic and non-kinetic actions being taken to make sure the Pakistani mischief is contained, and of course the diplomatic front. But let's listen into how India presented its case earlier in the morning. Let's listen into Wing Commander Vyomika Singh.
Pakistan has also attempted to execute a continued malicious misinformation campaign with claims of destruction of Indian S-400 system at Adampur, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa, BrahMos base at Nagrota, RT gun positions at Dehrangyari and Chandigarh forward ammunition depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan. Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arms fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Aknoor sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army. Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian armed forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian armed forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military. At the end, I would also like to show you a few images of Air Force bases in the Punjab sector and Rajasthan sector, where it is mighty clear that we are debunking the Pakistani claims of causing destruction at these air bases. You can yourself see the normalcy at these air force stations. This is Sirsa, Suratgarh. The runways are intact. There are also time stamped. Just notice they are also time stamped. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar sites at Pasroor and Sialkot Aviation Base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage.
Okay, big breaking news update coming in. The full list of terrorists that were killed in the Indian strikes. The first set of strikes where we straight went after the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. We now have a confirmation, a full list of those who are neutralized, eliminated by our precision strikes. Let's first pull out the pictures of the state funeral that was given to these terrorists, and in those pictures lie the answers of who were the terrorists who were killed. Terrorist 1, Mudassar Khadian Khas, alias Mudassar, alias Abu Jundal, affiliation Lashkar-e-Taiba, in charge of the Markaz-Taiba in Murudke that was struck. Received a guard of honor at his funeral by the Pakistan Army, Pakistan's favorite terrorist.
Shawan.
Wreath laid on behalf of the Pakistan Army Chief and Punjab Chief. Asim Munir's favorite terrorist was neutralized. His funeral prayer was held in a government school led by Hafiz Abdul Rauf, who's also on your screen, who was leading those prayers there that you see. He's also a designated global terrorist. A serving lieutenant general rank officer, a general and an IG level officer of the Punjab police in Pakistan attended the prayer ceremony. Shawan has the details of who else were there and why they are significant. To those who said nobody was killed, Shawan, the details.
Well, in fact, significant killings, I would say, because this has basically eliminated the entire leadership of Jaish-e-Mohammed. In fact, there are several theories that are basically doing the rounds as far as Masood Azhar is concerned. Interestingly, Masood Azhar's, there isn't any latest picture of Masood Azhar. So the man who was actually running Jaish-e-Mohammed was none other than Rauf Asghar. And the fact that his elimination is a clear indication that perhaps today Jaish-e-Mohammed stands without any particular leader. In fact, if you take the list out, here you have Mudassar Khadian Khas. Now remember, he is not the same Abu Jundal who has been linked in some of the cases here in India, but the fact of the matter is that he happens to be, again, a relative of Masood Azhar. Now, he's also known as Abu Jundal. Now, as far as the second person is Hafiz Muhammad Jamil. He's the eldest brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar. And in fact, he was the one who was in charge of the Markaz in Bahawalpur. So essentially, there are multiple training camps which the Jaish was running. Apart from the Markaz in Bahawalpur, there were others too. And that was basically divided among the family members. I'm given to understand that Yusuf Azhar as well as Abu Akasha and Hassan Khan, they have been eliminated. And if you also take the list out coming in as far as those from the Lashkar terror group, they too have been eliminated, and their training camps have also been decimated. So along with Jaish-e-Mohammed, you have had the Lashkar-e-Taiba, they've been inflicted serious damages.
All right, more information coming in of these terrorists and the second terrorist.
Abhishek.
Niranjan, yeah, you have to help me with the terrorist, Masood Azhar's eldest brother-in-law, killed in the same strikes. And I can get more details. And these are the details of the terrorist.
Abhishek, what is Hafiz Muhammad Jamil? Hafiz Muhammad Jamil, Mudassar Khadian Khas.
Hafiz Muhammad Jalil, affiliation is Jaish-e-Mohammed. Niranjan, eldest brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar, in charge of Markaz Subhan Allah Bahawalpur. That's where the bombing took place and strike took place. Actively involved in radical indoctrination of youth and fundraising for the JEM, integral to the functioning of JEM. Gursimran joins us live from international border. And Gursimran, first tell us whether from where you are reporting, is the situation under control after the Pakistani misadventure in the morning? And then, of course, we are discussing all these terrorists who were eliminated. In this case, Hafiz Muhammad Jalil, the eldest brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar.
Yes, Abhishek, among those high-profile terrorists that are killed, this is the brother-in-law of Masood Azhar, who was actually running the entire factory of terror, and he has been neutralized on the May 7 strikes that have taken place. Right now, I'm reporting from the Indo-Pakistan international border in the RS Pura, and since there has been a heavy shelling from the Pakistan side this morning, now what has happened that the bomb disposal squad has taken over the entire area, and now they are in a process of detonating the shells, these unexploded shells that have been fired from the Pakistani side. I'll go inside to show you that the bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they have completely taken over this area. I'll request Sarjivan to show you that this is a mortar shell that was fired from the Pakistan. This is a live mortar, and that's why the bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir police, along with their all mechanism that is needed to detonate the shells, has come here. Because you see the extent of damage that has been done here by the Pakistani shelling, that Pakistan has shelled these civilian areas here along the international border in Jammu. Today morning when they woke up, they saw that the Pakistani shelling has started. People ran to their houses, they went inside, but the situation that is outside, these shattered glasses, these buildings collapsed, these structures that have been collapsed, these marking of the splinters on the walls of these houses, this speaks of the volumes that the Pakistan's only motive was to inflict the civilian casualties, and that is actually what they have done. I'll request Sarjivan to show you that side where the live mortar shell is there, and that's why the bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir police has been called in. Till the time the area is not cleared, BDS will not be allowing the house inmates, those who live in this house, to be inside this house, because there lies a threat that this might explode anytime, and that is why the teams of the BDS are analyzing this, and after complete analysis of this, only then they will be allowing the detonation of this using the controlled explosion. Earlier in the day, a drone of the Pakistan that was aimed at disrupting the Jammu and Kashmir, Jammu airport, that was also brought down using the air defense system, and the 10 kilogram of two explosives that were there, that has also been detonated by the bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now this area, these are the splinters. These are the splinters that this mortar shell and the other mortars that have been fired from across the border, the damage they have done. There have been multiple damages that have been done to this very place, and on this side you will see also that this shutter of this shop, this also has the markings of the splinters. So this is the damage that the Pakistan has done to the civilian areas, because their only motive of today's targeting of the civilian areas was to inflict maximum damage, was to inflict as much as damage they can to the civilian areas. But now the situation is that the shelling has stopped for now, and the BDS has taken over the entire area. We are told that there are multiple live shells and the live bombs that are still active in the area, and the BDS will be detecting them one by one, and after detection they will be detonated.
Okay. Gursimran, any casualties given the scale of the damage that you are showing? Are people safe?
See, Abhishek, a total of 5 casualties have been reported across the Jammu region. 3 casualties are from the Rajouri district of Jammu. 2 casualties have been reported from the Jammu region, that is the Jammu district. 5 is the number of casualties. These are all are civilians, and including a senior official of the Jammu and Kashmir government, the additional deputy development commissioner of the Rajouri district, Rajkumar Thapa, who was killed when a mortar shell fired from the Pakistani side fell on him. And similar is the situation in the other districts also, though there has not been casualties there, but the situation remains to be similar. Reason being that the Pakistan is now directly aiming at the civilians. They are leaving no civilian house that they are not shelling at, Abhishek.
All right, a big breaking news development coming in. Can we break that information, Niranjan? That's a big one. That's a big one. That's a huge one.
Just checking, Abhishek. Baloch liberate. Okay, top sources. India has decided.
That's a big one.
This is a big one. 1 minute. While we have a big breaking news update that Abhishek
has to be processed,
shared.
Of course. Let's process.
Really big one. This is top sources in the government saying that India has decided that any future act of terror will be considered an act of war against India and will be responded accordingly.
So I think this is institutionalization of policy of hot pursuit. This is institutionalization of policy of declaring war. Remember, for all the action, kinetic action that's been happening since India carried out Operation Sindoor and the strikes as part of that, we have not yet declared war. But this means that this is now going to be institutionalized policy of declaring war whenever an act of terror is committed against India. I think let's break that this is important. And while we have these pictures of earlier where India has struck those air bases in Pakistan, and these are pictures of Indian side where we have had those Pakistani projectiles, missiles, drones, etc., and some UAVs coming in, falling like 9 pins,
duds.
taken down, proving to be duds, Chinese duds. And now more important information coming in. Can we get...
Yes, let's put that information out. I think it should be on the breaking news right now that India has now taken a stronger stand against Pakistan and Pakistan-based terror. Any future terror attack will be treated as an act of war. We know that they've been pushing infiltrators as well. Infiltration attempts have been on since the last few days, Abhishek.
Yeah, absolutely.
So anything now that happens on Indian soil will be an act of war.
But
Major Tour.
Any terror attack.
But then Niranjan, just look at the present images. I mean, aren't we already at war? I mean, what's the point of this policy?
But
it should have come many years ago.
There are some protocols set, right? If we declare war, certain protocols kick in naturally. Now you see, you're having various notifications, you're having meetings. These are not protocol-driven, events. These are being orchestrated, these are being organized, impromptu. But if you declare war, then there are mechanisms that immediately get put in place. You declare a national emergency, the government is empowered to act, the civil defense measures kick in on their own. So obviously that's part of the plan when the government says that a decision has been taken that and remember, it acts as a deterrent. Every time you don't need a nuclear umbrella for deterrence. So if you have an organized, you have an existing policy that if you do this scale of terrorism, we are immediately going to declare war, we are going to stop your water, we are going to stop any trade and everything, and every connection, we are going to bomb these places in your territory. If we know, for example, I was discussing that with somebody, that if next time a Pahalgam-like terror attack happens, then why wait for 5 days, 6 days? Just from where the
my argument
comes.
Is, Abhishek, why wait at all?
Bomb them the same day.
Why wait at all?
And for that, declare war.
My argument is, why wait at all? Why wait for that loss to incur? We've had enough. This is the time to go in and destroy the terrorist infrastructure.
You mean to say, why wait for the next episode? Let's finish it off this time.
Exactly. I mean, come on.
Just go after Asim Munir.
Indian lives matter. Our lives matter.
Yeah.
And more than that, Abhishek, you see, as per logic and the analogy of the events, what I strongly feel is that with the DGMOs trying to interact and talk with one another, I'm sure that the Pakistani side has surrendered or given in. And in lieu of that, we have come up with this certain protocol that now if anything happens, the hostile neighbor is going to be responsible, the government is going to be responsible for any act. But my argument is that this should have been done many years ago. Why now? The damage is already done.
Yeah. Okay, we'll take a short break. It's 3:54 and we are building up to that press conference. Second one on Operation Sindoor in a single day, which means it's significant. Something has happened about which the nation needs to know. A short break there, so Major Tour, and coming back on the other side with the same story. We'll continue the conversation.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
पाकिस्तानी और इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर की, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं ये अभी कन्फर्म होना बाकी है, लेकिन ये कन्फर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे
is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balakot, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows and pigeons and sparrows. This time we chose high visibility terrorist targets which have been around for decades, right? And they are command and control targets, terror training camps of big, very great magnitude, so that they cannot be missed by the people of Pakistan or the whole world per se. Otherwise, we had that syndrome of jungle mein mor nacha.
Okay, back to the big breaking story, ladies and gentlemen. India has hardened its stand. Act of terror is act of war. Any future act of terror is act of war. We don't have to now declare war formally. I mean,
well, it's the ultimatum that has now been given to the Pakistanis. Dare you do anything more than face the repercussion? And as Major Samarpal Tur was saying, that perhaps the Pakistanis do not have the appetite to take it any forward. And one of the reasons why, let me just quickly tell you the challenges that the Pakistanis face today. After 3 precision strikes that have taken place, what emerges are the following. 1, their air bases have been decimated. 2nd, radar system has been decimated. 3rd is with regards to how not just their air base, not just their radar, but also what we're given to understand is their air defense system. That has also gone kaput, which essentially means several of the Pakistani cities, Niranjan, are completely vulnerable at this point in time. It would certainly be a worried Pakistan. Look at the developments that have taken place earlier today. The civil administration and the military are on 2 different pages altogether. And there is a growing factionalism, Niranjan.
Absolutely. And Shawan, there's another bit of breaking news that's coming in right now. Let's quickly... Okay, Major Tur, you want to come in on this one?
I want to come in on this, Niranjan. See, this is going to be the biggest blunder by the Indian government if they agree for a ceasefire or a truce. I'll tell you why. It has been since 2 years that they have been training extensively with the Turkish military. They have been procuring these Bayraktar TB2 drones and Akinci drones to target India. A Kinsi drone has a range of almost 7,500 kilometers one way. Deep strike. So they've already been preparing it, and now, you know, they've got approval of $1 billion from IMF. And China has told them to lay low and to keep the momentum down. And the DGMO is called today, calling it for, you know, mellowing down of the tensions which have been happening. But, you know, the name that they've given to the military operation, it means, you know, destruction of concrete structure. It means wall. And you've been...
What does that even mean?
I mean, they are saying...
What wall are they talking about?
They're saying that, you know, the Pakistan military is a solid wall structure. And it's standing there, you know, solid against us. I mean, it's so funny. It's a war against terrorism. We've not even mentioned the name Pakistan. We've not mentioned the government. We've not mentioned any governments or organizations or a country. We've said this is a war against terror. War against terrorism has been declared. I don't know why this country's Army, Navy, Air Force is all guns blazing and ready up against the largest democracy of the world.
Let's tell them the reason why perhaps today Pakistan is completely on a back foot. Niranjan, that's because of the 3 precision strike. What really happened as the first phase of the Operation Sindoor? 9 targets, 9 terror facilities, all razed to ground, which essentially means that the non-state actors that Pakistan was basically relying upon, they are no longer there. Their entire leadership of the Jaish-e-Mohammed has been completely decimated. You have Lashkar-e-Taiba's leadership vanished. Now, what are you really left with? And the fact here is this, that as far as your military is concerned, it has taken a massive hit. There is also pressure that is building on Pakistan right now. External debt is only rising. This makes it even more difficult. I'm not very sure, Niranjan, if all our visuals are ready right now. If we could just quickly take through viewers those images of what really happened as the first phase of Operation Sindoor. And that, remember, has come across as a rude shock to the Pakistanis. That is the reason why, ladies and gentlemen, this message that India is now sending across to Pakistan, enough is enough. Step back. Or else this will be seen as an act of war. What we have seen over the last few days are the following. One, there have been a swarm of drones coming in, targeting our western border, targeting our military installations. What has happened net is this. They have faced massive losses. India hasn't. In fact, each of our military installations are absolutely intact. A lot of narratives are being built right now by the Pakistanis, but they have completely failed. And that is the reason why perhaps, ladies and gentlemen, cornered Pakistan will find it extremely difficult at this point in time, if at all they further escalate the matter. Niranjan.
Abhishek, Shawan, I beg your pardon. One more breaking news update that we have. I think you've also been in touch with the Baloch, sources. Breaking news update coming in. Let's go to the next video that's now coming into our newsroom of another attack by the Baloch Liberation Army. The Baloch rebels, the BLA rebels, have ambushed Pakistani army and have taken control of Ahmedwal area of Noshki and nearby railway and police station. Shawan, why don't you speak over these visuals and we'll play the visual out. We have a full video. Let's show the video of the Baloch attack. That's an exclusive video, If there's audio on it, maybe we can play the audio as well. Yes, there is an audio on it. Let's play the audio, please. With the watermark. Shawan with the details. Shawan.
Well, 39 attacks that have taken place against the Pakistani army in Balochistan. Clearly, Pakistan army has been completely stretched out as far as the eastern and the western border are concerned. Both sides, remember, the Pakistani army has suffered major losses. But the significant details now coming in from the Balochi Liberation Army. The Baloch Liberation Army clearly pointing out that 39 attacks that have taken place. Now, some very interesting details. One in Turbat. The other happens to be in Kech district. The third coming in from the very place where the CPEC infrastructure is coming up. In fact, it turns out that the highways have been blocked. Police stations have been taken into the custody of the Balochistan Liberation Army. Judicial institutions, they too have now been taken into custody of the Balochistan Liberation Army. And what you see right now on your screens is the damage that has been inflicted upon the Pakistani army. Remember, the Pakistani army, because of the current situation with India, they've been trying to redeploy themselves. In fact, the convoys that have been targeted by the Balochistan Liberation Army are those very convoys, part of the frontier corps of the Pakistani army was being redeployed. That's when these attacks have essentially taken place. Interestingly, once again, an ultimatum has now been given by the Balochistan Liberation Army that move out. We have taken down your flag. That's the ultimatum that has been given by the Balochistan Liberation Army. In fact, that could also be our breaking news now coming in with regards to the final ultimatum that has been given, Niranjan, by the Balochistan Liberation Army. In fact, this has only intensified. The Balochistan Liberation Army certainly senses an opportunity at this point in time as the Pakistani army remains completely distracted, not just in Balochistan, but also in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. That's the other place where the TTP has taken out an offensive against the Pakistani army. In fact, 20 Pakistani soldiers have also been killed by the TTP. And of course, as far as the Durand line is concerned, there too, remember, things have been extremely difficult for the Afghans. Major Samar Paltur, let me also quickly bring you in right now. This entire incident that has taken place in Balochistan is a reflection of difficult times for the Pakistani army in the days to come.
I mean, see, they have, since 2013, they have been picking up young Baloch boys, girls. They've been harassing the local population when they've been going to the police station for reporting any, illegal matters. They've been harassed. They've not been given government jobs, and they've literally been discriminated there in the whole area. And the maximum priority that has been going and being given is to the Chinese, to the local Chinese labor who are involved in this CPEC project. The Chinese officials are treated there like, VVIPs. And
I'm given to understand because the CPEC infrastructural projects have all now been put on hold. Most of it is what I'm
They've told. Burnt and destroyed their tipper trucks and
so the Pakistanis were given the ultimatum that you either secure the Chinese workers or things are going to be difficult for them. Now, they've not been able to do so. The attacks against the Chinese workers have also increased. The Balochistan Liberation Army, it seems, have certainly been,
They
given
never
some sort
gave
of an
employment
ammunition.
to the people of Balochistan.
Now, I also want to quickly just take this question to you, because many would be wondering right now, how is it that the Balochistan Liberation Army has suddenly got that firepower? Where does it really come from? Who is exactly supporting them now?
You see, Afghanistan is measuring the situation, and Afghanistan is always sided with the Indians, no matter what. And now that even Taliban's government is there in charge, you know, they've come to realize that whatever infrastructure that they are using in Afghanistan at the moment is actually being made by Indians out of goodwill and nothing else. We want nothing in return. It was for goodwill and the development and the upliftment of Afghanistan as a nation. Taliban has realized it and is much aware of it. We are in very good relations with the Afghanistan government.
That's also an interesting point.
Yeah, the Taliban is also, you know, going against the Durand line. Because, you know, as per the demarcation, the Pakistan government
I'll come to the Durand line
doing incursions into Afghanistan.
Durand line also, what has essentially happened is that the Pakistani, I beg your pardon, it's the Afghan refugees who've been asked to leave the country. And that is the reason why there is an exodus that we are witnessing at the Durand line, which has certainly not gone down well with Taliban. In fact, there's more development that's taking place. But first, take a look at this video. How the Pakistani army they've been pinned down by the Balochistan Liberation Army. And not just that, also perhaps we could just pull out the other video that came in just about a few days ago, where, again, a precision strike against the army there. You have the Baloch Liberation Army targeting the very convoy also. First, listen. Yeah. Now, let me tell you the developments that have taken place so far. 39 attacks that have taken place. I'm going to take you through city-wise. Turbat. In Turbat, a grenade attack was reported targeting the Pakistani forces. Moving on. Kech district. There, explosions and sustained gunfire has taken place in Buleda area. In Quetta, 2 separate grenade attacks were carried out on the Pakistani army posts. In Panchgur, where you have had the CPEC highway being blocked, and a police station in Panchgur also being captured by the Balochistan Liberation Army. Major Samarpal Turi, I think you wanted to make a point with regards to how the convoy was attacked, the Pakistani convoy was attacked, and then once you do that, I'm also going to play out another video of how the army, as they're continuing with the Frontier Corps, Major Samarpal Turi, I'm being told, it's the Frontier Corps that was being redeployed. That's when the attack has taken place.
Shravan,
what was the point that you were making?
I wanted to make a point that you see the video that the freedom fighters, or the BLA, are actually just targeting the military vehicle, and you can clearly see that a civil truck just sped by opposite to that vehicle, the Pakistan military vehicle, and nobody has harmed or destroyed that civilian truck, because see, that shows one of the sanity and the balance of judgment when it comes to the actual enemy who's there in Balochistan against the Balochistan people. And that is the Pakistan military establishment. The kind of atrocities that they have done against the people of Balochistan is unfathomable. Since 2013, they have almost wiped out one full generation of young children.
Okay.
And any protest that takes place, any protest who gets injured,
correct,
goes reports to a hospital and they are picked up from the hospitals.
Just for context, I think so. I just want to play out that other visual that we have. Now, it's a clear example of, or a clear indication of how the Pakistani army has been cornered and how it finds itself in a very, very tough spot. Take a look at the other attack that took place just a few days ago. They were basically conducting a drill, and that's when this attack took place. As you can see, as they are moving around, General Sanjay Soy, if you are also joining us on this broadcast, I just want to bring you in. General Sanjay Soy, with the Balochis now increasing their attacks on the Pakistani army, what's the immediate ramification of it?
In fact, Shravan, I would like to say that in last 1 year, about we can say the attacks by the Baloch have become more ferocious, more professional, pinpoint, and they have been inflicting number of casualties. We have seen the case of train hijacking. We have seen the case of attack on the Pakistan military bases, and now this ambush. It is again, you see, so professionally done. So there's a change in Baloch. Earlier, only tribal leaders were there. That now everybody feels that Balochistan needs freedom. Youth have joined in. Educated people have joined in. The women are fighting for the human rights issues. Reason is only one, that atrocities by Pakistan army, and there is no communication. They have been treating Balochis as a second-grade citizen, and now implication of this is, Shravan, is now there is a restlessness in Pakistan army, because they feel while we are not able to control Balochistan, we are not able to control Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and we have started another front with India. They are questioning our ceremony. There's a restlessness in the people, in their intelligentsia, in their some senior officers in the armed forces, that why open another front with India when you can't handle the situation inside. And it is very, very clear from this video that the way Pakistan army is helpless in a very professionally executed ambush by the Balochis Liberation Army. And reason is very, very simple, that they have been doing atrocities. They have no regard for human rights. They have been picking up people, as the Turat brought out, more than 5,000 people, youth had been picked
General
up.
Sanjay Soy, I think so. There is interestingly the point that you're making. I'll just draw a parallel with this, because as you're pointing out, the difficulty that they're essentially facing across, and they find themselves completely cornered as far as the eastern and the western border too. Having said that, there is also more development taking place. A short while back, information actually came in with regards to the TTP, and now in the northwestern province too, there is another development that's taken place. Let's just quickly get the breaking news up coming in right now with regards to the action that has been taken against the Pakistani army. The breaking news is that 9 security personnel, they have been killed in northwest Pakistan. 5 that have been injured while there was an attack that took place at the checkpost in northwest Pakistan. The attack took place at Danda checkpost in Shakai Tehsil of South Waziristan, district of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Now, there's no official word really coming in with regards to who was behind it, but would it be safe to assume, General Sanjay Soy, that the TTP, which has also intensified their action against the Pakistanis, would be perhaps behind this attack that has taken place in northwest Pakistan?
Absolutely. There's no doubt, Shravan, because TTP has been carrying out number of attacks in other areas also, and this kind of attack is the hallmark of TTP. They have been carrying out attack against Pakistan army and police, and their Pakistan army and police have not been able to control TTP or PLA. And in fact, some of their leaders have brought it out openly that there are a number of areas where Pakistan is not in control, and there have been clashes between police in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa area and Pakistan Army. There have been reports of local MPs calling out that you are a corrupt army. Ultimately, the result is that they have never bothered about human rights issues. They have never bothered to establish communication with Balochistan or Khyber people of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa area. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa area people are also disturbed because of arresting Imran Khan for, in spite of he having won the majority. So it is a absolutely political. At present, Pakistan is facing political instability. The armed forces are divided in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa area, Balochistan, and now they have opened another front with India. In spite of India exercising all kinds of restraint, giving them a chance to try and control terror, but somehow it is something like they can't understand. Their mindset is totally jihadi or terrorist mindset. The main culprit, I feel, is Asim Munir is the main culprit, probably for his extension, for his power. He started another front which is beyond their control. They have seen the results. We have been able to thwart all attacks by Pakistan, and we have been able to carry out very effective attacks against their military bases, or when we attacked only the terror camps. So we have been very, very responsible. We have given them all chances, but somehow Pakistan has gone out of their mind. They don't understand the reason. They don't understand the logic. The people of Pakistan must question their leadership. They must question their army officers, because whenever at present I am sitting in USA and I've been meeting a lot of Pakistanis, they say, Janab, हमारा बेड़ा गर्क हमारे नेताओं ने and फौजी अफसरों ने किया है. We have been taken down the drain by our leaders and army officers, armed forces officers, because they have been busy making money. At present also, with the kind of economic situation in Pakistan, they are not bothered where the Pakistan will go. More loans will come on because of the situation, but they are taking out their money. They have sent their families abroad, and they have already sent the money in foreign banks. So he is not bothered. Whatever happens to the people of Pakistan, they're not bothered about the poverty, about the growth, about the industry, about the stability. They are just not concerned. Even if the Pakistan is divided in 2 parts, 3 parts, 4 parts, they are not bothered, because the first flight Asim Munir will take and he will be somewhere else. Nawaz Sharif may take the next flight, and all these guys will just vanish when the crisis comes, or when the Indian army, when we go all out. If the Pakistan does not understand, which we have declared, if more provocations are there, we will be forced to go all out.
Sir, there's a big breaking news update that's just come in right now, so I'd like to go across straight to that, of the proof. In fact, there is a video. I'd like to first play that video. This is video number 9, and as we cover the conflict, this is day 3, video number 9. Listen to the audio layer in the video. In fact, let's listen to the audio and then we'll talk about this.
बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है. भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है. ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे. बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है. भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है. ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे. बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है. भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है. ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे. बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है. ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे. बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है।
6 air bases were targeted today. Shawan, 6 air bases were targeted, and there are more videos of the devastation that is now beginning to unravel. There are different videos that show the destruction. Video number 13 now. This was video number 9, day 3. Let's go to now video number 13.
भाई वीडियो सबसे पहले बने ये भाई धमाका होयो हीन सुंदर इंडस्ट्रियल स्टेट में पता ना है कोई ड्रोन गिरो है कि कहाँ रोड़ो है। अभी अभी धमाका हो हम फैक्ट्री पहुंचा यहाँ अभी अरे कितने आर कोते होया क्या परा होया है अब परा होया ना
भाई इन्हें रात उनके एयरबेस तबाह कर दी इंडिया की।
भाई वीडियो सबसे पहले बने ये भाई धमाका होयो हीन सुंदर इंडस्ट्रियल स्टेट में पता ना है कोई ड्रोन गिरो है कि कहाँ रोड़ो है। अभी अभी धमाका हो हम फैक्ट्री पहुंचा यहाँ अभी अरे कितने आर कोते होया क्या परा होया है अब परा होया ना
भाई इन्हें रात उनके एयरबेस तबाह कर दी इंडिया की।
भाई वीडियो सबसे पहले बने ये भाई धमाका होयो हीन सुंदर इंडस्ट्रियल स्टेट में पता ना है कोई ड्रोन गिरो है कि कहाँ रोड़ो है। अभी अभी धमाका हो हम फैक्ट्री पहुंचा यहाँ अभी अरे कितने आर कोते होया क्या परा होया है अब परा होया ना
भाई इन्हें रात उनके एयरबेस तबाह कर दी इंडिया की।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमरकरा के अंदर ये नुकसान है।
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Act of terror is an act of war. India decides that any future misadventure will be declared straight up an act of war. A second news conference for the first time since Operation Sindoor began. MEA MOD joint briefing at 6 p.m.
Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft.
India pummels 6 key bases. Government confirms, Defence Ministry confirms, Army confirms 100% precision strikes.
Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda.
As Pakistan loses this battle against India, they're completely banking on their propaganda and fake news machinery. Even that is being called out by India. NSA Ajit Doval briefs Prime Minister Modi on the latest developments on Operation Sindoor. The most beautiful aspect of Operation Sindoor has been how the people of Pakistan are exposing Pakistan. People of Pakistan are keen to take videos of the destruction of Pakistani air bases and they love to show it on social media. That's an exclusive video of the Rahim Yar Khan Air Base in southern Punjab, and Shawan will speak over this. Shawan has accessed this video through his sources. This is the Rahim Yar Khan Air Base, southern Punjab, bombed by India. Airbase and airstrip destroyed this morning. Clear destruction seen in these. In fact, there are many still images as well that show that the entire terrace of one section of that airport has collapsed. So infrastructure at this airbase has been targeted. It holds strategic value for rapid development, rapid deployment and operations across southern and eastern Pakistan. A key forward operating base facing Rajasthan has now been rendered inoperational. Shawan with the full details.
Well, in fact, Niranjan, what's interesting this time from Operation Sindoor is the way India has carried it out. Because this time we do not have to give anyone any evidence, because take a look at what's happening right now. This is a video and we should name the source also, because it's important at a time when there is a lot of fake narrative that is being peddled by the Pakistanis. It is important to name those who are recording this. This, I'm given to understand, has been recorded by a Pakistani journalist. Soon after, basically, reports came in that the Pakistani airbase was targeted. As I understand, Major Samarpal Tur, it's a little surprising because this visual that you see, it seems to be perhaps a little outside. I'm not too sure if it is, if we have the inside visuals of the airbase. Do we have that? We'll try and also tell you, because I believe there are multiple visuals that we have. This is just one of the videos because it appears to be perhaps something outside.
Shawan, this basically looks like one of their office complexes.
Okay.
And it looks like one of the frontal approaches of their office complex. Yes.
I'm not too sure whether we have. Can I just get an answer right now?
It could be their officers' mess.
A desk,
probably.
Yeah, because if I'm not wrong, there are multiple videos, and there is a video of the destruction inside the air base itself, and that is a clear example of how our strikes have been like this time.
Shawan,
and this
is just not one place where it is struck. There are multiple. I mean, see, when we say airbase has been attacked, it involves taking out the local radar system. It also involves taking out the local air defense system. It also involves knocking down the communication system. So it is a combination of different assets. Only when these combination of these assets are taken out would we consider that an airbase has been attacked. So yes, all these impacts are there because of tactical relevance and importance?
Well, that's an interesting point that you're making right now, Major Samarpal, because when we're talking about what has been destroyed and the tactical approach that has been taken in here. We are basically looking at, do we have more videos? Do we have the video of the destruction that was caused inside? We'll try and put those out. Yeah, we'll go to, so there are, Major Samarpal, we have a confirmation coming up from our news desk that this is just one of the videos. So there is a possibility that in a short while from now, as we discuss this, as we tell our viewers, show the contrasting pictures, and also our legal editor Rhythm is joining us in the studios right now. Now, Rhythm and Major Samarpal, it's very interesting, and I've been saying this because unlike in the past, when in Balakot, people went on asking, what's the evidence, what's the evidence? Here, I want to emphasize this again and again. This is a video that has been shot by a Pakistani journalist. In fact, it has been put out, it has been shared by someone from Pakistan itself. And in fact, what you're seeing right now is a clear example of the destruction that has taken place inside the base. Now, this base, Major Samarpal, if I'm not wrong, has at least about 5 squadrons, and it also has the transport aircraft of the Pakistan. Yeah. So, can you just help us? My limited understanding is that it does have about 5 of your squadrons, and as far as their transport aircraft are concerned, I'm not too sure whether at all their aircrafts have been destroyed or not. Do you have any information on their aircrafts being destroyed?
See, Shawan, when such attacks take place, see, these are the videos which have been released by Pakistan itself. So it is going to keep it very calculative. It is not going to show the actual destruction, because if it starts projecting that it's this certain aircrafts have been destroyed, you know, then it is going to lower the morale of probably the aggressor, the enemy country. So you see, these are very controlled, in a very controlled manner, to give a depiction that you know, the damage has not been much. It's been very, very bare minimum and of negligible magnitude. So this is what they've been trying to project by releasing these photographs, because you see, civilians are not allowed inside. So it's definitely a Pakistani official who's made this, and you know, they've officially released it. So we will get to know the actuals when we will be getting the satellite imageries of before and after destruction from our press briefings, that too only on need-to-know basis. Because I'm sure that the authorities, the forces are very well aware and are getting a live feed as to the actual damage what has been done. Shawan.
Okay. So we've got some more visuals, and in fact, our executive editor, Rhythm, who's going to take us through some of images that have come in. In fact, multiple air bases have been targeted. You have about 6 air bases in Pakistan that have been targeted, which also, this includes the radar system in Parsoor that has been decimated. Now, this is the inside visual. Now, Major Samarpal, finally, this is what I was waiting for.
Yes.
Because this is the extent of damage.
See, I'm telling you, this is one of the officers' mess probably, or a very high-end delegation room where all the visitors come. We can see the photographs. Just look at the extent of damage, and probably this is a very measured response by our forces to say that you are very, very vulnerable. We will get to you. So you see, I'm sure that it's collateral damage as of now, But once, if the momentum intensifies from the enemy side, there will be human casualties.
I'm sure they would not have shown the kind of damage that has been inflicted upon, say, for example, their aircrafts and the strategic areas of the airbase. So this is essentially, even though, having said that, what is important to point out here is that this time Pakistanis have said, we're going to put out the evidence. There is no saboot ki zarurat nahi hai.
No, see, I'll tell you why they're doing this. See, it's a perception management.
Okay.
So they are trying to project this. This is going to be their propaganda masala material. So this is what they are going to use as an ingredient.
Can you elaborate when you say what's the propaganda here?
Yes, because they will use this material to project it to the world that, see, it is India which has been doing it. As far as Pakistan is concerned,
we are not denying
Pakistan has not done anything.
Major Samarpal, to clarify this, because we are, unlike the Pakistanis, who come up with bizarre explanations, because the DG ISPR just a short while back, ended up saying that we were basically using the ballistic missiles on our own population. Now, they make these kind of bizarre statements. Here, we are addressing the world, and we are saying that, look here, we have carried out an attack, and we have carried out an attack because we have to defend ourselves. It is our right to defend. That is the reason why we are not hiding. We are saying that we have gone inside, we have attacked their air bases, we have finished off their radar system, and we are very proud of doing that.
See, Shravan, let me make it very clear to the audience who are watching this broadcast today that it is a very measured response from the government of India. It is very calculated, and again and again, it's being repeated and told. It's a war on terrorism. It is a war against those who are supporting terrorism. But you see, in the last 72 hours, the amount of drones that have been sent into the Indian airspace from the hostile neighbor is no man's business. Who does that? I mean, see, for a layman, it is actually like, the terrorists are doing this. I'm not even saying that the Pakistanis are doing it, it's the terrorists who are doing this. But the reality is that this aggression is being committed by Pakistan in support of the terrorists. And they're doing this as a lip service to the terror organizations, as a mark of saying, sorry, we could not protect you. But you see, now that the main leadership has been wiped out, as a formality, we will back you up and we will carry out attacks on India. So they are trying to save face within Pakistan against the terror tanzeems that they have been harboring. And of course, without a doubt, they consider India as the enemy. So they are, as it is going to, hit us.
Well, in fact, we have got more videos, and Rhythm, if you can just take us through, these are several series of videos that we've got.
That's right. Like Shravan is telling us, we're now going to go across to video number 12 that's been there on day 3. This video that shows India's offensive against Pakistan, the video shows CCTV. It shows how India destroyed terror launch pads. This is in Sialkot, viewers, that we are showing you this video from, where India has destroyed launch pad, Shravan.
Well, in fact, the launch pads that have been active, particularly in Neelam Valley and Muzaffarabad, if I'm not wrong, the launch pads that have been targeted by India in the last few days, starting with Sialkot, and that's the reason why late last evening some reports actually came in of major explosions taking place. Major Samarpal Tur, last evening it was completely a buzz that explosions are taking place in Muzaffarabad, and this morning we got an official confirmation that yes, these terror launch pads have been sort of demolished. Now, what is important to point out here is the information that we have. You've had the Pakistani army, interestingly, using these very launch pads to target our posts. What we have essentially done is that not only targeted them with mortar guns and several other ammunition that has been used to destroy this completely. Major Samarpal Tur, just a quick comment before Rhythm takes us through the other videos also.
See, Shavan, these launch pads are as per the convenience of the terrain and the cover which it provides to the Pakistan military establishment.
Typically, what ammunition would you have been using? Is it the mortar guns? Or?
This one would be, yes, mortars. I wouldn't be specific which one, but yes, the general weapon use could be mortars. And there are few other indirect projectile weapon systems that we have, which I really am not comfortable discussing on TV and which I will not. Because as Republic TV is a very responsible channel, we are not here to tell about our weapon and equipment. It will be more on khabar dushman ki rather than khabar khud ki. So you see, they were within the proximity range of the BSF, and it has very effectively and efficiently struck it. And as you see the video, even the proximity of the rays of the torch can also go towards the enemy area. So it's not very far away. It is within the medium range weapons of weapon systems. So, and I'm sure that they've done it very effectively, and that is the pinpoint precision that we have in today's times. And you see, drones are also being used for observation. So I'm sure that they'll have better visuals of aerial visuals, which will probably be released in days to come.
Okay.
And there's breaking news that's also coming in. It's confirmed that apart from the air bases, Pakistan raiders' sites in Pasroor have also been decimated. The all-weather radar system for flight landing and takeoff has also been impacted. Shavan, this clearly shows that, like what was stated at the press briefing in the morning, they are trying to sow discord in India. There's targeting our civilians. There's a wanton campaign by them. But India has retaliated. Their airbase has been decimated. Their all-weather radar system for flight landing has also been impacted.
Well, not just the air bases. It turns out that this is a calculated move that has been made by the Indian Army, the Indian Air Force. And what they've essentially done is that you're basically taking away all power to carry out any military action. Now, the moment your radar systems actually fail completely, it basically cripples any sort of movement of your own fighter jets. So these squadrons would actually have a tough time in terms of getting real-time weather updates, which again has its own impact in terms of when the flight actually takes off, in what condition that the flight takes off. So the radar system going down makes it difficult. Of course, there are backup plans also, which perhaps Major Samarpal Tur can elaborate on it, because my understanding is that they do have, every airbase does have a backup system in place. But having said that, when your primary radar system is impacted, then it of course has, it cripples the entire movement, or it cripples the entire formations there. Now, the other important aspect here is that Pasroor basically caters to a number of areas, and that radar system has basically been affected, which means that the air bases which were basically targeted, these air bases and the air defense systems that have been targeted yesterday basically leaves several of the Pakistani cities vulnerable. When I say that, it means that if at all India basically ups the ante, then there is a high possibility that most of these cities would be left completely unarmed, because without the air defense system, our drones can still go and carry out the attacks. Our loitering munitions can actually work out. And Major Samarpal Tur, Pasroor, as I understand, it's a very strategic location where the radar system is, and if I'm not wrong, it also caters to a few more air bases. What's your understanding of it?
I mean, Pasroor Air Base is a decent. It's an air base which has a temporary landing strip. So they have probably one more airstrip which is fully functional. But you see, the hits that are taking place on the reserve strips first and the main strips as well. So basically there is no room for facilitating any flight that can now use these airstrips. So what I foresee as per tactically is that, you know, all the air infrastructure, the air power infrastructure of the Pakistan Air Force is systematically and calculatively being taken out, and it is a clear-cut message. And once that the panic is come in, that their external affairs minister of Pakistan has said that if India now de-escalates, we will de-escalate as well, because they know the odds. They know the odds, they know it, that what has been destroyed and come under attack is of extreme tactical importance, and it has costed them dearly in terms of attrition and money. All these systems are very, very expensive systems, and if they are not protected and they are left vulnerable, I mean, this is exactly what has happened. They either underestimated the Indian forces with by sending in their drone swarms, thinking that we'll be overwhelmed by that. I mean, it's a total and pure miscalculated move by the hostile neighbor. Shravan.
Yeah. So, as Major Samarpal Tur Rhythm was basically was helping us understand the impact that it has when you have the radar system down, you have the air bases down, you have the air defense systems down. So obviously, look at also the timing of what the government has basically said, that if at all there is an escalation, and that would be seen as an act of war.
Yes.
So it's a calculated move.
In fact, Shravan, if I can also tell you, in another major blow to Pakistan's misadventures, India launched missiles targeting multiple Pakistani air bases on Saturday morning. Explosions were heard at several Pakistani installations, including at Chakala in Rawalpindi, Murid in Chakwar, Rafiki in Shorkot, Rahim Yar Khan, Shukur and Chudian. Take a look.
They hit us. We hit back harder. After Pakistan attacked 26 locations across the line of control, India launched missiles targeting multiple Pakistani air bases on Saturday morning. Explosions were heard at several Pakistani installations. The Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, Murid Air Base in Chakwal, and the Rahim Yar Khan Air Base in eastern Punjab province. The Noor Khan Air Base is situated in Chaklala, a suburb of Rawalpindi. The hub that serves as a key node in Pakistan's mid-air refueling and mission capabilities has been destroyed. Located near Punjab's Chakwal district, the Murid Air Base serves as an operational flying base for Pakistan's Air Force. The Rahim Yar Khan Air Base is another significant military installation located 300 kilometers south of Islamabad. The Indian Army also destroyed Pakistani posts and multiple terror launch pads. And the terror state's repeated attempts to launch targeted strikes across Jammu and Kashmir for 3 consecutive days has so far been met with harsh retaliation by the armed forces. And Republic has the double confirmation. The proof that this battle is far from over.
अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे, बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है.
And with tensions only escalating, Pakistan is now very vulnerable after major attacks by the Indian armed forces.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
पाकिस्तानी और इंडियन ने शुरू कर दिया। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है, मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं ये कंफर्म होना बाकी है, लेकिन ये कंफर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
ये नुकसान, ये 9 नंबर, ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमरकरा के अंदर ये नुकसान है।
Is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balakot, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
India has decided any future act of terror will be considered an act of war against India and will be responded accordingly. MEA MOD joint briefing on Operation Sindoor at 6 p.m.
Pakistan military targets at Rafiki, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft.
India pummels of 4 key Pakistan air bases. MOD confirms 100% precision strikes and no collateral damage.
About activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda.
MEA busts Pakistan fake claims on attacks, fact checks propaganda with real-time images. And NSA Ajit Doval briefs Prime Minister Modi on latest developments of Operation Sindoor. Three strikes. India has taught Pakistan their lesson. We have 16 videos from day 1 to day 3 which show the massive retaliation by India. First, let's go to the most compelling video, viewers. This is video 9 on day 3, where huge explosions can be seen. A man describes the attack. A Pakistani national confirms location, Noor Khan Air Base. Man says Noor Khan Air Base has been attacked. Listen to the reaction.
अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे, बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है। भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है। ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे, बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है। भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आगे
ये वीडियो नंबर 12 इधर लिखा हुआ है।
अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे, बिल्कुल घर के सामने अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है। भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आगे।
And now video number 12, day 3, India's offensive against Pakistan. Video shows CCTV. It shows how India destroyed terror launch pads. Let me also now go across to Major Samar Paltul, who's joining us, as well as my colleague Abhishek, who's joining us. This is massive, as we are showing at Sialkot. Major Samar Paltul, India has destroyed the terror launch pad.
Yes, Rhythm, as the audience can see on the screens, these are those critical launch pads which are within the proximity of 5 to 10 kilometers within Pakistan, and it takes a matter of just, you could say, half an hour up to 1 hour for any of the infiltrators to come in, and they have different means. What they do is, firstly, they usually dig the ground, and they dig underneath the fence, and then they make an opening into the Indian territory, and then they probably have the tendency to then move in and make and establish contact again with the handlers, or as we call it, OGWs. overground workers. And you see, this is also, OGWs are almost as good as terrorists. I mean, I wouldn't say they are OGWs, but they are OGTs, overground terrorists. I mean, it is high time that the local populace tries to find them out and apprehend them and hand them over to the police or any of the nearest military installations. So, you know, there has been an aggressive stance from the local population, which is at the border belt as well. So, this was one of the most active launch pads, which was creating very frequent and constant problems for the Indian forces. So, I'm glad that it's been taken out. It was one of the most, you know, trouble-making launch pads, which was under the scanner, and it's finally gone, and it's a good, big achievement.
And that's the video that is taking them out. Viewers, I'm going to take you to video number 13 that shows Pakistani national confirms the attack, describes the explosion. Pakistani flag can be seen in the video. Plumes of
भाई वीडियो सबसे पहले बने
after the explosion.
भाई धमाका होयो हीन सुंदर इंडस्ट्रियल स्टेट में पता ना है कोई ड्रोन गिरो है कि कहाँ रोड़ो है अभी धमाका होयो हम फैक्ट्री पहुंचा यहाँ अभी अरे किथे आर को ते होया का परा होया है अब परा होया ना भाई इन्हें रात उनके एयर बेस तबाह कर दी इंडिया की भाई वीडियो सबसे पहले बने ई भाई धमाका होयो हीन सुंदर इंडस्ट्रियल स्टेट में पता ना है कोई ड्रोन गिरो है कि कहाँ रोड़ो है अभी धमाका होयो हम फैक्ट्री पहुंचा यहाँ अभी अरे किथे आर को ते होया का परा होया है अब परा होया ना भाई इन्हें रात उनके एयर बेस तबाह कर दी इंडिया की भाई वीडियो सबसे पहले बने ई भाई धमाका होयो हीन सुंदर इंडस्ट्रियल स्टेट में पता ना है कोई ड्रोन गिरो है कि कहाँ रोड़ो है अभी धमाका होयो हम फैक्ट्री पहुंचा यहाँ अभी अरे किथे आर को ते होया का परा होया है अब परा होया ना भाई इन्हें रात उनके एयर बेस तबाह कर दी इंडिया की
And now we have video number 15, viewers. It shows a loud noise of sirens. Fireball can be seen where a man says Sukur airport has been struck. This is how we are showing you how Pakistanis who are sending videos are showing how Sukur in Pakistan and other places are struck.
बचत थी वाह दरा दरिया पूरा घर लुड़िया सखर एयरपोर्ट ते स्ट्राइक वाह बचत थी वाह दरा दरिया पूरा घर लुड़िया सखर एयरपोर्ट ते स्ट्राइक वाह बचत थी वाह दरा दरिया पूरा घर लुड़िया सखर एयरपोर्ट ते स्ट्राइक वाह बचत थी वाह दरा दरिया पूरा घर लुड़िया सखर एयरपोर्ट ते स्ट्राइक वाह बचत थी वाह दरा दरिया पूरा घर लुड़िया सखर एयरपोर्ट ते स्ट्राइक वाह बचत थी वाह दरा दरिया पूरा घर लुड़िया
And there's breaking news coming in. We're getting you an exclusive video now, viewers, where the Rahim Yar Khan airbase destruction can be seen. This is the video of destruction of the Rahim Yar Khan airbase in Pakistan. Strategic importance for them. It makes it vital for military operations, rapid deployment, drone activities. The airbase that has been struck shares infrastructure with the international airport in Pakistan, serving dual purposes for military and civilian aviation. The video of the destruction of the Rahim Yar Khan airbase in Pakistan, extremely vital. Abhishek, also give us more the reasons for the strategic importance of Rahim Yar Khan airbase that has been destroyed.
Rahim Yar Khan is considered one of the forward bases, air bases of Pakistan rhythm. And the fact that India has hit Rahim Yar Khan, India has hit right there inside inside Rawalpindi, the Noor Khan base is clearly a message to Pakistan and the people, more than the generals, that these generals are not invincible, that these generals can be taken down. They are at our, they are at on our target, and whenever we want, we can move our missiles from the missiles could have easily moved from Noor Khan, which is about just 10 kilometers from the Rawalpindi headquarters of the general headquarters, as they are called, of the Pakistan Army, just about 10 kilometers from there. This gives an idea of the kind of penetration that Indian forces can manage, hoodwinking the air defense. Absolutely Chinese dud air defense of the Pakistanis. I think it's a revelation to the people of Pakistan that the generals have been fooling around with them and giving them an impression of invincibility, because there has been no war since 1971 and 1999, of course, they lost. This generation of Pakistanis perhaps does not know that this Pakistan army is good for nothing, and Operation Sindoor has just brought that under focus. The Pakistanis today, this generation now knows that the generals were fooling around with them. They cannot defend their country, and it's so easy to take them down that their most advanced of forward bases under the nose of the general headquarters can be hit like we have done today.
Let's also go across to a reaction that had also come in from the MEA press conference in the morning, when Wing Commander Vyomika Singh had spoken about this.
In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiki, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar sites at Pasroor and Sialkot Aviation Base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage.
पाकिस्तान द्वारा सैन्य ठिकानों को जानबूझकर निशाना बनाने के पश्चात भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने त्वरित व सुनियोजित जवाबी हमले किए। टेक्निकल इंस्टॉलेशंस, कमांड एंड कंट्रोल सेंटर्स, रडार साइट्स और हथियार भंडार को चुनकर निशाना बनाया गया। रफीकी, मुरीद, चकलाला, रहम यार खान, सुकूर और चुनिया स्थित पाक सैन्य ठिकानों पर एयर लॉन्च सटीक हथियारों व लड़ाकू जेट से प्रहार किए गए। पसरूर स्थित रडार साइट और सियालकोट का एविएशन बेस भी प्रिसीजन एम्यूनिशन से टारगेट किए गए। इन कार्रवाइयों के दौरान भारत ने कम से कम कोलैटरल डैमेज की क्षति सुनिश्चित की। चिंता का विषय यह रहा कि पाकिस्तान ने लाहौर से उड़ान भरने वाले नागरिक विमानों की आड़ लेकर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हवाई मार्गों का दुरुपयोग किया ताकि वे अपनी गतिविधियां छिपा सके। ऐसी चालों ने भारतीय वायु प्रतिरक्षा तंत्र को नागरिक सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करते हुए अत्यधिक संयम के साथ कार्य करने के लिए विवश किया। साथ ही साथ पाकिस्तान ने मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन का सहारा लेते हुए आदमपुर स्थित S-400 प्रणाली, सूरतगढ़ व सिरसा के हवाई अड्डों, नगरोटा के ब्रह्मोस बेस, देहरागिरी के तोपखाना पोजीशन तथा चंडीगढ़ के अग्रिम गोला बारूद डिपों को नष्ट करने के झूठे दावे सोशल मीडिया पर फैलाए। भारत इन फॉल्स नैरेटिव्स को पूर्णतः खारिज करता है।
Viewers, Pakistani attack drones and projectiles dropped like 9 pins as India's robust and clinical air defense thwarted a fresh attempt to target the country's sensitive defense installations. Republic traveled to the forward areas of Gujarat's Kutch, but a long-range Pakistani drone was successfully intercepted by the Indian air defense. Republic was also visiting another site in Punjab's Pathankot, where an enemy projectile was successfully brought down.
Pakistan launched a fresh wave of drones and missiles to violate the Indian airspace. However, the attempt was foiled by alert Indian air defense. The hostile drones and projectiles dropped like 9 pins. 6 of the projectiles were intercepted by the Indian air defense, dropped over Kutch and Gujarat. 4 of these projectiles were shot down by the IAF in Nalia, while the other 2 were taken down in Bhuj. Republic traveled to the Adipur Gandhidham area of Bhuj, where a long-range Pakistani drone was taken down.
24068 ये पूरा ये नंबर है, ये भी इसका भी कुछ महत्व होगा, ड्रोन नंबर ये है। और इस इंटरसेप्शन को किस तरीके से हमारी जो टीम है एयर डिफेंस की उसने कारगर साबित करवाया। आपको नज़र आ रहा होगा इसमें भी कई ऐसे पार्ट्स हैं जो कि जल गए हैं इंटरसेप्शन की वजह से, और ये जब इस जोन पर गिरा होगा तो उसकी वजह से जो हीट यहाँ पर बनी है वो हीट अभी तक आपको नज़र आ रही होगी, क्योंकि जो धरती यहाँ पर है वो कहीं ना कहीं अभी थोड़ी सी गर्म नज़र आ रही है।
Republic also visited Pathankot, where several of these hostile projectiles were down.
एक बार फिर से पाकिस्तान की नापाक कोशिशों को जो इंडियन एयर डिफेंस है उसको नष्ट किया है। फिलहाल जो तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं अब से थोड़ी देर पहले है, जो ड्रोन पे मिसाइल लगी थी उसको भारतीय सेना ने जो एयर डिफेंस है उसको नष्ट किया है। फिलहाल ये जो तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं ये पठानकोट और हिमाचल का जो बॉर्डर है, फिलहाल जहां पर हम खड़े हैं इस वक्त हम हिमाचल में खड़े हैं, जहां पर वो जो मिसाइल है वो गिरी है। इसका इम्पैक्ट आप देख सकते हैं कि कितना इसका इम्पैक्ट रहा है। एक करीबन 3 से 4 फुट का एक बड़ा गड्ढा है वो यहाँ पर हो गया है।
Fragments of drones shot down by the Indian Air Defence were also recovered in the Dhamtal hills of Himachal Pradesh. Republic spoke to locals who said such was the impact of the crashed drones that the bored pits 3 to 4 feet deep. As Pakistan continues to provoke and escalate, the forces stand alert to foil their devious plans.
And this breaking news coming in, Baloch Liberation Army ambushed Pak Army and took control of the Alwala area of Noshki and nearby railway and police station. We spoke to our reporters there earlier. We're now going to go across to Gursimran to give us more details on the story, because it's clear that in the Balochistan army is taking control, ambushing the Pakistan army. Till we get Gursimran, if I can go across to my colleague Abhishek. Abhishek, these pictures tell their own story. Yes. The Baloch. Okay, we listen to the gnats and we listen to those natural sounds from there first. Abhishek, it's clear liberation is around the corner for Balochistan.
You are absolutely right. The kind of gunfire that we have seen in those pictures, Rhythm, it's clearly a message from the Baloch insurgents that now the Pakistani state and its writ is not going to run in this territory. Look at the ease with which the Pakistani soldiers have been cornered, and for the time that the firing continues and the Pakistani soldiers are not able to respond in any manner, clearly suggests the kind of area domination that the insurgents have now. In fact, we are getting reports that over the last week or so, since Pakistan has taken a very foolish decision to engage with India, there are more and more incidents happening in Balochistan where whatever remains of the Pakistani soldiers, remember, even they are demoralized and trying to sort of escape from their levees. Whatever soldiers are remaining there, they are getting frequently cornered by Baloch insurgents, and we are seeing a very active liberation war there really panning out, and this is just one glimpse of that, Rhythm.
That's absolutely true, and we're going to also go across to the other top focus here. Pakistan tried, Pakistan failed again. Missiles misfired, drones destroyed, terror launch pads turned to dust. From Punjab to Gujarat, their cowardly provocation met with one answer: Indian firepower. This isn't escalation, viewers, it's domination. Here's how India nailed it when Pakistan ate dust.
Scattered wreckage, exploded shells, twisted metal. That's all Pakistan has managed to deliver across India's western border. Sirsa, Barmer, Jaisalmer, Kutch, Pokhran, Mansa, Jalandhar, Aknoor, Bishna, all targeted, all standing strong. Pakistan fired, Pakistan failed. Their missiles wrecked, their drones blown mid-air, their shelling useless and desperate.
सुबह के समय लगभग 4:30 बजे जो ड्रोन्स है उनको यहाँ पर जो है वो भेजा गया था, और फिलहाल जो इंडियन डिफेंस सिस्टम है उन्होंने तमाम तरह से उनको न्यूट्रलाइज कर दिया था, उनको नष्ट कर दिया था। फिलहाल जो ये इम्पैक्ट आप देख रहे हैं माजरा गांव में, जहां पर करीबन 2 फीट का जो गड्ढा है वो हो गया है।
India's air defense didn't just respond, it hunted them down. Drone after drone neutralized before they could even breathe. But we didn't stop at defense, we hit back hard. In Jammu, BSF turned a Pakistani Rangers post into rubble. Zero hesitation, total domination. In Luni of Sialkot, where Pakistan dared to launch tube drones, India struck with precision.
There has been a heavy retaliation. There have been losses to the Pakistani posts that are there. I'll request Sarjeevan to show you that that is the Octrai post that where we used to travel without any kind of a restriction. But now what has happened that this entire area that you see close to me, this has come under fire. Pakistan is now firing the 120 mm mortar shells, 151 mm mortar shells into these areas so that they can cause many damage to this civilian population.
The terror launch pads vaporized and gone. Watch how our forces have completely flattened the terror launch pads. This is not a standoff. This is not restraint. This is a message. You come for India, you face the fire. Pakistan fails every single time, whereas India nails it every single shot.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है।
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पाकिस्तानी और इंडियन ने शुरू कर दिया। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड भी अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर, 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कंफर्म होना बाकी है। लेकिन ये कंफर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
India's big statement on Pakistan says any future act of terror will be considered an act of war against India and will be responded with full force. Stand by for the MEA-MOD joint address on Operation Sindoor at 6 p.m.
India has defended and reacted in a responsible and measured fashion to these provocations and these escalations by the Pakistani side.
India pummels 6 Pakistan air bases and 2 enemy radar systems in precision strikes. BLA continues its offensive against Pak Army across 39 different locations, kills 9 Pak Army soldiers in Northwest Pak ambush. Pakistan's dirty toolkit at play. Targets tourists' locations. Another Pak projectile shot down near Dal Lake. Good evening, viewers. Welcome to the special broadcast. In today's special episode, we separate power from posturing, facts from fear. As tensions flare and eyes lock across the border, India's war chest stands ready. Vast, lethal, and battle-proven. From the sky to the sea, from missiles that reach thousands of kilometers to submarines that strike from the depths of the water. India's arsenal isn't just loaded, it's layered, lethal, decisive. Today we decode why Pakistan stands no chance as India's most advanced weapon system takes center stage. Joining us are India's top defense minds. They will be breaking down the muscle behind each machine and why they tip the scales firmly in India's favor. This isn't just a lineup of firepower, it's a message of strength, strategy, and war supremacy.
Silence is not fear, it's focus. Our patience is not weakness, it's control. When the nation calls, when lines are crossed, we don't wait, we don't warn, we act. Our silence is not fear, it's focus. Our patience is not weakness, it's control. When the nation calls, we strike with precision, purpose and pride. Because this is who we are, always ready, always watching, for peace or for justice. Indian Army, always ready, always relentless. When lines are crossed, we don't wait, we don't warn, we act. Our silence is not fear, it's focus.
Well, in fact, we'll take you through the arsenal. What makes India and its firepower unmatched? And particularly if you are really placing India with Pakistan, then there is really no match, particularly with regards to how we have, over the last 10 to 11 years, we have seen a multifold jump in the firepower that India really possesses today. And that is the reason why today, Rhythm, we've decided to put together our arsenal, what makes us different, what makes our firepower completely unmatched. Now let me take you through some of the missiles that we are essentially using. The Agni 2 missiles with a medium range of 2,000 kilometers range, we're essentially able to target the farthest enemies. And that is the reason why Agni series does have that kind of a firepower. Let's move to Agni 3. That's about 3,700. There are multiple variants of Agni. In fact, it's Agni 1, 2, and 3, with 3 being the maximum coverage of 3,500 kilometers range. And as far as its capability is concerned, it has a multi-platform capability. On your screens right now, the Agni series ballistic missiles that India has basically acquired. Let's take you through the other.
Yes, there's a breaking news that's coming in. In fact, if we could just go across to that big breaking news that's coming in. All right, the big breaking news that's coming in, if we could just go across to that. All right, big breaking news coming in, Shawan. We're now being told that Donald Trump has now posted. He's saying, I am pleased to announce India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. US President Donald Trump has stated. In fact, on the Truth Social post, the breaking news that's coming in, it says, after a long night of talks mediated by the United States, Donald Trump says, I am pleased to announce India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. Congratulations to both countries. And that's the tweet from Donald Trump. It says, after a long night of talks mediated by the United States, I am pleased to announce India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. Congratulations to both countries on using common sense and great intelligence. Thank you for your attention in this matter. I think this is the big breaking news coming in from the President of the United States of America, who said he's pleased to announce India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. US President Donald Trump has now posted on Truth Social post, after a long night of talks mediated by the United States, I am pleased to announce that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. The words full and immediate ceasefire are in bold and in capital. He also then goes on to state in that statement, congratulations to both countries on using common sense and great intelligence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. It seems, Shawan, US President is now saying India-Pakistan agreed for a ceasefire.
Well, in fact, that essentially helps us understand the ultimatum that India had actually given here, saying that if Pakistan resorts to any terrorist activity, then it will be seen as an act of war. So it does appear as some sort of an ultimatum that has now been given to the Pakistanis. Meanwhile, backroom talks that have essentially been taking place. In fact, you've had the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who also happens to be the National Security Advisor, who's been dialing the Pakistan Army Chief earlier today. In fact, we're given to understand that this comes after multiple talks, a round of talks that have taken place between the United States of America and, for that matter, Pakistan, with the Pakistani Prime Minister also being told about the need for de-escalation. In fact, as far as India is concerned, let's also re-emphasize this. India is very clear. We wanted... It was our right to defend ourselves. The message that India had sent across was this, that you cannot escalate any further, and if you do so, then we will certainly retaliate. Now, that's the position that India has maintained. There is no change as far as India's position is concerned. This ceasefire, what are the contour of the ceasefire? We'll have to wait and watch. But having said that, the big news now coming in, breaking news coming in, President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, has made an assertion. He says that after a long night of talks mediated by the United States of America, I'm pleased to announce that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. Congratulations to both countries on using common sense and great intelligence. Abhishek, what's the contour of this kind of a ceasefire? Because you have the Secretary of State, National Security Advisor Marco Rubio speaking to the Pakistan Army Chief and, of course, also the Pakistan Prime Minister. But it seems that India has made its position very clear. And our position is that if you escalate, we will retaliate.
Well, you see, Niranjan, Shawan, this is coming in from Donald Trump, so we have to wait for India to make a statement, and we have to, of course, believe that. And for that, I believe that press conference at 6 p.m. is going to make a statement on that. Having said that, look at the contours. The video released by the Indian Army had that music of triumphalism going with it. The fact that India announced a policy decision under which any future terror attack is going to attract the clause of war. I think there was already some kind of build-up happening. We had our, in the press conference, a statement coming in from the officers on the army side that if Pakistan so chooses, we can still de-escalate, but we will de-escalate only if Pakistan chooses so. So I think this was building up. As I said, we have to wait for that press conference at 6 p.m. when you are going to get the contours insofar as India's position is concerned. Pakistan. This is Donald Trump, and remember, Donald Trump has been mediating between Russia and Ukraine, and at least 3 or 4 times he has announced that we are close to ceasefire, but nothing happened. So I don't think militarily, just because an announcement has come from US President, it translates into change of facts on the ground, which of course have their own dynamics. If, for example,
Abhishek,
Pakistan
can I
is
just,
not listening,
Abhishek, just a quick, a query here, because India's position has always been that we do not want a third party. We do not want any sort of mediation or coming in from a third party.
It is a clear case of overstepping. It is not the job of the President of the United States to make a claim when we haven't even agreed that this is a matter which requires his intervention. I mean, with the greatest of respect to the American President, he has no idea about the ground situation. He has no idea about what's happening here. Till a few days back, he said that this is not for him to look into. And now he's congratulating both countries trying to be a global peacemaker. And I think this is beyond him. I strongly object to the fact that the US President is saying that he has sorted out the conversation between two countries. I think President Trump does not understand the importance of difference between back channel talks or informal diplomacy or clandestine diplomacy or overt diplomacy. Somebody should
you think this is typical Trump overreach?
This is typical Trump overreach. This is typical Trump overreach at a time when he does not have a mandate to do so. And I think it becomes incumbent right now for the government to start the press conference, which we were promised at 5:30. If this was a calibrated announcement, which I do not know anything about, then really we will go, Republic will go by what our Prime Minister says. Republic will go by what the Foreign Secretary of India says and what the Indian forces says. It is wrong for Donald Trump to go out and make an announcement, but this is typical.
And the fact that he's saying, and the fact, Arnab, he's saying that overnight negotiations, while we had the worst of fighting between the two sides.
Where are the negotiations overnight? Where are the negotiations overnight? Who has mandated him to have those negotiations overnight? Last night we were pummeling them back after they tried to send their drones. Last night there were people in Firozpur who were injured. Last night there were 36 places where they tried to do incursions, and we have hit them back. And a ceasefire is not a phone call. It is not like one of those things that happen on WhatsApp. I mean, Donald Trump should get real about the situation. I will completely go by what my government says.
And Trump has failed for the 5 months with Russia and Ukraine.
No, that's not the point.
He has announced 4 times.
Trump is too eager. Trump is jumping the gun. And I do not believe that this can be the kind of announcement that can be taken seriously as an announcement. And that's why I came on air to say this, that ऐसा नहीं होता है कि आप informally announce करें, you take a role for yourself, and 2 days back.
And Americans seem to be heavily invested because Secretary Marco Rubio is now posting saying over the last 48 hours, Vice President Vance and I
don't buy this. And we will finish this. Let us not forget here, with the greatest of respect, that the United States of America was the country which threatened to send the 7th Fleet in 13 days. And therefore, we are an independent country. And he's trying to equalize this. How on earth can Trump equalize between what has happened in Pahalgam and what has happened thereafter?
It's a clear case of overreach.
Clear overstretch. I'm sorry I'm going to have to go. You can take this forward. But we are going to be on conversation with our channels in the government.
Absolutely. So, Shravan, that should be the position, That should be the position, Shravan and Niranjan, because while Donald Trump has this habit of making an overreach, like it did in the case of Russia and Ukraine, 4 times he has unilaterally announced ceasefire, which has never become effective on the ground. The kind of diplomacy that the Americans are claiming themselves to have done over the last 48 hours does not seem to be translating into facts on the ground. And the facts on the ground are that the last 24 hours have seen the worst of fighting between the two sides, the worst of provocations coming in from the Pakistanis, the worst of escalation coming in by way of drone attacks and missile attacks. And for Donald Trump and the American Secretary of State to claim that, there is ceasefire because we have negotiated. Let's wait.
We also want to bring across
India to make an announcement.
Abhishek, we also want to bring and break Marco Rubio's tweet like we were putting out. He says, over the past 48 hours, VP Vance and I have engaged with senior Indian and Pakistani officials, including Prime Minister Modi and Shehbaz Sharif, External Affairs Minister Dr. Jai Shankar, Chief of Army Staff Asim Munir, and National Security Advisors Ajit Doval and Asim Malik. He says, I'm pleased to announce the government of India and Pakistan have agreed to an immediate ceasefire and to start talking on a broad set of issues at a neutral site. We commend Prime Minister Modi and Sharif on their wisdom, prudence and statesmanship in choosing the path of peace. Now, Abhishek, I want to come back to you and ask you this question. You know, this is something that was also seen earlier. We remember this is how after Balakot airstrike, similar statements and retorts were made by the US president. And now this breaking news coming in. Is this also going to be seen as Pakistan surrender? I'm going to introduce my panelists, Major General Rajan Kochar with us, Major Samarpal Tur with us, Shavan in the studio along with me. Abhishek, I want to ask you this and then to our guests.
Ridwan, just give me a minute. I'm getting a breaking news development. Just confirming and getting back. Just speak to the guests. I'm coming back to you.
Abhishek is getting that breaking news. I want to go across to Major General Rajan Kochar. How are you seeing this development, sir?
Rhythm, I'm seeing this development in a slightly different perspective as it is being discussed here. Back channel diplomacy has been going on since a long time, and the US has been speaking to Pakistan's leaders and as well as the Indian leaders.
But General Rajan Kochar, will India accept?
I just want to break.
The reason I'm telling you why it is to be accepted is
coming in, sir. Sir, just before you come across, there is another Pakistan foreign minister now puts out a tweet. Pakistan and India have agreed to a ceasefire with immediate effect. Pakistan has always strived for peace and security in the region without compromising on its sovereignty and territorial integrity.
The perspective which I was actually making was this statement had to come from the US first, because if this statement was coming from India first, it means that, you know, we have backed out.
You know,
it's important that to understand this perspective. After
it's surprising. It's extremely surprising because for a country like ours, we've always maintained that when it comes to India-Pakistan issue, we do not want any third-party interference. That's been the long-standing position of our country.
Shravan, your point is well taken.
Yes.
Your point is well taken. But you have to understand here that these two countries are not talking to each other. There has to be a mediator somewhere.
Okay. Why do we need a mediator?
For another Pahalgam to happen.
Okay. Why do we need a mediator in the first place?
What's the point, sir?
And Abhishek has some more news, and sir, I'm just going to come back to you. First, Pakistan Foreign Minister's tweet where he says Pakistan and India agreed to a ceasefire with immediate effect. Pakistan has always strived for peace and security in the region without compromising, etc. But first, I want to go across to hammered by India. Pakistan agrees and declared a ceasefire. Breaking news coming in. I want to go back to Abhishek. Abhishek, you've got more details.
Well, yes, important developments, Rhythm. I've been gathering information. So it was the Pakistanis who approached the Americans that they want ceasefire. They sued for peace. The Americans came back to New Delhi and said that, see, Pakistan wants ceasefire, to which India said that if the Pakistanis want ceasefire, they have to demonstrate that they have to pull back from terrorism.
Okay.
And that
what are the conditions? Because, Abhishek,
Major General Rajan Kochar wants to make a statement here. Yes, sir.
To make a statement, I want to tell the Pakistanis that how can you say that ceasefire has been agreed
General
to?
Rajan Kochar.
There is no comment from India.
Well, in fact, Abhishek is getting us more details. Gentlemen, just hold on, because this is a breaking news situation right now.
General, this is a Twitter statement.
Okay, it's not a statement, but yeah, the question here is about, it's a long-standing position. We are just getting in about details. They've been hammered here. Look at what has happened. There is an ultimatum.
Breaking news coming in.
There is an ultimatum that was given to Pakistan.
Pakistan declares a ceasefire. Pakistan is sued for peace, and Pakistan ambassador to the United States approached Americans. The big news coming, India's response is also likely, but hammered by India, Pakistan declared the ceasefire. Plummeted by Indian forces, Islamabad scurries to announce a ceasefire. After India's precision strikes, Pakistan declares a ceasefire. After mighty Indian retaliation to Pakistan terror, Pakistan declares a ceasefire. There's also breaking news coming in on sources which Abhishek is getting us. The stoppage of fighting and military action between India and Pakistan was worked out directly between the two countries. The Pakistan DGMO initiated the call this afternoon, where discussions took place and an understanding was reached. There is no decision to hold talks on any other issue at any other place. Pakistan DGMO approached his Indian counterpart. The breaking news coming, the call happened this afternoon. The Indian government is going to be likely to respond at 6 p.m. But this is the clear truth, Major General Rajan Kochar. Hammered by India, Pakistan has declared a ceasefire. Plummeted by Indian forces, Islamabad scurries to announce the ceasefire.
Well, in fact, they've been, when we say Pakistan, remember, had absolutely no choice, General Rajan Kochar, because we have already seen what happened to Pakistan and the ultimatum that has been given here. It's important to point out here, India has made its position very clear. We are not here to have any talks with Pakistan. Let's be very clear. We are not going to have any talks here because Pakistan's DGMO. There's a breaking news now coming in. Let's go to Abhishek.
Rhythm, hold on, Rhythm. That's very important information I'm getting for you, Rhythm. This is breaking news development. It is Pakistan that sued for peace. Pakistan sent its ambassador to the United States in Washington, D.C., going to the State Department and to White House and sought intervention of the White House. The Americans approached India. I'm telling you from people who were involved in the process, the Americans approached New Delhi and said that these Pakistanis have come to them crying, suing for peace. Would you agree? India said we can agree only on the condition that Pakistan demonstrates that it has stopped indulging with terror. It should be demonstrable.
The clear point here is that it is, as of today, it is certainly, it appears to be a unilateral act of ceasefire by Pakistan. That's the first point to understand.
Yes.
And they have been offering the ceasefire. Now that they have offered the ceasefire, obviously we will consider it. We are not a violent country. We do not want to harm any country or its people beyond a certain point.
We have put a condition, terrorism has to stop.
Condition that if there is a single act of terrorism after this, then it will be an act of war. So we've taken it to the brink. But the point is, the reality is this, that it is a unilateral, it is completely and entirely and totally a unilateral act of announcement of ceasefire by Pakistan.
Pakistan suing for peace.
Till this moment, they are suing for peace, they are begging for peace.
Begging for peace.
They are begging for peace. And now we will see what India does after this. It will have to be discussed, and the terms will have to be understood. The fact is, we put Pakistan firmly in its place. There is absolutely no doubt about it. Pakistan has very clearly and solidly run out of options. And I think it is the precision strikes of last night which have created a set of circumstances that Pakistan does not really have an option right now. They would have to sue for peace. Because if there had been one more round of precision strikes by India, we've already destroyed such significant bases that they would have nothing left to go to their own people with. So it's a unilateral act of ceasefire by the Pakistan. This appears to be more a Pakistani surrender to me. Then that seems else. You can give it any formality, but without doubt.
And on Indian terms.
It is a Pakistani surrender, and it is a Pakistani surrender on Indian terms. And I will be dealing with this tonight in my programs in the evening. Right now, we're looking forward to this press conference that should be coming anytime now. I'm rushing to the studio. Would you like to join me in 5 minutes?
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Back to your Rhythm.
All right. If we could just break this once till Arnab reaches the studio, there is more breaking news coming in. At 6 p.m., only the MEA is going to be briefing. There's going to be no Ministry of Defense briefing. Major General Rajan Kochar, your first thoughts.
You see this, the very fact you are saying that it's only the MEA who's going to come to do the briefing, and the armed forces part is out of the briefing, it gives a strong indication that India is also going to make a statement on the ceasefire, and most probably it will be in the positive direction.
Yes.
Because the United States has made a statement, Pakistan has come out with a statement, and now the statement of India. So I think it is going to be on the similar lines, and we are going to hear what led to the ceasefire is most important to know here. And I think in this 6 p.m. briefing, we will come to know the chronology of events, what have led to the ceasefire, and most probably it is on Pakistan's insistence, the way things were happening on the battlefield.
Sir, that's exactly what Arnab also just said. Pakistan scrambled to America in the wake of India's response to Pakistan's terror, especially yesterday after what they said. The morning briefing also said this. They tried to sow discord between communities in India. They tried a wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure. They tried to even fire missiles towards Shri Amritsar Sahib. As I said, these were lame attempts to divide India, and they do.
But I have got one observation here.
Yes.
Can Pakistan be trusted? Because
exactly what
we had a ceasefire. We had a ceasefire in 2003.
Yes.
We had to review it again in 2021 because of frequent violations, including the medium and heavy fire was coming from Pakistan.
Yes.
So the big question is, can Pakistan be trusted? Can this commitment for terrorism...
Can Pakistan be trusted? Absolutely. And sir, just on that, I'm just going to update our viewers because everyone's asking me what's happened in the last 10 minutes of this bulletin. First, there was a tweet from Donald Trump in which he says that India and Pakistan are going to have a ceasefire, after which Marco Rubio, simultaneously there was a tweet by him and by J.D. Vance, and then there was a tweet immediately by Pakistan Foreign Minister, puts out a tweet where he says, the MEA briefing has started, let's go across to that. All right.
Yeah.
Vikram Mishri, Foreign Secretary.
This is a landmark.
Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours. Thank you.
And it was short. It is basically an announcement of an acceptance of the ceasefire that has happened here, right? And I think, and that's where the situation is placed right now. The government of India has made a very, very short statement after the statement of the morning, saying that there will be no fire from both sides from 5 o'clock this evening. All right. Now, the question is, we need to discuss the positioning of this. I think one fact is that the announcement of a ceasefire ideally should have been between two nations, or ideally it could have been made by, offer made by Pakistan, to which we agree, right? But of course, I must emphasize the fact that it has happened on our terms. It has happened after a day of precision strikes. It has happened at a time when we have hit Pakistanis extremely hard and deep in their territory, and we have absolutely, without doubt, demolished the air bases.
Absolutely.
Significant air bases where we show the firepower that we threw out earlier today, and therefore it is in the context of that that Pakistan's put out a plea saying we have no other alternatives, and they called the Indian side for a ceasefire. The offer, the most important point, there's another soundbite coming, is it? Okay, so the point is, I want to hear the words right now, because it is the Pakistanis who called the Indians for a ceasefire. So the fact is,
Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours. Thank you.
Did he say there, Abhishek, the point is, did he say there that, Abhishek, can I have your attention, please? Absolutely. Did he say that the Pakistanis called and requested for a ceasefire?
That I know it from my sources that indeed that happened. In fact...
So the Pakistanis, the breaking news we are adding here for our grids to be completely clear, the Pakistanis requested a ceasefire.
Yes. I can tell you the
Pakistanis requested a ceasefire. Yes. We need to emphasize this thrice, 4 times. After the hammering they got, Pakistanis requested India for a ceasefire, and the Indians then agreed. Is that the right way to put it?
Of events, after being asked by its government, Rizwan Saeed, the Pakistani ambassador in Washington, D.C., approached the White House begging for peace, suing for peace. This happened exactly 3 days back after the first of his strikes by India, where we dismantled the terror infrastructure. And that's what set the ball rolling. And the Americans came to New Delhi. That's what the series of events I'm being told. Americans came to New Delhi saying that Pakistan wants to sue for peace. They are ready for ceasefire. Are you agreeing? We said, no, we are going to agree only if Pakistan promises on our terms that it has to pull back from supporting
So, no,
terror.
the point is that Pakistani, after today, this morning's strike, Pakistanis requested, formally made a request for a ceasefire.
Yes.
Which proves without a doubt that we clearly had the upper hand.
Yes.
We had the upper hand.
Yes.
And, then they requested for a ceasefire. This was discussed within government circles here. And the response was if they are requesting for a ceasefire, they can be given a ceasefire. But on clear condition, 1 minute, sir, please wait. On clear condition that they understand quite clearly. We also made a very clear statement after the second point to be mentioned here.
Yes.
There are critical points. The second point to be mentioned here is that the ceasefire was agreed to by India.
Yes.
On the condition that after this, any act of terrorism would be seen to be an act of war.
Yes.
So this is the way the whole issue must be understood.
Yes.
Pakistan pressed and requested for a ceasefire. They opened channels through the Americans. They requested for a ceasefire. And upon the request for a ceasefire, India agreed to the ceasefire with certain conditions, which obviously are not going to be made public in a press conference. Now, Deepak Vora is walking in. Can we have him quickly seated here, sir, please? Now, Deepak Vora, we need to understand. Can we mic him up like within seconds, please? Thank you. Deepak Vora, I'm trying to understand this in full measure, because what I understand is this, that this morning, when we were talking earlier this morning, we really hit the Pakistanis extremely hard this morning. I was in the studio and we were celebrating the hammering that we gave to the Pakistanis on various different fronts. And after that, the Pakistanis, through the Director General of Military Operations, requested the Indian side for a ceasefire post the hammering that they got. And after this, obviously, there must have been consultations, and India agreed to the ceasefire after that. And then there's a very small and tepid press conference that we just had. How do you read this? Deepak Vora.
Thank you very much, sir. It's an interesting development. I won't say that I'm terribly excited about it because we don't trust the Pakistanis. I've seen many such peace agreements that have been signed by different countries under American or other pressure. They last for all of 10 minutes. But in this case, hopefully, because as you rightly pointed out, till 10 minutes before this announcement was made by President Donald Trump, the Pakis were boasting they would do this, they would do that, etc., etc. But now this sudden turnaround, they have to explain to their own people why they've agreed. So I believe what they're going to tell their own people is, oh, we were about to win. And then the Americans begged us to have a ceasefire because the Indians pleaded with them that India was being destroyed, etc. No. I believe the Chinese have played a role. The Chinese have told them that, look, you have exposed all the nonsensical equipment we've sold. Sir, we watch very carefully when Russian or South African or whatever equipment is being used in a conflict. We want to know how good it is.
But why did Trump make the announcement?
I'll tell you, sir.
Why did Trump make the announcement?
I'll tell you, sir, because he has very good relations with us. He wants to show that Pakistan is his supplicant. He wanted to take Pakistan away from China. Otherwise, the Chinese, probably the Pakistanis would have asked the Chinese, will you mediate? Of course, they know that mediation or whatever ceasefire means, both sides have to agree. So if you and I have a disagreement, he can't mediate unless we are willing to be mediated. So this is the important thing. I understand that Pakistan was, I believe, was completely exposed, completely isolated. Earlier they had said, I don't know which of their ministers, that we'll wait 1 week because Trump is coming to Saudi Arabia. What does that mean? What is Saudi Arabia?
I'm only concerned about the timing. The announcement being made on Truth Social isn't the greatest thing, is it?
I don't think it is.
The announcement on Truth Social is not the way to do it. And Trump would love to jump the gun because he would love to position himself.
But he always does that. He wants to play the role of king and kingmaker and kingbreaker. But I have no difficulty with this, sir.
Why the statement by you, Trump, has been made is because Pakistan was not willing to show to its people that Pakistan is buckled down. And it's for the audience of Pakistan to understand
is
the
their
people.
problem. That is their
yeah,
problem.
that is their problem. So they wanted Trump to make this announcement to India, and of course this announcement will come from
You should
India.
actually see the sequence of it. Trump makes the announcement. 1 minute. Trump makes the announcement. Within seconds, Pakistan says it has offered a ceasefire.
Yes.
In other words, they have Ishaq Dar makes a statement. He lays down his arms.
He speaks for India also.
He lays down his arms.
Sir, it's the DGMO. We are missing out on the whole picture.
Yeah.
The PF gets decimated. The critical, in-depth Air Force bases get destroyed. They know they are vulnerable. They have nothing beyond this. DGMO calls up the Indian DGMO and they've coming to an agreement. Why? Because the Pakistan DGMO had a word with Rizwan Saeed in US saying, we have nothing after this. And that is how the dots connected. China was worried because it started getting cancellation orders from Africa.
Well, thank you for confirming this.
For PFs, for JF-17s and PF-15, the weapon arsenal that China was thinking will be sold.
Yeah.
And Turkey is out in the open. It's got a new enemy.
I think the Americans got in only after Pakistan went crying out. No, that's the story basically.
I mean,
have we given some kind of a rider that this is effective for a couple of days or something? No.
No, and will Trump take any guarantees?
So the rider is no act of terror henceforth.
No, but what guarantees is the US taking? I mean, on what behalf? And I do not see Twitter as a official medium of a statement. This trend should be stopped. A proper press conference should always be called for making major announcements.
No, but we have said so in our press conference, sir.
Yeah,
it's not just Truth Social, sir. There are contacts made directly.
Yes.
Our ambassador in Washington would have been told. Their ambassador here would have come and met the
Sir, but look at the bigger picture. What guarantee is there that another Pahalgam will not take place?
There can be no guarantee.
You have had Mumbai, you've had Pahalgam, and now we'll have something again. It's a joke.
Sir.
I am not warmongering.
One minute. Summer. Just now the point is obviously there will be heated sentiments right now. I'm just looking at what it is. And it is a ceasefire announcement. None of us is extremely happy with the flow of the ceasefire announcements. And we need to look at this in perspective. Abhishek, you need to be active on this conversation, please. Yeah, thank you very much. Samar, this is not a defense conversation right now. It becomes a diplomatic conversation. Therefore, I want Abhishek to be more involved in this coverage. Thank you very much.
This is purely and purely Pakistan praying, begging before the Americans, suing for peace, saying, please stop the Indians. The Americans come to India and say, this is what Pakistan wants. We say, we have no problem. Only thing is, terrorism as a state policy has to stop. And henceforth, if any act of terror happens, it would be declared, it would be seen as an act of war, declared
which
war.
we said before the ceasefire, to make it very clear.
Yes, absolutely.
No, but the point is, sir, the point is here, it has to be said.
My only problem is, why should Donald Trump announce that?
Abhishek, why should Donald Trump make the announcement?
I have a problem with that.
We have the upper hand. What conditions have we put?
Yes.
Have we put any conditions at all? Should the conditions have been put? These are relevant and valid questions which will have to be asked. And the question is, in due course, of course, but we have a kinetic situation here where they have dared to send in their drones across the entire border for 2 to 3 consecutive days. We have an upper hand as of this minute and we are doing awfully well. And in this situation, the announcement of a ceasefire by Donald Trump, Donald Trump, if he's talking to India, should show enough respect. Should show enough respect to deal with India. And his announcement of a ceasefire is preemptive and I must say openly, absolutely unnecessary. I have no qualms in saying this, sir. Now the question is, after that the Pakistanis announce, and that is what the Pakistanis want. But the country which has the upper hand in this situation should have the right to set appropriate terms, to have a certain nature of conversation on this subject. And of course, the diplomats will decide. I'm sure Mr. Jaishankar has been doing his back channeling as always with the Americans, but that's not the point. The point is that Operation Sindoor, we have had the upper hand so far. And Operation Sindoor has been a huge, I give full credit to the defense forces of the country. For the huge success with our defense forces, I give them 1,000% success for what they have achieved. What they have achieved, of course, under the direction and leadership of the Prime Minister, is what no defense force in the country, in the world, has achieved in such a short time. We have shown our precision strike equipment. We have shown our air defense artillery. We have shown the Pakistanis we can hit where it hurts. We've also shown the ability to take a strong political announcement. Now, we can go back and forth on the nature of this messaging. And I'm not saying the messaging is appropriate. I am absolutely sure that the messaging could have been better. Could have been better. There's no doubt about it. But I'm going to wait for the MOD press conference this evening.
This is just
I'm going to wait to see.
from now.
1 minute, Saman. I am going to wait to see. Abhishek can be on air with me. I'm going to wait to see what happens and how this is put across, because we will get to know the details only when the three forces brief us this evening. Now, the Pakistanis, of course, will be heaving a huge sigh of relief. A huge sigh of relief. For them, this is a lifeline that they've got. For them, they haven't got a face saver, but they've got a lifeline. Their existence was under threat, and seriously under threat. We had them under our boots, Abhishek.
Absolutely.
We've had them under our boots.
I suspect.
And I think this will be remembered for a very long time by the people of India. That the United Armed Forces of this country put the Pakistanis under our boots.
In their place.
And we made them squeal, and we made them beg. And whatever we've achieved so far has been a huge military success. Following the military success by India, the Pakistanis have begged for a ceasefire. After being hammered by India, the Pakistanis have begged for a ceasefire. After three rounds of attacks, the Pakistanis have begged for a ceasefire. Could we have pushed them more? Could we have hurt them more? Could we have hit them more? Are matters to be discussed. 100%. And I hope and wish that they do in the future. But the question is that in the immediate set of circumstances that we are in, we have shown political leadership and we have shown immediate and very strong strike capability.
Yes.
And that strike capability cannot be undermined. We must understand it is the Pakistanis who initiated the call to India.
Yes.
That call between the DGMOs, Pakistanis' call, which happened at 3:35 p.m., was a request for a ceasefire by Pakistan.
Yes.
And they begged for a ceasefire, and they requested for a ceasefire, and then they said we need to somehow make a ceasefire happen. And Jaishankar has put out one tweet right now. Let me hear what he says.
Jaishankar also.
What has Jaishankar tweeted? Can it be fast, please?
Okay, as Jaishankar, India and Pakistan have today worked out an understanding on stoppage of firing and military action. India has consistently maintained a firm and uncompromising stance against terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. It will continue to do so. Sort of a piece of diplomacy, or not giving much by way of the contours of the understanding reach. This is diplomacy.
What is he communicating by doing so?
Sir, he's making clear India's position that we are ready for the ceasefire, but we haven't changed our position on terrorism. The basic issue remains. He has made that very clear, sir. What could be clearer than this in diplomatic language?
He's saying understanding. Hold on. He's saying understanding on stoppage of hold on. He's saying understanding on stoppage of firing and military action. There seems to be an element of temporariness to this. This is not permanent. We are going to wait and watch. That seems to be my nuanced understanding of the diplomacy that comes out of External Affairs Minister's statement.
All he has said is we are going to stop military action and the firing.
For the time being.
For the time, it doesn't mean we have signed a peace
And there
deal.
is a review on May 12th. Remember, the statement by the MEA said, by the Foreign Secretary said that General Kocher, the statement by the MEA, by the Foreign Secretary said that there is going to be another round of DGMO talks on May 12th, which means from now, which is May 9th to May 12th, we are going to be in wait and watch mode. We are going to review, we are going to watch what Pakistan is up to, then only decide whether the ceasefire is permanent. Yes,
now
ceasefire is only the beginning. This is the first.
Can I get some? Yeah, please.
Subsequently, you are going to see a number of discussions. A number of things will need to be sorted out, as Ambassador Vora is saying.
The ceasefire does not mean that we are going to bring back the revocation of the Indus Waters Treaty.
Correct.
We have not made a statement to that.
We have not
the ceasefire does not mean that we are going to let the waters run.
Nor will we exchange diplomats.
Yeah,
sir.
nor will we exchange diplomats, nor will we, open up the border, nor will there be a immediate implementation, a reversal of all the steps that have been taken.
Connect this?
No, I do not have a clarification on that officially so far right now.
Do you connect this with the IMF loan given to Pakistan yesterday? No, I just want to.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. See, the IMF loan, I think it would be premature. No, it would be premature. 1 minute. Summer, I think you must understand the full context of the abstention that is in your full statement. In the IMF, you cannot have a no. At the most, you can have an abstention.
Yes,
so I think we can't explain it in those terms. Now, let me go back to the fundamental issue that we are at and how we are going to do this. Can I have Shawan on it? I'm told that the National Security Advisor is reaching 7 Racecourse Road. What we are awaiting right now are more details. Can Abhishek be on air, please? Thank you very much. So that I can get him to speak. Now, thank you very much. Abhishek, I need you to explain this. I need Shawan on air right now. I need Shawan to be put on right now, and NSA Ajit Doval is at the Prime Minister's residence, because obviously the ripple effects of the nature of the announcement will be there for a long time, and there's going to be a deep discussion on this. So, I think that we are in a sort of a holding position as a channel right now on this very subject. But we have very clearly said here that any further act of terror will be considered an act of war and will be responded to openly. This has happened at a time when Khwaja Yusuf is under pressure from the military, and there have been so many officials of the Pakistani armed forces, including that Air Marshal this morning, who said that if we continue to be hit like this, we have no defenses left. That must not be forgotten. And this has followed humongous action, ladies and gentlemen, humongous action by India. India has targeted Pakistan's military infrastructure. We have targeted all their critical sites, command centers, weapon centers. Sir,
may I just take you back to 1999?
Yeah, go back.
May I take you back to 1999? They attacked, we responded, we hit them so hard that the fellow Nawaz Sharif went begging, Billu Bhai Clinton, bacha lo mere ko.
Yes.
This is precisely it, sir. When you hit hard,
it's a repeat of that process.
In a boxing ring, when one fellow is lying, he's been knocked and he's on the floor. He's the guy who'll get up and say, "Bhai, maaf kar do."
Boss, I'm still stuck on this choice of words of Jaishankar. You know, you have to listen to it. He's saying understanding on stoppage of firing and military action. This is very temporary. I think there is a nuance. Knowing Jaishankar, the choice, the careful choice of words he does, this is absolutely a case of India still in wait and watch mode. What we have from Trump is typically Trumpism. This is typically Trumpist overreach by way of announcing, oh fine, we have victory, we have everything. He has done that 4 times already.
Will you and Shawan hold this? Shawan,
he has done that already 4 times.
Any more details that you have on what we already know, Shawan?
All right, Shawan.
Well, as far as the Defense Ministry is concerned, there were certain contours that they have basically put out as far as what the ceasefire really looks at, because we have already seen Pakistan violating the ceasefire agreement that we had back in 2021. So there is nothing that we can really trust them for. And the other part basically emerges that we as a country has always believed that we do not need a third-party mediation in the first place. So one thing is very clear. Ceasefire violation would also mean that you need to stop firing right now along the LC. As I understand, just now the report that I got was the artillery firing was still going on a short while back. So we do not know how exactly it's going to really work out. But one thing is very clear, that the government has made it very clear that any further act of terrorism will be seen as an act of war, and this something is being well defined by the DGMO. In fact, there are certain reports that have also been cited by the DGMO with regards to the multiple violations that have essentially taken place. So that is being well defined at this point in time. That's all that we have been told. We're waiting for that press briefing to take place with regards to the developments that have taken place so far.
All right, Shawan, we are waiting for... can you tell us, Shawan?
Shawan should join us here in the studio, please, very quickly. Shawan, can you rush to the studio, because I'm going out to make a few calls. Thank you.
Sir?
All right, Shawan, can you tell us what time is the military, the MOD briefing, which is going to give us the military view of the developments, Shawan?
Well, in fact, I'm given to understand that should happen in a short while from now. The exact timing we haven't been given. Abhishek, I'm just getting a quick call. I'll perhaps get some clarity on the call as far as when are they really planning to do the press briefing, because importantly, there have been some developments in the meeting that took place following the DGMO level talks that have taken place.
Well, absolutely. And this is, remember, the kind of leadership we saw of Prime Minister really taking the lead and leading from the front in terms of coordinating all military action, taking those meetings, the CCS, which was the Cabinet Committee on Security, and then, of course, directly engaging with the military leadership almost every day. Almost every day for the last 10, 12 days, we had those pictures coming in of the service chiefs along with the Chief of Defence Staff and the National Security Advisor closeted with the Prime Minister, overseeing the minutiae of the operation, which culminated with those strikes on Pakistan's terror infrastructure on May 6-7, the night of May 6 and 7, as part of Operation Sindoor. Right, and more information, essentially what India has achieved in terms of Operation Sindoor. Before this ceasefire has been announced, India has shown Pakistan its place. India has shown its superiority when it comes to conventional warfare. India has shown better military strategy and tactic. India has shown that below the nuclear threshold, Pakistan can be taught a military lesson. India has shown that a certain Rubicon has been crossed, that if an act of terror happens originating from Pakistani soil, India is going to inflict costs. India has shown through Operation Sindoor that if a terror act happens, India would carry a policy of hot pursuit henceforth and go after the terrorists wherever they are, including, of course, where they are trained and manufactured literally, that is Pakistan. India has shown that below the nuclear threshold, India can really go to the brink and scare the hell out of Pakistanis. India has shown through Operation Sindoor that Pakistan army is a case of paper tigers. India has shown that the Rawalpindi generals are absolutely nothing when it comes to making them pay for their indulgence with terror. India has shown through Operation Sindoor that we have exposed Pakistan's fragile air defense. Remember, effectively, none of their machines, the war machine when it comes to air defense, function. Right from our smallest of drones to the biggest of our missiles, we had easy ingress into Pakistan territory, into Pakistan airspace, and we could easily go in and achieve our targets. So India has militarily achieved a lot. India has diplomatically achieved a lot. India has shown through Operation Sindoor that escalation can be controlled and escalation can be inflicted in a manner that the perpetrator of terror from Pakistani soil have no place to hide. India has also shown that key terror operatives can be eliminated. It was almost taking a leaf out of Israeli style of going after terrorism. India has shown tremendous amount of tri-services synergy with the manner in which Army, Navy, Air Force functioned. India has shown tremendous amount of joint warfare capability, with the Navy holding Pakistan from the scruff of its neck, even as the Air Force carried out clinical operations, and the Army, of course, provided the bulwark and much of support in terms of making sure that there is no misadventure from the Pakistani side on the ground, providing the artillery fire and holding on Pakistanis on the ground. All these messages come out of the manner in which India has held on to its ground in terms of making sure that if at all in future terror happens, Pahalgam-like episode happens. Shawan joins me in the studios. Shawan, I think while the contours of the ceasefire is still to be known, we seem to be in a situation where Donald Trump has made an announcement like he's prone to make in many such situations. We will know the contours over a couple of days, but then there are already some lessons. But what are you hearing from your military sources?
Well, as far as the defense is concerned, they are very clear about one thing, that as the ceasefire violations that have essentially taken place and the fact that there was a ceasefire agreement of 2021, that agreement did not last for very long, particularly after this army chief actually came in. And there has been a clear change in the tact itself. Secondly, with regards to the act of terrorism, on that very front, there is no clarity as to how exactly will this be taken forward, because Pakistan is known to have changed this position time and again. And that's the reason why there is perhaps one reason why there has been a delay right now in the briefing that was also supposed to take place. Abhishek, you were asking as to what time. It was supposed to be at 6:15 this evening, but there seems to be some changes coming in. We've spoken to the IDS a short while back just to get a sense of what's happening, but we haven't got a clarity as yet. Major Samarpal Tur, as far as the military is concerned, military does not really trust. Military does not really trust the fact that Pakistan will live up to it. Military does not, the diplomats may understand this, but as far as the military is concerned, I can tell you this much, that they knew about this, that with General Asim Munir being at the helm of affairs in Pakistan, there is no way, there is no chance that they are going to adhere to any sort of agreement.
You see, Marco Rubio had spoken to General
Shawan, the
Asif
MOD
Munir.
statement starting anytime now. The MOD statement is starting anytime now, possibly a minute. You can hold the conversation till then.
So,
go ahead,
so what I'm saying is, General Asif Munir got a call from Marco Rubio, number one. Then the DGM of Pakistan had a word with the Pakistan Foreign Minister, Rizwan Saeed. They knew that there has been irrecoverable damage to the Pakistan Air Force infrastructure.
Right.
That too, deep strikes. And after this, probably their air power would have been vulnerable. And we would have gained the advantage by taking out the Air Force.
They were completely back foot.
They were completely on back
From the military
foot.
point
Their
of view,
airstrips have been decimated.
So,
if you see, it's Rawalpindi, then you've got Chakwal, Murid Air Base, Sharkot Air Base, Sukur Air Base, Chunia Airstrip, Rahim Yar Khan Airstrip, Rafiki Airstrips. All their airports are gone. They've been literally been hammered. There's been complete decimation of the Pakistan Air Force infrastructure.
Look at the sequence of events. Major Tur, look at the sequence of events, and Abhishek also, even before the operation actually began. You already had the Pakistan ambassador begging for some sort of a session or some sort of an understanding on this entire issue. In fact, there were meetings that were sought with the president even before Operation Sindoor actually took place, because Pakistan was very clear. Pakistan knew that something was going to come their way, and the retaliation, the retribution is going to be something that they cannot perhaps handle. And that's exactly what we are witnessing. In the last few days itself, look at what has happened. With 3 precision strikes that have taken place right inside Pakistan, their entire terror ecosystem has completely failed, or in the sense it has been destroyed. And for Pakistan, which has terrorism or terrorists have largely been part of their foreign policy. Their foreign policy has been defined by these very terrorists. And the non-state actors' entire question that they had basically put up, that has also been demolished right now. Now, what happens thereafter? You've had the Pakistan ambassador seeking a meeting with President Trump even before the operation took place. You've had multiple ministers of Shehbaz Sharif's government literally coming out and saying that if India continues the way they are, we will be left no place. There'll be no place for us to go. They were weeping inside the National Assembly. You've had a Pakistani army official who's now become a politician, weeping, literally weeping inside the National Assembly, begging India to basically stop. So let's understand one thing, that left with no other option, especially with the kind of strikes that have basically taken place, left with very little room to maneuver, you've had the Pakistanis dialing the DGMO. And let me make it very clear, the DGMO talks usually happen on a Tuesday. This has happened today. We're being told that there have been backroom talks that have been going on. But Abhishek, what were the backroom talks that we were talking about? Because late last night, Marco Rubio also spoke to General Asim Munir, and this perhaps was the first time. General K.K. Sinha is joining us on this broadcast. General K.K. Sinha, from the military point of view, I don't think so anyone would have been accepting it. I'm told that Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister is speaking on the ceasefire violation.
नुकसान जम्मू शहर में हुआ है, लेकिन जम्मू शहर से बाहर अगर हम बात करें, पुंछ शहर को बहुत ज़्यादा जो है डेवस्टेट किया हुआ है। कल रात को रजौरी में बहुत नुकसान हुआ। टंगधार पहले दिन से निशाना बना है। तो जैसे मैंने अभी कहा डीसीज़ को वाज़ेह हिदायत दी गई है कि वो फौरी तौर डैमेज का जो है फाइनल असेसमेंट करके वो असेसमेंट हम तक पहुंचाएं ताकि हम इन घरों को रिलीफ जो है पहुंचाना शुरू करें। इसके साथ साथ कई दिनों से अब हवाई अड्डा हमारा बंद रहा है। उम्मीद करते हैं कि इस सीज़ फायर के बाद दोबारा हवाई अड्डा खुलेगा और हमारे जो यहाँ से हाजी हज करने के लिए जिनको निकलना था हम भेज नहीं पाए। इंशाल्लाह जैसे ही हवाई अड्डा खुल जाता है तो हम दोबारा हमारे अपने हाजियों को यहाँ से रवाना करना शुरू कर देंगे।
भी आज आपने ऐलान कर दिया सर।
वो हमने जो कीमती जानें गई हैं वहाँ पे हमने थोड़ा सा कॉम्पनसेशन का ऐलान किया है, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ अब
General K.K. Sinha, here in the studio also Major Samarpal Tur was saying, and something that, knowing the military well, they wouldn't have really accepted it. The military does not really trust any sort of ceasefire agreement because that agreement has never worked.
I mean, just
good evening. Tur, please. Good evening, Niranjan. I was with you in the afternoon and I said that, the DGMO of Pakistan is dialing very frantically to the DGMO of India, asking, to just give them, probably he must be begging. Today, India has carried out, as per me, Operation Sindoor, 19 days surgical war. This is what I say, surgical war by India on Pakistan. As we hammered them so much, T7 major airfield has been knocked off. There, completely 9 targets of terrorists, which is unprecedented in the heart of Punjab. It has been hit so badly, more than 100 terrorists. Pakistan has kneeled down. If anything is happening, it is India. It is the Indian military might and India's might. They have kneeled down, begging. See, a country which can't do anything. All missiles failed. They're all, even when we were suppressing their air defense, even we have not got the, your air power superiority, we were on verge of that. And then our thrust would have gone. We have made the battlefield condition, we would have hit hard. I just heard Chief Minister, your Jammu and Kashmir speaking that this area destroyed, that area destroyed. We have devastated complete Neelam Valley. POK has been absolutely. That is what we have to bring out. It is not that, you start your airfield, all airfield is, out of action. We have to be, we can't show our weaknesses like this. Here, Niranjan, I'm absolutely very clear. It is a surgical war on Pakistan, 19 days. Take it. He has activated 1,400-kilometer war in our northern front and the western front. He started on 22nd, we concluded on 10th. It is worse than what they did in 71. 13 days war. It is 19 days war and surgical war with a complete Indian might. Complete Indian might. Army with the integrated actions of ours. In the north, the army was on. In the center, it was the Air Force putting his everything we have thrown, including integrated air defense system. And the Navy blockade into the port of Karachi. So we can't show our weaknesses the way we are going and projecting it. This is no time. The Chief Minister is shown. I'm sorry. I felt very bad about it. He says Rajouri has been pounded. We have completely, visuals are coming. We have been in these areas. The complete area of Neelam Valley has been absolutely, what we have done it with our fire and fury. It is and same thing we have done it in POK.
Okay, we're just cutting to the briefing coming in.
I welcome you to this press briefing on Operation Sindoor and related developments. We have with us Commodore Ravi Nair, Colonel Sophia Qureshi, and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh to brief you. With that, I hand over the floor to Commodore Nair.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As the Foreign Secretary had said, you're aware there's an understanding that has been reached to stop all military activities at sea, on the air and on the land. And the Indian Navy, Indian Army and the Indian Air Force have been instructed to adhere to this understanding. Since the tragic events at Pahalgam, you're aware that our responses have been measured and very responsible. Details of these have been shared with you over the past few days through our various press briefings. What has also happened is that there is a significant amount of misinformation that is being undertaken from the other side. And as a professional military organization, we thought it is also our duty to dispel those misinformation aspects, as also state the facts of the case as they stand. Towards that, I will now hand over to my colleague, Colonel Qureshi.
नमस्कार। अब मैं आपको पाकिस्तान की मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन के बारे में अवगत कराऊंगी। पहला, पाकिस्तान ने यह क्लेम किया कि उसने अपने JF-17 से हमारे S-400 व ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल बेस को नुकसान पहुंचाया, जो कि बिल्कुल गलत है। दूसरा, उसका यह भी मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन था कि हमारी एयरफील्ड, जो कि सिरसा, जम्मू, पठानकोट, बठिंडा, नलिया और भुज में है, ये उसका मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन भी बहुत गलत है। तीसरा, पाकिस्तान के मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन के मुताबिक हमारे एम्यूनिशन डम्प्स जो चंडीगढ़ और बियास में है, उसका डैमेज हुआ, यह भी बिल्कुल गलत है। हमने आपको मॉर्निंग ब्रीफिंग में बताया था विद फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर के साथ कि ये सारी चीज़ें बिल्कुल सही सलामत हैं। अब मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ कि पाकिस्तान के एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये बात की गई थी कि उनके सीनियर मिलिट्री ऑफिसर्स, जो कि पूरी तरह से ये भ्रामक है और तथ्यों से दूर है, कि पाकिस्तान की ओर से ये झूठा आरोप भी लगाया जा रहा है कि भारतीय सेना ने मस्जिदों को नुकसान पहुंचाया। मैं इससे बिल्कुल स्पष्ट करना चाहती हूं कि इंडिया इज ए सेक्युलर नेशन और हमारी सेना भारत के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वैल्यूज की एक बहुत प्यारी झलक है। इंडियन आर्म फोर्सेस ने पाकिस्तान को बहुत भारी नुकसान पहुंचाया, उनके मिलिट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स को, चाहे वो लैंड एसेट्स हो या फिर उनके एयर एसेट्स। यही नहीं, इंडियन आर्म फोर्सेस ने पाकिस्तान की एयरफील्ड स्कर्दू, जकोबाबाद, सरगोदा और बुलारी को बहुत नुकसान पहुंचाया। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान के एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम, रडार सिस्टम, उनको भी एयर स्पेस में अनटेनेबल किया। यह भी बताना चाहती हूँ कि लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल के पास पाकिस्तान के कमांड एंड कंट्रोल, लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशन और उनके मिलिट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, मिलिट्री पर्सनल का इतना भारी नुकसान हुआ कि पाकिस्तान की ऑफेंसिव व डिफेंसिव कैपेबिलिटी को नष्ट कर दिया गया। अंत में मैं फिर से ये बात दोहराना चाहूँगी, इंडियन आर्म फोर्सेस पूरी तरह से तैयार है, सतर्क है और भारत की संप्रभुता और अखंडता की रक्षा के लिए पूरी तरह से कमिटेड है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Several attempts were made by Pakistan on spreading a misinformation campaign, as we have seen for the last few days. There were attempts made to say that our S-400 at a northern base was destroyed, which was completely false, and that it was destroyed by a JF-17. It was a false information. Also, that the BrahMos installation was attacked and it was destroyed was false. The destruction of airfields at Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Bhuj, Nalia, etc. was also a false claim. The forward ammunition dump at Chandigarh and Beas are also fit and fine, and we showed you these in the photographs in the morning briefing today. Also, there was a certain different way of miscampaign that the Pakistan conducted by its press conferences, which was conducted in a manner which was completely misleading and devoid of facts. Pakistan has been spreading fabricated allegations that the Indian armed forces have targeted mosques. Let us make this very clear here that India is a secular nation and the Indian armed forces are a reflection of our constitutional values. We hold every place of worship of all faiths in the highest regard. Our operations have been aimed exclusively at terrorist camps and facilities being used for anti-India activities. No religious sites, I repeat, no religious sites have been targeted by the Indian armed forces. Over the past few days, as we have seen, Pakistan all has suffered very heavy and unsustainable losses after it has given us an unprovoked attack on our installations. It has suffered losses in both land and air. There has been an extensive damage to the crucial Pakistani air bases like Skardu, Sargodha, Jacobabad and Bholari. In addition, a loss of AD weapon system and radars made the defense of Pakistani airspace untenable. Across the line of control, extensive and precise damage to military infrastructure and command control centers and logistic installations. In addition to that, 2 military personnel had led to complete breakdown of its defensive and offensive capability and also Pakistani morale.
In conclusion, let me reiterate that whilst we will be adhering to the understanding that has been reached today, that is the Indian Army, the Indian Navy, and the Indian Air Force, we remain fully prepared and ever vigilant and committed to defending the sovereignty and integrity of the motherland. Every misadventure by Pakistan has been met with strength, and every future escalation will invite a decisive response. We remain fully operationally ready to launch whatever operations may be required in defense of the nation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. With that, we come to the closure of this press briefing. Thank you very much.
You have Defense Ministry making it very clear that this entire operation, the most successful operation that armed forces have actually carried out, has been Operation Sindoor, exclusively looking at demolishing terrorist organizations as well as facilities linked to all these terror groups. That was the sole objective of Operation Sindoor, which has been completely done in a successful manner. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 precision strikes that were carried out by India. The big takeaways over the last 3 days. Joining me in the studio is also Major Samar Paltur, and the very fact that today I believe that we are in a much better position, keeping in mind that we have been able to not only destroy the entire ecosystem, the terror ecosystem has been destroyed. The big news also coming in. The airstrips in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, in Skardu, has also been destroyed. Now, that's a big news coming in. I don't think so. This was said earlier in the day. Earlier in the day, it was the other air bases. So, Major Samar Paltur, that's a breaking news coming in.
Yes,
now you have the Indian Army. That's the breaking news coming in. In Skardu, you have the airstrip has been destroyed by India. And that's a big news coming in, Major Samar Paltur.
See, this leaves the whole of POK vulnerable, because see, the Skardu strip is of very tactical importance and significance. So now that that strip is gone, there are going to be issues in terms of logistics and supply chain management issues, and it was a very
So
imminent threat.
Let me just once again play this out, because this is extremely significant of the achievements that have been made by the armed forces.
अब मैं आपको पाकिस्तान की मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन के बारे में अवगत कराऊंगी। पहला, पाकिस्तान ने यह क्लेम किया कि उसने अपने JF-17 से हमारे S-400 व ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल बेस को नुकसान पहुंचाया। जो कि बिल्कुल गलत है। दूसरा, उसका ये भी मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन था कि हमारी एयरफील्ड जो कि सिरसा, जम्मू, पठानकोट, बठिंडा, नलिया और भुज में है, ये उसका मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन भी बहुत गलत है। तीसरा, पाकिस्तान के मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन के मुताबिक हमारे एम्यूनिशन डंप्स जो चंडीगढ़ और बियास में है उसका डैमेज हुआ, यह भी बिल्कुल गलत है। हमने आपको मॉर्निंग ब्रीफिंग में बताया था विद फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर के साथ कि ये सारी चीज़ें बिल्कुल सही सलामत हैं। अब मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ कि पाकिस्तान के एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये बात की गई थी कि उनके सीनियर मिलिट्री ऑफिसर्स जो कि पूरी तरह से ये भ्रामक है और तथ्यों से दूर है कि पाकिस्तान की ओर से ये झूठा आरोप भी लगाया जा रहा है कि भारतीय सेना ने मस्जिदों को नुकसान पहुंचाया। मैं इससे बिल्कुल स्पष्ट करना चाहती हूं कि इंडिया इज ए सेक्युलर नेशन और हमारी सेना भारत के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वैल्यूज की एक बहुत प्यारी झलक है। इंडियन आर्म्ड फोर्सेस ने पाकिस्तान को बहुत भारी नुकसान पहुंचाया, उनके मिलिट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स को, चाहे वो लैंड एसेट्स हो या फिर उनके एयर एसेट्स। यही नहीं, इंडियन आर्म्ड फोर्सेस ने पाकिस्तान की एयरफील्ड स्कर्दू, जकोबाबाद, सरगोदा और बुलारी को बहुत नुकसान पहुंचाया। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान के एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम, रडार सिस्टम, उनको भी एयर स्पेस में अनटेनेबल किया। यह भी बताना चाहती हूँ कि लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल के पास पाकिस्तान के कमांड एंड कंट्रोल, लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशन और उनके मिलिट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, मिलिट्री पर्सनल का इतना भारी नुकसान हुआ कि पाकिस्तान की ऑफेंसिव व डिफेंसिव कैपेबिलिटी को नष्ट कर दिया गया। अंत में मैं फिर से ये बात दोहराना चाहूँगी, इंडियन आर्म्ड फोर्सेस पूरी तरह से तैयार है, सतर्क है और भारत की संप्रभुता और अखंडता की रक्षा के लिए पूरी तरह से कमिटेड है।
Several attempts were made by Pakistan on spreading a misinformation campaign, as we have seen for the last few days. There were attempts made to say that our S-400 at a northern base was destroyed, which was completely false, and that it was destroyed by a JF-17, it was a false information. Also, that the BrahMos installation was attacked and it was destroyed was false. The destruction of airfields at Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Bhuj, Nalia, etc. was also a false claim. The forward ammunition dump at Chandigarh and Beas are also fit and fine, and we showed you these in the photographs in the morning briefing today. Also, there was a certain different way of miscampaign that Pakistan conducted by its press conferences, which was conducted in a manner which was completely misleading and devoid of facts. Pakistan has been spreading fabricated allegations that the Indian armed forces have targeted mosques. Let us make this very clear here, that India is a secular nation and the Indian armed forces are a reflection of our constitutional values. We hold every place of worship of all faiths in the highest regard. Our operations have been aimed exclusively at terrorist camps and facilities being used for anti-India activities. No religious sites, I repeat, no religious sites have been targeted by the Indian Armed Forces. Over the past few days, as we have seen, Pakistan all has suffered very heavy and unsustainable losses after it has given us an unprovoked attack on our installations. It has suffered losses in both land and air. There has been an extensive damage to the crucial Pakistani air bases like Skardu, Sargoda, Jacobabad and Bholari. In addition, a loss of AD weapon system and radars made the defense of Pakistani airspace untenable. Across the line of control, extensive and precise damage to military infrastructure and command control centers and logistics installations. In addition to that, 2 military personnel had led to complete breakdown of its defensive and offensive capability and also Pakistani morale.
Whilst we will be adhering to the understanding that has been reached today, that is the Indian Army, the Indian Navy, and the Indian Air Force, we remain fully prepared and ever vigilant and committed to defending the sovereignty and integrity of the motherland. Every misadventure by Pakistan has been met with strength, and every future escalation will invite a decisive response. We remain fully operationally ready to launch whatever operations may be required in defense of the nation.
External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jayashankar's social media post now. In fact, this is what the minister has to say. India and Pakistan have today worked out an understanding on the stoppage of firing and military action. Let's also make this very clear. The understanding of this ceasefire violation is basically limited to only military terms, and the fact that all the other decisions that have been taken as far as the abeyance of the Indus Water Treaty is concerned, to the High Commission staff that have been reduced, all of these diplomatic decisions that have been taken by India following the Pahalgam attack still remains. Now, that's the clarity that we're getting in right now with regards to how does the ceasefire agreement really stand at. And in terms of the negotiations that have essentially been done, we are being told that this was backroom talks that actually took place, and Pakistan literally was begging for peace. In fact, you've had Pakistan's ambassador to the United States of America seeking for a meeting with President Trump. This was even before Operation Sindoor actually took place. And thereafter, multiple statements have actually been made, starting with the Prime Minister himself in Pakistan and his own ministers. In the National Assembly itself, remember, you've had the Pakistanis essentially saying that, hoping that India would perhaps not carry on with the operation. Now, that is the reason why, remember, this ceasefire understanding has actually taken place. That's the big story that we're tracking at this.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
पाकिस्तानी और इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पर भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सब
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
The Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea.
India hammers Pakistan, but the terror state goes crying to the White House, pleading for ceasefire in India-Pakistan tensions.
We will be adhering to the understanding that has been reached today. We remain fully prepared and ever vigilant and committed to defending the sovereignty and integrity of the motherland.
India has decided that any future act of terror will be considered an act of war against India and will be responded accordingly. It's most concrete proof, evidence of how Pakistan used civilian regions to engage in military conflict with India.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balakot, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows and pigeons and sparrows. This time we chose high visibility terrorist targets which have been around for decades, right? And they are command and control targets, terror training camps of big, very great magnitude. So that
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ। पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ। पसीना मत बहाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Saturday edition of This Is Exclusive. There may be a ceasefire agreement, but that doesn't stop us.
Military operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea.
India hammers Pakistan, but the terror state goes crying to the White House, pleading for ceasefire with India.
Whilst we will be adhering to the understanding that has been reached today, we remain fully prepared and ever vigilant and committed to defending the sovereignty and integrity of the motherland.
India has decided that any future act of terror will be considered an act of war against India and will be responded accordingly. It's the most concrete proof, evidence of how Pakistan used civilian regions to engage in military conflict with India.
Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft.
India pummels over 11 air bases in Pakistan. Ministry of Defence confirms 100% precision strikes and no collateral damage.
Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda.
Ministry of External Affairs busts Pakistan's fake claims on attacks, fact checks propaganda with real-time images. Ladies and gentlemen, India and Pakistan may have agreed to a ceasefire, but the terror state modus operandi is one that cannot be overlooked. Tonight, we bring you the concrete proof, evidence that will put to light how Pakistan drags civilians into warfare, how the common man is used as human employed by the Pakistani army by deliberately placing artillery and gun positions in densely inhabited zones along the line of control. Pakistan aimed to exploit the presence of civilians as human shields, making any counter bombardment from the opposing side likely to result in civilian casualties. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight on This Is Exclusive, we're going to now take you through those very images and exact modus operandi of how Pakistan has been operating. Let me take you through the details that are coming in. Now, this is about the missiles that have been fired by the Pakistanis. These missiles were targeting Indian cities. Let me take you through the details of it. On your screens right now, this is the very location where the Fatah missile was actually launched. And thereafter, what we're going to show you is where it was being launched from. This was basically being launched from a civilian area. In fact, let me take you through some of the details that we have with us right now. Now, why firing from a civilian area basically gives some sort of a strategic advantage to them. That is because that perhaps would prevent a professional army like that of Indian Army from carrying out a counter bombardment. Now, the firing position is clearly in the civilian area. It may be highlighted that having a firing position within civilian area is purposely done by Pakistan so that any counter bombardment would basically cause some sort of a collateral damage. And Pakistan Army has this technique of placing the even gun positions on the LC in populated areas so that the collateral damage can take place. And the Pakistani army essentially does not care. It certainly does not care for civilian lives at all. Now, it's a carefully thought process of the Pakistani army, and because they don't care about civilian lives, and that is the reason why they've been non-stop targeting civilian areas here in India. They've used human shields. I'm going to give you multiple examples to show you the hypocrisy of this army. And I'm saying this, it is an immoral army, an army which does not care for their own soldiers, an army which does not have any rules of engagement, an army which does not really care for civilians. I doubt they even care for their own nation. The reason being is this. Once again, I'm going to take you to the details, what we are calling hammered and completely exposed. Now, we have to just make this change right now. Let's take this off. This is what you're seeing right now. These are the interceptions that have taken place. Can we please go back to the first story right now? The story that we are bringing to you is that of how Pakistanis have essentially been using that same modus operandi. Now, Pakistan has basically deployed this artillery in a civilian area. Now, take a look at it. You have this firing that takes place not very far away from there are civilians who are basically present there. Civilians who are in those very areas. Now, what really happens? When a missile is actually fired, it basically is tracked by our gun radar locating machines. Now, when it does that, it also helps us to identify the very place from where the missiles have been launched. It also gives us the option that if at all we want to counter that, or perhaps carry out a counter bombardment, then it can be done. But if this happens, that it is in a location like this, which is basically inside a civilian area, then it prevents a professional army like that of the Indian Army from carrying out any sort of an attack. And that is how they've been using the humans as a shield. Civilians are now being used as a shield by the Pakistan Army. It's a tactically chosen area. Counter bombardment would cause civilians harm. Can I also have Iona speaking to me with regards to what we are bringing out next right now? Because this, as I understand, is a clear copy of the Hamas, the operation of the Hamas right now. Because if you see, this entire operational style has been copied from Hamas, and perhaps Hamas has been some sort of an advisory board of the Pakistani army, because they've had their meetings with Jaish. They've had their meetings with Lashkar-e-Taiba. So, of course, the Pakistani army must have also taken their advice from Hamas by carrying out what we believe is their same style of functioning, because they've chosen this. And these images that we have accessed clearly goes on to indicate the same. Now I'm going to show you the clear comparison between Hamas and the Pakistan army. There's not much of a difference. Hamas attack model and Pakistan replicating the same. Now, if you take a look at, these are all underground areas where the IDF, Israel's defense forces, were basically trying to find out where exactly, how they were basically operating. You have the Shifa hospital, which was also used for carrying out attacks against Israel. Now, this is the Shifa hospital in Gaza. This hospital was basically used as some sort of a launch pad. In fact, what you see right now, these are ammunitions on your screens, ammunitions, and the very fact that you have remains of these ammunitions that are being used, you have the IDF basically going inside and carrying out a search operation. Now, pretty much what we are seeing here, Pakistan basically is using the same very model. Their model isn't very different than what perhaps the Hamas has been doing. And there is a clear example of how both have actually joined hands. And there is also another information that we have. Before the Pahalgam attack actually took place, there were several secret meetings that were taking place. These meetings were of the top leadership of the Hamas. In fact, whatever remaining of the Hamas leadership, in fact, their meetings at the Jaish headquarters. In fact, you've had a convoy of cars going and giving a reception to a grand welcome, in fact, was given to several of the Hamas leadership, members of the Hamas, and they thereafter had multiple meetings. These meetings that took place between Jaish, Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Pakistani army. The Pakistan army Hamas operandi that we are revealing tonight. How Pakistan uses Hamas model to use civilians as a bait. Their entire operandi has been completely exposed, and we've just shown you those images right now. Comparison between Pakistan Hamas model. And I'm not sure if we have Abhishek who's going to join us on this broadcast, getting us the latest details, but I'm going to stay with these pictures till the time I know what we are going next. Hamas's attack model and Pakistan's replicated that same very model, what you see right now on your screens. It's very similar. And what we are essentially looking at right now is the fact that when the Fatah missile was actually launched, this was basically launched from a civilian area. You can clearly see the civilians who are all present there when the firing took place. Now, contrast that with what you're seeing in Gaza. In Gaza, remember, the IDF has basically exposed how Hamas was living right within the civilian population, surrounded by the civilian population, and the fact that these underground guns, underground terminals were basically being utilized to their best of advantage, because they knew that perhaps, if at all Israel basically responds, then they would have a cover. The cover would be this, that they can blame Israel for targeting the civilian population. And that's exactly what the Pakistani army has also done. Now, let me take you through more details that we've been able to put together. The details are of the meetings that have taken place, these meetings between the Hamas commanders and Jaish-e-Mohammed commanders, as well as the Lashkar-e-Taiba. And the fact that in these meetings that have essentially taken place, it is very clear. The clarity essentially emerging that there was an understanding between all of them, the Pakistani army too, and we have seen this in Pahalgam too. In Pahalgam attack that was carried out. In the Pahalgam attack too, the same Hamas model was used. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the fact that Pakistan army is essentially known as an immoral army is only because of this. For them, civilians do not matter. And it's a desperate attempt that they've basically made. Here on your screens, as I'm saying, that they were firing these missiles from a civilian area. What was the target? The target was these very civilians. Now, take a look at it. Here, this Fatah missile, that was the debris of these Fatah missile, was found from an agricultural land. And you have a civilian population around it. Look at here. You have locals who have been carrying this debris. So whom are you really targeting? You're targeting the civilians. For the Pakistani army, it does not matter. And you contrast this with us. Indian army, when they carried out a precision attack, the attack was so precise that it had only targeted the terror facilities. The entire ecosystem, the terror ecosystem was basically being targeted. We were not targeting any mosques. We were not targeting any religious institutions. We were not targeting any children. We were not targeting any women. We were only targeting terrorists. We were only targeting terror facilities. And the Pakistanis have done something else. The Pakistanis were basically firing what? They were firing at us. They were firing using armed drones. In fact, take a look at this. Permanent remnants of projectile that was found in Sirsa. And this is the very missile that was basically fired from a civilian area. You have this missile, the Fatah 2 missile is what we are being told was basically fired, and this is what remains right now. And Pakistani missiles were all basically aimed towards only one thing. That's the civilian population. Of course, the military installations being one such. But interestingly, they've been exposed. They've been exposed how? By the Indian Army as well as the Indian Air Force. Over the last few days, during the briefing that took place of Operation Sindoor, you've essentially seen the modus operandi of Pakistan Army. They did not even call for any movement, NOTAM, as far as their civilian airspace is concerned. That civilian airspace wasn't even stopped, wasn't closed. So what was Pakistan's ulterior motive? Pakistan's ulterior motive was this: carrying out drone attacks at multiple locations, 36 locations on the first day, 26 locations on the second day. And in both the cases, when this was actually happening, their airspace wasn't closed, which means that civilian flights were actually still flying. So if at all India wanted to basically retaliate, India would have to thought twice, because if at all any of our missiles basically targeted the civilian airline, it would have created chaos. And take a look at it. 3 incidents where civilian airspace being kept open. All of it, the timing of it, at that very time when the drone attacks were taking place, you have had the flights also here. This is from Dammam to Lahore. And in fact, this was on 7th of May, 2025. This was at the same very time. A little after 8 o'clock is when the firing actually began. Can we please go back? Here, 7th of May, Wednesday, the flight Dammam to Lahore. Then let's take you to the second very day. You have Islamabad to Saudi Arabia, a flight that was still going on. This flight that you see was airborne when you've had the drone attacks taking place. And then, of course, the third day, which was basically last night, even after Indian Army basically exposed them. And in fact, we should keep the soundbite ready right now of Colonel Qureshi, who had exposed the Pakistani Army of using human shields. And take a look at this. Dubai to Sialkot, even after warning them, telling them that this is your real face, you've had the Pakistanis keeping the airspace open again last night, when there have been civilian airspace was still kept open. In fact, I'm going to also take you through what was fired, but take a look at it. Hoshiarpur, in Hoshiarpur, PL-15 missile was actually fired. And in Sirsa, there have been drone debris that have been found. In Bhuj, drone debris have also been found. And I'm going to tell you why this is quite important, crucial. In Jalandhar, drone debris have also been found. In Bhatinda, missile debris have been found. In Barmer, again, missile debris that have been found here, projectile debris coming in from Jaisalmer, and from Pokhran, projectile debris also coming in, missile and drone debris that has been found from Amritsar, and from Akhnur too. It's the multiple missiles that have been found, and they've been intercepted. Drone debris that have been found from Firozpur, and in Firozpur there were certain injuries that were sustained by the civilian population. RS Pora is also, once again, the drone debris that have been found. Now, just to give you a sense of what's really happening here. The Pakistani army on the first day carried out unarmed drone attack. The second day, they sneaked in armed drones, but not at all locations, in some certain locations. Third day, you have had a situation where the intensity has only been increased, and the armed drones that were basically found, these armed drones were basically targeting the civilian areas. I also have Colonel T.P. Tyagi is joining us on this broadcast. Colonel Tyagi, on This Is Exclusive, we are basically exposing this army, the Pakistani army, which I say it's completely immoral, because if you take a look at the images that we have accessed and the images that we are showing, the Fatah missiles that were basically launched, they were launched from a civilian area. I want you to help us understand, when you're firing from a civilian area, what does it mean? And a professional army like that of the Indian Army will perhaps be in no position to counter that.
Sir, I could not understand your question at all, but you want to say that what was the gain of Sindoor?
No, Colonel Tyagi, let me try and explain this to you again, once again. I'm not sure.
Yes, and kindly be short, short and specific. If the question becomes lengthy, you are unable to understand what you are asking. I will answer every question of yours, but be specific.
Colonel Tyagi, we are showing images of how the Pakistani army was basically firing from a civilian area. When you're firing from a civilian area, what does it mean?
There is something wrong in the... I'm not understanding what you are saying, sir.
Okay, Colonel Tyagi, well, in fact, we're getting in some more breaking news right now. Colonel Tyagi, we'll try and reconnect with you. The latest details now coming in of... In fact, MEA sources now indicating that India and Pakistan have reached an understanding after the Pakistan side reached out to India. There are no preconditions and post-conditions. Indus Water Treaty remains in abeyance and all other measures remain suspended. India's position on terrorism remains the same. Now, this is again, you have Pakistan that has been completely hammered in the last few days, and they have now gone to the United States of America seeking for some sort of an intervention. And this entire ceasefire agreement has thereafter been drafted. Now, as far as the decisions that have been taken diplomatically are following the attack that took place in Pahalgam, that stands even today. So this is a military understanding that has taken place where you will not be opening fire. Secondly, what we are given to understand is that they are very clear on their position that has been taken. As far as the Indus Water Treaty is concerned, it is essentially going to be, it is still going to remain. Indus Water Treaty remains in abeyance, and all other measures. Now, the other measures that were taken, one that is reduction of the staff in the embassy. That has been reduced to 30. Cancellation of visas, that still remains. Pakistani nationals have been asked to leave India. That also still remains. Now, these are some of the details that are coming in right now. Can I also have Abhishek on the phone line, if possible, getting us the latest details? In fact, MEA sources now indicating that this remains. The Indus Water Treaty in abeyance still remains. There is no change on that. There is no change as far as the visas are concerned. Cancellation of visas still remain. The third is with regards to the staff members in the embassy. That too remains. So what is it that the ceasefire agreement really achieves? The ceasefire agreement is essentially on the condition that if at all any terrorist activity takes place from the soil of Pakistan, it is going to be seen as an act of war. Now that's the position that India has taken, and it is a strong messaging that has been done by India. Well, that's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. Coming up on the other side, Forces First.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तान की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तान के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। अल्लाहु अकबर, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, अल्लाहु अकबर, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह।
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है।
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket. Risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Mentor here, and most
some
of the
visuals I can see some
are near the LOC.
No. This is a long shot. I can see in the sky there's somebody who shot something to light.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ। पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ। पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
विमल में
पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ। पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea.
As India hammers Pakistan in Operation Sindoor, the terror state goes crying, pleads for a ceasefire.
Be adhering to the understanding that has been reached today. We remain fully prepared and ever vigilant and committed to defending the sovereignty and integrity of the motherland.
Forces ready for any eventuality. India makes it clear that henceforth any act of terror will be declared an act of war. Most concrete proof, evidence of how Pakistan used civilian regions to engage in a military conflict with India.
Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft.
India pummels 4 key Pakistani air bases. That number is increasing. 11 targets hit. MOD confirms 100% precision strikes, no collateral damage.
Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda.
MEA Pakistan's fake claims on attacks fact checks the propaganda with real-time images. About 2 hours back, we received the information that India and Pakistan had decided to go in for a ceasefire after being hammered by India in the last few days. 3 rounds of hammerings for Pakistan after precision strikes on the terror targets, after their air radars were hit, and after 6 of their air bases were hit, 9 locations in all in the last 24 hours, Pakistan has decided to call for a ceasefire.
Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours.
Whilst we will be adhering to the understanding that has been reached today, that is the Indian Army, the Indian Navy and the Indian Air Force, we remain fully prepared and ever vigilant and committed to defending the sovereignty and integrity of the motherland. Every misadventure by Pakistan has been met with strength, and every future escalation will invite a decisive response. We remain fully operationally ready to launch whatever operations may be required in defense of the nation.
अब मैं आपको पाकिस्तान की मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन के बारे में अवगत कराऊंगी। पहला, पाकिस्तान ने यह क्लेम किया कि उसने अपने JF-17 से हमारे S-400 व ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल बेस को नुकसान पहुंचाया, जो कि बिल्कुल गलत है। दूसरा, उसका ये भी मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन था कि हमारी एयरफील्ड, जो कि सिरसा, जम्मू, पठानकोट, बठिंडा, नलिया और भुज में है, ये उसका मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन भी बहुत गलत है। तीसरा, पाकिस्तान के मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन के मुताबिक हमारे एम्यूनिशन डम्प्स जो चंडीगढ़ और बियास में है, उसका डैमेज हुआ, यह भी बिल्कुल गलत है। हमने आपको मॉर्निंग ब्रीफिंग में बताया था विद फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर के साथ कि ये सारी चीज़ें बिल्कुल सही सलामत हैं। अब मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ कि पाकिस्तान के एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये बात की गई थी कि उनके सीनियर मिलिट्री ऑफिसर्स, जो कि पूरी तरह से ये भ्रामक है और तथ्यों से दूर है, कि पाकिस्तान की ओर से ये झूठा आरोप भी लगाया जा रहा है कि भारतीय सेना ने मस्जिदों को नुकसान पहुंचाया। मैं इससे बिल्कुल स्पष्ट करना चाहती हूं कि इंडिया इज ए सेक्युलर नेशन और हमारी सेना भारत के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वैल्यूज की एक बहुत प्यारी झलक है। इंडियन आर्म्ड फोर्सेस ने पाकिस्तान को बहुत भारी नुकसान पहुंचाया, उनके मिलिट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स को, चाहे वो लैंड एसेट्स हो या फिर उनके एयर एसेट्स। यही नहीं, इंडियन आर्म्ड फोर्सेस ने पाकिस्तान की एयरफील्ड स्कर्दू, जकोबाबाद, सरगोदा और बुलारी को बहुत नुकसान पहुंचाया। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान के एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम, रडार सिस्टम, उनको भी एयर स्पेस में अनटेनेबल किया। यह भी बताना चाहती हूँ कि लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल के पास पाकिस्तान के कमांड एंड
In the last few days, the visuals that we've been getting you of how India has hammered Pakistan in round 1, round 2, round 3. Take a look at these pictures, ladies and gentlemen. From the precision strikes, look at this, for example, day 3, this morning, that video that you see of the Noor Khan base in Rawalpindi, of how we struck in the garrison town of Pakistan. We struck their air base in Pakistan's military headquarters. Listen to this video.
अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे, बिल्कुल घर के सामने। अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है। भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है। ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे, बिल्कुल घर के सामने। अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है। भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है। ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे, बिल्कुल घर के सामने। अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है।
Take a look at this video. This video of how our BSF hammered Pakistani terror launch pads in Sialkot. This morning, not just precision strikes on their air bases, we destroyed terror launch pads. This was a video proof of just this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. That was our response to Pakistan using their bases, using their military installations, using their army camps as terror launch pads, and that is how we responded. Our forces, this was a video released by the BSF, not just the army, not just the navy, not just the air force, even the BSF giving it back. Let's show you the other videos. All the videos that have been documented in the last few days showing you why Pakistan went begging for a ceasefire. In Lahore, a Lahore resident shot this video. And in this video confirmed that there were explosions in Lahore as well. Smoke scene explosion reported. Even Pakistan didn't know what hit them earlier today. And this is a video that came in. Let's play it out.
भाई वीडियो सबसे पहले बने ये भाई धमाका होयो हीन सुंदर इंडस्ट्रियल स्टेट में पता ना है कोई ड्रोन गिरो है कि कहाँ रोड़ो है। अभी अभी धमाका हो हम फैक्ट्री पहुंचा यहाँ भी अरे कितने आर को होया क्या परा होया है अब परा होया ना
भाई इन्हें रात उनके एयरबेस तबाह कर दी इंडिया की।
भाई वीडियो सबसे पहले बने ये भाई धमाका होयो हीन सुंदर इंडस्ट्रियल स्टेट में।
Look at how our forces responded to them, ladies and gentlemen. How we gave it back. This is video number 15, just this morning. In Sukur Air Base, Pakistan, a Pakistani shot this video confirming that the Sukur airport, the Sukur Air Base had been struck. A critical air base for Pakistan, a forward base, and listen to how even Pakistanis admitted it was such an embarrassment.
बचत थी वाह दरा दरिया पूरा घर लुड़िया सखर एयरपोर्ट ते स्ट्राइक वाह बचत थी वाह दरा दरिया पूरा घर लुड़िया
Look at this video, ladies and gentlemen. This is from day two of Operation Sindoor. Playing out this video, we reported that there was an explosion in Lahore. And then it turns out that India had destroyed the radars of the Pakistan air defense. How we had struck their air defense radars, not just in POK, inside Pakistan territory. Deep inside Pakistan territory, in Lahore, we had struck their air defense radars. In Bahawalpur, we had struck the terror camps of the Jaish-e-Mohammed's headquarters. This was a video that came in. When the story broke, we just knew that as an explosion at a cantonment town, but later it emerged that we had disabled their air defense systems in Lahore. Look at this video, another video confirming, where a Pakistani national himself says they were all practicing 1, 2, 3 and firing something from this particular range, but then down came an Indian missile disabling an air defense system. Listen to this video.
इंडिया ने अटैक किया हमारे घर के बिल्कुल पास वाल्टन एयरपोर्ट पर।
ये शॉट आ रहे थे कह रहे थे रेडी स्टेडी पता नहीं अपने मैं उसके बाहर आया मैं तो वैसे भी
मिसाइल था
फिर आया
अल्लाह अकबर।
ये शॉट आ रहे थे कह रहे थे रेडी स्टेडी पता नहीं अपने मैं उसके बाहर आया मैं तो वैसे भी
मिसाइल था
फिर आया
अल्लाह
वीडियोस कटिंग।
लो जी इंडिया ने अटैक किया हमारे घर के बिल्कुल पास वाल्टन एयरपोर्ट पर।
We have in our possession. This is the most defining videos, ladies and gentlemen. of the Markaz Subhanallah. Markaz Subhanallah. This is where we struck Masood Azhar's headquarters in Bahawalpur. Explosions overnight, minutes after we struck in that precision strike, breaking through the domes, the minarets at the Markaz Subhanallah, the headquarters of Masood Azhar. These were the pictures that came in of Pakistanis themselves shooting the video, shocked, standing on the road, not knowing what hit them. The Indian Army, the Indian Air Force had struck them. Take a look at this video. I want to play the video out just to show you how shocked these Pakistanis were. As those videos came in on day one, ladies and gentlemen, another Pakistani national driving captures the moment of a strike. Look at this particular video. Even he doesn't know what hit Pakistan.
अभी वीडियो कैच होगी नहीं होगी वाली के वाली भाई हाँ देखना वाम कैसे आ रही है वहां से अभी वीडियो कैच होगी नहीं होगी वाली के वाली भाई हाँ देखना वाम कैसे आ रही है वहां से
The day we struck them in the precision strikes, this is Muzaffarabad. Huge explosion as India had struck another terror camp. Look at that. Look at these videos. Series of explosions. We had hit 9 targets on day one, 24 strikes. 9 targets, 24 strikes. This is how our forces hit them. Look at this. This is Muridke. In Muridke, the headquarters of the Lashkar, the headquarters of all these terrorists that were struck on day one. This was one video that came in from Muridke. Take a look as they admit that the terror headquarters of one of the terror groups had been struck. This is in Muridke, Pakistan. Listen in.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है ये 9 नंबर ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान ये 9 नंबर
And then this video. Similarly, as more and more Pakistanis were just trying to wake up to the reality of our forces and how we had struck them without them knowing, without their air defenses even having a clue of what had struck them. Another loud explosion captured on day one as we struck every terror camp, every terror headquarters. Take a look.
ओ बेटा बाद दे विच करना यार अपना बाद च करना जी भाई ना मरकज दे विच होए ने सारा तबाह हो गई मरकज हाँ जी बहुत ज्यादा होया जगह हाँ जी ओ यार सबर मैं भाएं करना तेन बाद च आंदे ने साडे बंदे भी उत्थे ने ओ हेलो भाई ओ भाई कोई है
Some more breaking news now coming in, ladies and gentlemen, as we focus on how we hammered Pakistan, and Pakistan begged for a ceasefire. Their ambassador went to America. We are exposing them one story at a time. This is proof of Pakistan exploiting civilians taking cover of civilians, taking cover of people of Pakistan who are their human shields. Take a look at this video. This is one of their weapon systems. And this was a video that came in earlier of their weapon systems being fired at a civilian population next to a civilian area, so that even if there's a retaliation, even if there was a drone attack, even if India's precision strike hit them, it would be in a civilian area with collateral damage. There's a video that we had access. We broke that on top of 7 p.m. In a few minutes from now, we'll get you that video as well. After several ceasefire violations, after suffering major losses to its air defense systems, in fact, the number of locations that we have hit Pakistan in, 11 critical military installations that have been hit just in the last 2 to 3 days. Pakistan, that it effectively lost its air defense systems. They were struck in 6 air bases in the last 24 hours alone, and they knew that they were helpless. And that is why, with all their airfields hit, the airstrips damaged, none of their planes could take off from at least the forward airstrips. And that is why they went begging to America to intervene. Here's what happened.
3 days. 9 terror camps obliterated. 100 terrorists neutralized. And after countless ceasefire violations, it looks like a hammered and rattled Pakistan went running to the US with a begging bowl. At around 5:30 p.m., US President Trump boasted that India and Pakistan have finally agreed to a ceasefire. It wasn't long after which Secretary of State Marco Rubio tweeted asserting the same. While India has also officially declared the ceasefire,
the General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours.
India has asserted that we are still keeping a close watch.
Whilst we will be adhering to the understanding that has been reached today, we remain fully prepared and ever vigilant and committed to defending the sovereignty and integrity of the motherland.
All eyes are now on the DGMO briefing on May 12th.
Pakistan itself has been left wondering how our missiles, how our drones reached Rawalpindi. Our forces have outsmarted Pakistan in what has been a high-stakes air defense battle for the last 3 rounds. Started on the 5th, has continued until this morning. We've infiltrated deep inside Pakistan territory, not just POK, we went deep inside Pakistan territory, flying past Lahore, flying into Islamabad, and we've struck their airbase today. Take a look.
और एक गाड़ी वाली गलत गुजरी है, बच गई, शुक्र है। जब गिरा ना आग लगी, गाड़ी गुजर गई एक। मैंने भी सोचा, मैं कहा नहीं यार, तो बड़ा रिस्क है। नहीं यार, स्पीड ना हुआ।
अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे, बिल्कुल घर के सामने। अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे, बिल्कुल घर के सामने। अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर
और एक गाड़ी वाली गलत गुजरी है, बच गई, शुक्र है। जब गिरा ना आग लगी, गाड़ी गुजर गई एक। मैंने भी सोचा मैं कहा नहीं यार तो बड़ा रिस्क है।
नहीं यार स्पीड ना हुआ हो।
That's it on this edition of the news, ladies and gentlemen. Arnab is live in just a few minutes on his take on Pakistan begging for a ceasefire. Stay tuned.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balakot, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ। पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
जयशंकर के साथ में एक हाई लेवल मीटिंग, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी इसकी अध्यक्षता कर रहे हैं। ये तस्वीरें ताजा हैं और हम आपके सामने इसको लेकर आए हैं। तो भारत और
So these are pictures from 7 LKM where this top-level meeting is going on as we speak. Again, we have seen these meetings taking place at least one a day, sometimes twice a day, and seems like serious deliberations happening about how to take things forward, given the kind of mobilization we had seen, given the kind of military victory that was handed to the government by our forces. And Pakistan taught a lesson. Remember, the entire terror infrastructure, including headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba have been removed. But it seems that international diplomacy took over, and the government of India had to negotiate a ceasefire with Pakistan, with some role of the Americans and some role of the Saudis. Those were the visible roles, in fact, with the Saudi Minister of Foreign Affairs Minister making an unannounced visit to New Delhi day before yesterday, who also traveled to Islamabad yesterday, and in fact spoke to all the leaders involved, including our and Pakistani foreign minister over the phone today, following which there was a statement from the Saudis seeking de-escalation. Similarly, in the case of Americans, we had seen how Marco Rubio got into the act, spoke multiple times to the Pakistani leadership, including both the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister, Shehbaz Sharif and Ishaq Dar, respectively. And interestingly, today in the morning, he posted that he had spoken, the American Secretary of State had spoken to Army Chief General Asim Munir also. And it seems that there was a lot of back channel happening, because suddenly we had in the evening at around 5:30 p.m., Donald Trump, President of the United States, announcing a ceasefire between India and Pakistan. Interesting. There would be maybe, we will have to try to understand why India has India moved from its position that there is no third-party role. Otherwise, the announcement could have come from New Delhi or Islamabad and not from Washington, D.C. and from the American president. So that nuance there perhaps missed a bit in the flurry of activity, or maybe like it happens typically Trumpist, he just made an overreach the finality of the agreement. Subsequent to Donald Trump tweet, of course, to post, of course, we had Marco Rubio coming out about his dialogue with all the sides. And then, of course, Ministry of External Affairs, they're announcing the ceasefire, which I believe is being discussed in this meeting that's taking place as we speak.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
the show tonight, it's forces first always. The Army, Navy and Air Force hammered Pakistan and we must celebrate their victory. And at 9 p.m. tonight, ceasefire or no ceasefire, it can never be business as usual. Never be business as usual with Pakistan. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we've had this unexpected announcement of a ceasefire this evening. But there are a lot of facts which we have about what happened and what led to the ceasefire, which I want to share with you over the next couple of hours. But first, let me give you my frank view about Donald Trump's announcement. I think it's inappropriate, unnecessary, and as usual, Donald Trump has tried to give the impression that he's the peacemaker here. Donald Trump must know that he's not the peacemaker. And if he's worked a little bit of the back channel, then in typical Donald Trump style, to try and appear to be the global peacemaker on Truth Social is an easy tactic for him, but not something that has true substance. All Donald Trump wanted to do was to take credit. And that's why he tried to preempt everybody by making the initial announcement. But we know the facts, don't we? Donald Trump didn't bring peace here. It's not because of Donald Trump that Pakistan came begging for a ceasefire. It's not Donald Trump or the American army that hammered Rawalpindi. It was the Indian army. It wasn't Donald Trump who took revenge for Pahalgam. It were the Indian armed forces who we are so proud of. It wasn't Donald Trump. Donald Trump is just fighting China. It is the Indian army which effectively destroyed the credibility of Chinese weapons. It isn't Donald Trump who pummeled the air bases where the drones were being fired from. It was the Indian army which successfully destroyed the breeding grounds for terrorists. And therefore, I believe that all that Donald Trump tried to do was that after we hammered the Pakistanis, destroyed their air bases, struck their terror camps, hit multiple locations, 9 terrorist camps day 1, 4 locations the second day, and we can run the visuals of that. 6 locations as of early this morning. After our weapons destroyed the Noor Khan air base, after we destroyed and crippled the HQ-9 air defense system, which was Chinese supplied, and proved to the world that the biggest swarm drone attack on us turned into a Diwali night when we put out our air defense artillery against their loitering munitions and destroyed them and brought them down to dust. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't have much to say about a US president who's just too keen to take credit, but I know and you know and we all know, ladies and gentlemen, that it was Operation Sindoor, which was an absolute success. And for that, we must forever be in debt to our Army, to our Navy, and our Air Force. We don't need an American president to come and say, I brought peace. You didn't, Donald Trump. Don't make your own story about it. The camps of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, Hizbul Mujahideen and Jaish-e-Mohammed were not destroyed by the US Marine Corps. They were destroyed by the Bharatiya Sena, by the Indian Army, the Indian Navy, and the Indian Air Force. Americans can say what they want, but the world knows the Americans always did business with those who call themselves the Mujahideen and used them every single day, knowing fully well that they're entertaining and they're in bed with terrorists, but the Americans always did that. And now an American president wants us to believe that he had a role. But no, it was the Indian Army, Navy and Air Force which led this operation. We are the ones who killed hundreds of terrorists, including the relative of Masood Azhar. We did. This is our operation. This is our victory. Donald Trump doesn't even know where Murid Ke is, which we bombed. Donald Trump doesn't know where Muzaffarabad is, where we destroyed a special operations group training site, where the Pakistan intelligence agencies regularly on a daily basis train the LET and the Jaish-e-Mohammed recruits. And so I will say repeatedly tonight, forces first, no compromise. My heart, my soul, every beat of my heart is for the Indian Army, for the nation and for the forces. And to the forces, therefore, tonight we must all come together and say, thank you for destroying the Abbas camp. Thank you for destroying the Barnala camp in Bimbar. Thank you for teaching these jihadis a lesson. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for destroying the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Murid Ke. Thank you for putting fear into the hearts of those Pakistani jihadis. And that's why I was infuriated when I saw a Truth Social post. No, Donald Trump, you didn't. We brought the Pakistani army down to dust, because our Air Force is far more accomplished than any other nation's. Our Air Force, our army, we destroyed the Noor Khan Air Base. Did Donald Trump do that? No. We destroyed the Rafiki Air Base. We destroyed the Murid Air Base. This morning, we destroyed the Rahim Yar Khan Air Base. This morning, we destroyed the Sukur Air Base. We destroyed the places, and we'll celebrate it for the rest of our lives, what we did. Every single day, our heart must beat for the forces who achieved this, because this is incredible. When I saw the images this morning of the way in which the latest strikes targeted the radar stations, command and control centers, ammunition depots, aerial strike capabilities, and this morning, ladies and gentlemen, this morning, I heard a Pakistani air marshal go on a Pakistani channel and say, we are rattled by the strength and determination of the Indian forces. We have no option. We have no option. Please don't. When I heard him say that, I said, we won. And for that victory, my heart will always beat for the armed forces of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, our armed forces have destroyed and neutralized Pakistan's air defense systems. And then Pakistan caved and begged and begged and begged and begged for a ceasefire. And let there be an eternal debate on whether there should have been a ceasefire or not. These are political issues. But the fact is, Pakistan had to run here and there, helter-skelter, begging and pressing for a ceasefire, which is why this afternoon they made a phone call saying, give us a ceasefire. Can they deny that? Did their DGMO not initiate the phone conversation to our DGMO saying, let's have a ceasefire? Now you and I can debate for eternity on whether that should have been accepted or not, and on the modalities under which it should have been accepted or not. But the fact is that if there's a group of people in this country who want to say Donald Trump brought about a ceasefire, then they're lying to you. This ceasefire was brought upon in a situation where the Pakistani army admitted it cannot fight the Indian army. Ladies and gentlemen, when their entire ADF failed, when across India they were littered across the Western Front with pictures of Indian children playing with the shells that were bombed in the sky, when all those images of those drones being brought down will be in my mind forever. And for every such visual, every such moment, every such successive victory that I have felt as an Indian when I've cheered for our forces, I will be forever grateful from the bottom of my heart to the Indian Armed Forces for what they have done. They forced the Americans to try and claim that they brought about a ceasefire, but isn't it the Americans who got a call from the Pakistanis? Aren't they the ones who initiated the call Ladies and gentlemen, isn't their ego hurt? Asif Munir, take that visual. Take that visual as a representation of how we deal with you. This was supposed to be a Fatah 3, picked up by ordinary people. And now they'll put these munitions up maybe in their homes to decorate their homes so that generations of Indians remember the crushing defeat that the Indian armed forces delivered to the Pakistanis over the last 4 days. So every single moment, I don't know about you, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to celebrate what our armed forces did. The rest will be history. The fact is, when the Pakistanis called us for a ceasefire, it is because the Indian armed forces had an absolute upper hand and the Pakistanis knew it. It is in those circumstances that a call was made. Not just because Pakistan could not afford a war economically, but because they had no heart or ability to fight a real war with India. And that is the real context. I know a lot of people will go around next few days establishing the context. For me, there is just one context, ladies and gentlemen. Just one context. That our armed forces delivered us a huge success. A huge success. The ceasefire is a very bland way of trying to put an end to the story. The story is simply this, as far as I'm concerned, that an army of Pakistan that could not aim at its targets, that had a broken arsenal, that hit innocents, and in frustration targeted a Gurudwara, is nothing but a TikTok army. It's drama, it's exposed, and it lost. Ladies and gentlemen, let's debate.
Nine terror camps wiped out in the duration of half an hour. This was India's strike one.
देखना हम कैसे आ रही है मेरी वीडियो क्या होगी
In its second strike, India retaliated to Pakistan's escalation and hit Pakistan hard in cities like Lahore and Sialkot. Since Pakistan ignored the warnings and continued targeting civilians, India struck 6 air bases of Pakistan. Evidence on your screen. In a matter of 2 to 3 days, India brought Pakistan on its knees. Their army veterans went on record to expose their weak position.
मेरे ख्याल में तो सूरत हाल परेशान से परेशान कुन होती जा रही है बिकॉज डी-एस्केलेशन नहीं होने वाली इस तरह से जब तक कि अमेरिका प्रेशर नहीं डालेगा। और याद रखिए 4 दफा इंडिया ने आप पे पूरा अटैक करने का प्लान बना लिया था और उसकी 16 लाख की आर्मी है, आपके पास 6 लाख है। नो अमाउंट ऑफ जज्बा विल सेव अस।
India exposed how Pakistan used a Saudi civilian flight as human shield.
Pakistan's irresponsible behavior again came to fore. Pakistan did not close its civil airspace despite it launching a failed unprovoked drone and missile attack on 7th May at 8:30 hours in the evening. Pakistan is using civil airliners as a shield, knowing fully well that its attack on India would elicit a swift air defense response. This is not safe for the unsuspecting civil airliners, including the international flights which were flying near IB between India and Pakistan.
Republic got concrete proof of how Pakistan is dragging civilians into the warfare. A video exclusively accessed shows the Pakistan Fatah firing position clearly located within a civilian population area by deliberately placing artillery and gun positions in densely inhabited zones along the line of control. Pakistan aimed to exploit the presence of civilians as human shields, making any counter bombardment from the opposing side likely to result in civilian casualties. Exposed on a global stage and hammered by India, Pakistan rushed from China to US and finally begged for a ceasefire.
Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding.
Ministry of External Affairs sources tell us that the Indus Water Treaty remains in abeyance despite the ceasefire agreement. We hit them with diplomatic strikes. We hit their air bases.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we do not have confirmations yet. There are some reports about ceasefire violations, but I must add here that we do not have any confirmations of ceasefire violations in Akhnur or those areas. There are some reports about air defense systems being activated, but that is not on record yet. We'll have to check with our sources. Ladies and gentlemen, now the point is this. We have a ceasefire. And we have the right visuals on air, please, because the visuals which are so significant today are of what we achieved this morning, of what we achieved in Rawalpindi, about the drubbing that we gave to the Pakistanis right up to this morning, General Bakshi. So I want to get your first comment on, I began my program this evening by saying I am in a debt of gratitude to our forces. I don't trust Pakistan, General Bakshi. I don't trust that they will have a ceasefire because all they've done is violated the ceasefire endlessly over the years. But I want your reading of what has happened after the magnificent performance of the Indian Armed Forces this morning and how you view the present situation, sir.
Arnab, first of all, I'd like to salute the Indian Armed Forces. Salute our boys,
absolutely,
our air warriors,
sir, absolutely,
our
sir.
sea warriors, our land warriors, all of them. I'd like to salute them from the bottom of my heart and thank them for their endless sacrifices. You know, I think the nation owes a great debt of gratitude to them, and it should be expressed openly and without restraint or, rectitude. I think it would do very well for their morale if the nation acknowledged this debt of gratitude openly. Openly, I'm sure it will be. Number two, Arnab, in the annals of modern warfare, the 2025 India-Pakistan conflict of just about 4 days duration will go down in the annals, in the staff colleges and the academies as an excellent case study. It shows us the application of the RMA in two critical domains of warfare. One is air defense and the second is drone warfare. It has shown us some excellent, highlights. I'm very happy to state that in the domain of air defense warfare, we have put up a stellar performance. 3 days Pakistan kept banging its head against our Iron Dome, India's Iron Dome. And we performed better than the Israelis have done. And that's saying one hell of a lot. Not one Pakistani drone, not one Pakistani missile, not one Pakistani rocket got through. Except one at Firozpur, where it killed, I think, or wounded some civilians. Right? Arnab, it was an invincible wall. A wall composed of the layered packages of S-400 Triumphs, the Akashes, Akash 1 and 2, the MR SAM, long range SAM, the Barracks, the V-Shorads, it formed an invincible package. I think only the United States, perhaps the Russians, perhaps the Israelis can claim, as good a record. Let me be very straightforward. In Ukraine, their intercept rate was 70%, 3.5 years of war. In Russia, the Russians achieved a rate of 85%. Israel achieved a rate of 97 to 99%. We got a clean 100% interception. Now talk of the offense. Every single of the 24 missiles fired by India on the 7th of May on the terrorist camps hit. As one Pakistani YouTuber said, every one of our missiles hit their target. And then we fired again, yesterday night. And every single missile hit the target, whether at Rawalpindi, whether at Sargodha, whether at Rahim Yar Khan, whether at, any of their major air bases. Every one of them hit the targets. The Chinese, HQ-9, HQ-16 surface-to-air missiles failed. The Chinese radars failed to detect, right? The Chinese standoff beyond visual range missiles, the P-15s, they were duds. How many of them have our, civilians seen splayed out on the damn fields? It has been a PR disaster for the Chinese arms industry. PR disaster. But Arnab, it was very important that when we retaliated to the Pakistani escalation in Pahalgam, it should have ended in.
But can we trust them?
Clear victory.
My question is, can we trust them? Can we trust them, Abhishek? Can we trust the Pakistanis, Abhishek? Not to send the drones, not to have the ceasefire violations. Can we trust them?
It's not in their DNA. It's not in their DNA.
No. Can we trust the Pakistanis?
Can they trust us?
We can never trust them.
Can they trust us?
Can they trust us? Why do you say that, sir?
Arnab, that is precisely what I'm saying, right? It is a ceasefire. It is not a peace agreement. It is a ceasefire. It is not a peace agreement. You see, I want to tell you that in 1973, General Ariel Sharon of the Israelis had gone halfway around, half surrounded the Egyptian Third Army.
So I would watch very carefully. No, I would therefore.
After he broke that ceasefire.
General Bakshi sir, militarily speaking, haven't we lost the momentum?
Just one minute. The question is here, sir. The question is right now, we have to be very watchful over the next few days. You agree, Marshal Bhadoria? Because I don't trust the Pakistanis. The Pakistanis can violate a ceasefire, they can turn around tomorrow, and they will test us under cover of this and issue denials because they are a liar country. If this enables them or emboldens them,
very much so.
Then what is our response going to be?
No, we have to watch very carefully, like you said.
Should we have had a conditional ceasefire?
They can trust us that should they do anything, we would respond robustly.
But we had a momentum.
Yes, we had the momentum.
We had a momentum.
But
do we have the momentum?
Let us understand that we always said that we don't want the escalation. We are responding to their acts. Our objectives were achieved in the first day when we struck the terror camps and the terror infrastructure. Thereafter, because they were doing these acts militarily, we responded with a lot of calibrated response. If it had escalated, we were ready for any level of escalation.
No, my point is I don't know this situation. I have never, in all my life, ever taken the Pakistanis at face value, and I never will. Samar, I can't. I don't know. If you take a Pakistani at face value and you believe it, you think he is going to believe in a piece of paper. Will he, Deepak Vora? You tell me.
Trusting a Pakistani is akin to committing suicide.
Precisely.
There's no question about it.
Precisely.
So moreover, it's a ceasefire. So ceasefire violations are taking place almost every day. Even as we speak, there are places, I can't name them because let the confirmation come, but it's a ceasefire. And who's been violating the ceasefire? It's up to the audience to answer that.
No, the question is that they have committed ceasefire violations. For them, ceasefire violations, they will promise not to have a ceasefire violation for today because they want a quote-unquote de-escalation because their army and then their air force bases were destroyed. And, at that point of time, therefore, should we have had a conditional ceasefire, Saurabh? We have apparently put a condition. We are told source-based, but I don't have an official statement yet that the ceasefire includes a guarantee that they will not use their soil for terrorism, which is exactly what Musharraf was forced to say. Musharraf was forced to say.
Yeah.
After Kargil, he was forced to go on record and say that I will not use my soil to be used for terrorism. Have we got that this time?
This time it's different. One, we have a 5-0 now, and now our army, our armed forces and the families deserve full credit for doing what we have achieved. We have etched a new strategic doctrine today, and every Indian should be celebrating it, because we have made the world to realize that any time there is a terror attack coming from Pakistan.
No, my point is, Saurabh, all this is good. All this is good spin doctrine. This is good spin doctrine. No, let me be very straight. My audience knows I don't mince my words ever. My belief is, first of all, I am upset, Saurabh, that Donald Trump, I'm sorry, I don't blame my government, but Donald Trump announces this.
Let me tell you the real story. So I'll tell you. What really happened was that the Pakistanis went crying after India met its strategic objective. They not only used their diplomatic channels, but they also tried some business contact. I cannot name them because of some reasons, but I will tell you. They went
Name them, Saurabh, name them.
They were forced, and India put certain conditions. Based on that,
but
we only
Saurabh, 1 minute. Can I just hold you? See, listen here.
Yeah.
It's in the statement, not in the statement of intent. If it is 1 minute, just 1 minute.
Things you cannot say.
Saurabh, this is too public a matter. Let's say this country, our two countries have been in a state of war effectively for the last few days. I mean, this has not been fun and games going on. Now, if you're saying that there's a condition attached that they will not carry out an act of terrorism, no condition means anything if it is not in paper, in writing. Secondly, if it is a conditional ceasefire for a few days and we're going to watch how they behave, then that too, Saurabh, I'm sorry to say, should have been put on paper that we have agreed to a ceasefire for 4 days, 5 days. Depending upon how they behave. Now, we don't have conditions attached to a ceasefire, nor do we have a time frame. Let me get another view on this. Let me get another view. What do you think, Deepak Vora? No, 1 minute.
I will agree with...
No, I agree that our forces have achieved their objective. I agree our forces have achieved their objective with political support. But, it's a simple question I'm asking. We have Pakistan by the scruff of its neck.
Yep.
We had Pakistan by the scruff of its neck. Let's wring it a little bit. I would have wrung it a little bit.
Yeah.
The question then is, Deepak Vora, should we then even from now force them to issue some conditions? Because even now we have a huge advantage over them.
Oh, there's no question about it. Some kind of document will emerge. There'll be a briefing the day after tomorrow. Yes, there will be. And in that briefing, our people will make it very clear that we have reviewed the ceasefire. We believe this has happened or that has happened. So I wouldn't be terribly disappointed today, because my intention, and when I say mine, it was Government of India's, is to save the lives of our people, civilians, as well as to prevent damage to property. If we are able to do that and achieve that, and we have already achieved, as you yourself has rightly pointed out, our major objectives, which was to smash their terror infrastructure, their military installations, their ability to carry on the war. Having achieved that, I think a ceasefire, which is the first step, is fine. So we are not talking of a peace deal. We've come to no agreement. We've just said a full and immediate ceasefire. That doesn't mean that it is going to continue forever. Immediate doesn't mean eternal, sir. Well, we word it very carefully what we say. So we've agreed to this. Let's see what happens. If required, if they break the ceasefire, we have every reason.
I would say if they break the ceasefire even once,
we give it even hard.
I'm only saying this, Commodore GJ. Point is, if they break the ceasefire even once, what should be our response this time? Commodore GJ. Because it can't be that, we violated it in the past, this is par for the course, is it?
No.
It's not. General GJ, what do you think?
Yes.
Arnab, I fully agree with you that we shouldn't have lost the momentum, and in future we should enter into a full-scale conflict with Pakistan. And let me make it very clear that the diplomacy or whatever talks behind the channel or back channel talks goes on, they goes on well in our favor because the military behind the diplomats, because the power projection given by the Army, Navy, Air Force. It is a military power only and one only which makes a difference and gives strength to the diplomats to make the opponent agree to their terms and conditions. If you don't have a strong army or strong military behind you, diplomats, I am sorry to say, cannot do anything. So even the success of the diplomacy is a function of the military power.
Excellent.
And I just also want to add to what you were mentioning earlier, that we shouldn't lose sight of the silent service, Indian Navy, which is behind, which is not visible to the media. That when the Indian Navy puts its flotilla, the battle group, led by INS Vikrant, outside territorial waters of Karachi, when there was a presence of 20 to 25 warships, the frigates, the destroyers, the cruisers, missile cruisers with the guided missile systems, state-of-the-art delivery systems, and not only that, the submarines blocked all the approaches.
No, my point is, if they were to send the drones again, and let me say, I do not have any official confirmation of drone sightings or official confirmation of ceasefire violations as of this minute. But were they to do so, what would that constitute now, General Dayal, were that to happen? I'm not being a pessimist, but I'm just being a realist. We must be prepared because we can't trust Pakistan.
Arnab, let's be realistic. I mean, first thing is that, look, what we have achieved, firstly, we have at least done, let's look at positive. Give me 2 minutes, please. I've just joined you late. Firstly, let's look at positive. The positive part is that we have crossed the barrier from POK to their Punjab, and we have struck there. That means we have learned to cross the IB and strike. That is the positive part. Second positive part is that we have sent a very strong message to the international community that what we are capable of doing. Third part is that which I've always maintained, is that moment we bring our military power into play, Pakistan will agree to anything that is required.
But what if they agreed to this time? What if they agreed to this time? No, what if they agreed to this time?
No, they have not agreed to anything.
No, if they have not agreed to anything, then where are we? Are we back to square one?
They have taken a window. Give me one.
I will.
They have taken a window, and that they were looking for this face-saving window, which somebody has provided, and they've scooted out of it.
But why should we provide face-saver?
I'm coming to that issue, and let me come to that issue. Larger issue is that, which me and General Bakshi have been saying since 2019, that the pains that you have suffered, these two generations, that pain, the third generation, fourth generation will continue to suffer because we built a momentum
and lost it.
Then we had not built the full momentum. We have not even mobilized our land forces. Today we can talk with complete war. We have reacted to him, everything. He did Pahalgam, we went and struck. He again did something, we went and struck. And his military power, which has been reduced, which we say has been degraded, that is recoupable. What is not recoupable is to draw his land forces and punish them, destroy him 80 to 90%. Till you do not demilitarize Pakistan, you will continue to face this. This is my belief.
But that's what I'm saying. My point is, therefore, my point is, that is my precise point.
And if we do again, we will do the same thing again. You will again fire. And has he stopped at LOC? No. Has he stopped?
So I want to know what is the timeline for this. 1 minute. I want to know what is the timeline for this. And it's only a relevant question that I'm asking, which the whole world is asking today. My timeline is this, sir. 1 minute. Pakistan says we'll have a ceasefire. They behave for 24 hours. 1 minute. Or they behave for 1 week. Or they behave for 2 weeks. right? After 2 weeks or one day or tomorrow or now, they violate the ceasefire. They send drones again. Or they violate the ceasefire in other ways like they always do with heavy artillery mortar shelling in which our people die, are injured. And we have seen the visuals of the bloodied people in Firozpur. So my question is, what are the rules of engagement then? What we can't just say it's over.
30 seconds.
I mean, Indian lives matter,
No.
We can't just say it's over, sir.
30 seconds. Arnab, me and Jan Bakshi will be again asking for a full-fledged war. And there will be many intellectuals in this country who will again say, let's punish him, and punishment is enough, and they will again go.
Having gone this far, question is, could we have got some concessions? On record concessions.
On record, political leadership may give you, but their military deep state will give you no concessions.
They won't give us concessions.
Sir, what guarantee?
But let's get General Bakshi. Yes, General Bakshi.
You know, Arnab, because these are future plans, I wouldn't like to... let me give a hint.
Yes.
In 1971, we delayed our offensive by 8 months to December. When the passes, Himalayan passes close, China, if it wants, still cannot intervene, right? Cannot intervene, even if it wants to. Because the snow covers the passes. The ground is hard for maneuver. You don't have a short window so that the monsoon can come and disrupt. I think people can be smart enough to take the hint. Prepare for that December window as if nothing has happened. Okay? Pakistan behaves, well and good. If it does not, prepare. Get more of the Rafales. Get a squadron at least of these stealth fighters. Get at least another 300, 400, 500 ATAGs, right?
But that is a
and then go when you are fully ready.
Okay, that is a good way of looking at it, General Bakshi. I don't deny.
This time was not optimal.
From your military hat that you're wearing.
But have we defined...
Mr. Bhadoria, may I get you? You've been sitting here very quietly. Air Marshal Bhadoria, your assessment, sir. Sorry.
No, I think we should look at current situation objectively. That whatever we wanted to avenge Pahalgam, we did effectively. Point one. And it has been done in a manner that we have never acted before. Kind of, Bhavalpur, Muridke, we've had this, for decades. They're building up their infrastructure. We had all the gen, we never attacked. So we changed the game in terms of, this fight against terror and took it to their heartland. We exposed them to the world. We got what we wanted. Okay. Now, thereafter, they got onto this military action. We always gave it back in some multiple, successfully, night after night. Last night was in a big way where their bases were stuck. We exposed their air defense. Strength of our air defense came out. I think we were on top. We had the momentum. If we had continued, we would have certainly shown them what we are capable of. I think Pakistan has used US Connects after US Secretary of State has spoken to.
We have US Connects too, sir. We are doing a deal with them.
No.
We have more leverage on the Americans.
I think Asif Munir was spoken to and shown the right way. US Secretary of State, when he spoke to Army Chief, I think he has shown him the right path and to get on track. Only then this has materialized. Otherwise, he was the one believable?
Is it believable?
So the fact is today, 1 minute, no. today, 1 minute,
Two
sir.
more comments.
Sir, 1 minute, sir. You have the Pakistani Prime Minister, you have thanking Vance, thanking Marco Rubio for facilitating.
We are not thanking anybody.
They are
not thanking Prime Minister Modi.
No, Pakistan may be thanking, but today things have changed. We must see before ceasefire what has happened today. Indian government has declared that any act of terror will be seen as act of war. Please don't forget.
I'm very happy with that, but could that have been linked? Could that have been linked to the statement of the ceasefire itself?
Yes, we will see ceasefire. I'm sure they would have done, a proper this thing. Let that come out. But see this very carefully.
This is unidirectional statement. No, this is not part of the deal.
Important issue is...
This is not part of the deal,
Important issue is that Pakistan Army and ISI is fully involved in supporting terrorism. This has been exposed to the world. World knew it, but nobody was giving it.
Exposed. Who didn't know?
No.
Sir, all the time
they all knew. Nobody was taking action.
Sir, Pakistan
Today they
was
have
looking
taken
for
action.
this window from day one. The day Saudi Arabian foreign minister landed here, they were looking for this window. Sharif brothers have got business. Their son lives in Jeddah, works business there, Saudi Arabia, elder Sharif brother. So they were looking for a window. We have given them a window now. That's one way to look at it.
Don't look at this. We have given them a window. If they had not, let me ask you, if they had not sent the drones first day, would we have done anything? We wouldn't have responded, no? So they did.
So what if they send the drones tonight?
No.
What if they send drones tonight? And what if they send drones tomorrow? What if they send drones 1 week from now?
Then they violated, and we should respond.
Then how will we start all over again?
We'll need to. We will need to.
We'll need to start all over again.
We will need to.
But that's why I'm saying momentum is lost.
And Pakistan will try to malign India's image by saying that.
One minute. So Saurabh.
You know, Arnab, we will double down on our efforts because I agree with Air Chief Marshal. We have created a new strategic doctrine that we have hit now inside.
Okay, Saurabh, let me ask you a question. Saurabh, all of these words are very highfalutin, my friend. I tell you what, the strategic doctrine is very great. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Why did they get the IMF bailout yesterday? If the Americans are here for peace, yet there are ways to broker peace and there are ways to wage out peace. In this context, Abhishek, my question in my mind is, you want a ceasefire? You want India to stop pummeling you? You agree to terms, or America stands with India and also abstains, and this IMF loan does not happen?
Yeah. But unfortunately,
if they got the IMF loan as well,
Americans have to understand that this is a state which
I'll tell you what
about
happened
which.
there.
So we are reporting.
Let me be objective.
1 minute, sir. We are reporting. I'm sorry. I'm getting some news here tonight. I'll have to get Gursimran, because we are told that in Akhnor, Rajouri, Poonch and some areas, there have been ceasefire violations. Now, official sources are saying we cannot confirm. Official sources are saying we cannot confirm, but we are getting news of some ceasefire violations. Now, we'll have to see whether we get official confirmations of that. But we have heard, there was some report, there's a drone sighting, there's some report there is air defense artillery which is in play. And therefore, one minute, we have to therefore take this seriously. And therefore, we are in a fast evolving situation. If this is true, ladies and gentlemen, then we have to be extremely careful of what the Pakistanis have done. And therefore, I'm repeatedly saying tonight that while we have been told there are possible ceasefire violations which have happened, we need to get an official confirmation of whether these ceasefire violations have happened. If this violation is happening, and if there is, we are also told there is heavy Pakistan artillery firing tonight. There are reports, we can take it on the grid, reports of ceasefire violations, reports of artillery firing, government sources, no confirmation from government sources to any artillery firing or ceasefire violations. So we are reporting all sides. We are just a very objective channel. We are getting information. We are saying that we do not have an official confirmation of this information, and therefore the grids have to be very appropriate. No official confirmation of ceasefire violations. No official confirmation yet of ceasefire violations, and therefore we are in a particular situation where we have to look at what's going on. And I'm sure that if Pakistan is violating the ceasefire violations, we are told that there is nothing. The government sources say there is nothing so far, but I have to now get more from the ground. So we are going to get Gursimran and the others to get some information on it. And what we are saying is that there are reports, and our Hindi channel also saying that there are reports that this ceasefire is being violated from the Pakistani side. And if the ceasefire is being violated from the Pakistani side, then it's a very, very serious matter. And even if today Pakistan had to behave well, they should not be doing heavy artillery firing. And we have to be very careful about this. Because if it's a commitment, General Bakshi, it's a commitment on all sides. Gursimran is with us. Gursimran, what information are you getting? Gursimran, 1 minute. Let me get from Gursimran. Gursimran, what's happened? What is your information? Gursimran.
Arnab, there is a ceasefire violation that we can confirm from the sources in the Indian Army as well as the Border Security Force. It has been reported on the international border on the line of control. In the line of control, it is in the Akhnur sector, it is in the Palamwala sector, in the Sundarbani sector of Rajouri, it is being reported, and so does in the Poonch. Apart from this, on the international border, there have been ceasefire violation that has been reported in the Arnia international border. This is in the Trewa areas, Budwar post of the Border Security Force, where the BSF has been fired upon by the Pakistani side, and now BSF has retaliated effectively. As we speak, the firing is underway in the Palanwala area, which falls in the Akhnur district. The target is the civilian area, though the civilian area has been evacuated, but the heavy artillery fire is being used by the Pakistani side to target the Indian locations. That is what we are also getting a confirmation from the officials on ground, as well as the locals, those who are there, because not everyone has left the place. The male members are still there for the cattle and everything that they have kept.
What are the army sources telling you? What are the army sources telling you? What are the army sources telling you? What are they saying? They're not officially confirming anything.
Sources they are not officially confirming, but they are not denying it completely. Their sources are telling us that yes, there have been ceasefire violations that are taking place, and even the drone attacks, the drones have also come and sirens have been activated.
You are saying there have been drone sightings?
As well as
are you saying there have been drone sightings?
Yes, there have been drone sighting. I can confirm, because the district administration in Udhampur and district administration in Akhnur, they have placed a a complete blackout in the area, and now the efforts are being made to destroy these hostile drones that have been seen in the area.
So you're saying there have been drone violations?
That's what he's saying.
Yeah. Drone violation. I'm just reconfirming it multiple times, because then we are in a very serious situation. Yes.
I can confirm you from at least 5 sources, and even for the people of the Udhampur can confirm, because the area has been put under the blackout. Same is for the Akhnur, because there are 2 vital installations. In Udhampur, we have the Northern Army Commander, Northern Army's command, that is the headquarters, and in Akhnur we have 1 base of the Indian Army that is cooperated by the Indian Air Force as well. So there has been the detections. Even there have been other sectors for which I am yet to get confirmation, but for these 2, I have got the 100% confirmation, with which I am saying that the drones were spotted, after which the air defense system has been activated.
Okay, so Pakistan is provoking along the LOC again.
And then, which means the ceasefire does not hold.
Right? No. Which means they're violating.
Brokered by Americans is already broken.
Yes, so then we have to look back at the situation, and therefore the situation develops extremely quickly here tonight. That Pakistan calls for a ceasefire. Yeah. We agree to the ceasefire. Yeah. And now this ceasefire violation is happening all over again.
And is it again the civil versus military divide? Because the Pakistan army perhaps wants a war, itching for a war. The military leadership caved in under American pressure, and now the military really, some local level commander deciding, okay, fine, I don't care 2 hoots about Pakistan.
Can this be a local level commander decision, General Bakshi? Can this be a local level commander decision after such a high level announcement? And the BSF is countering the violations. Yes. Yes, please, General Bakshi.
It's quite personality based, the personality.
Yes, sir.
The personality based kind of a situation with the local battalion commanders, depending upon how aggressive or how tame he is. I have seen many instances where the local Pakistani commanders try to show daring do, try to ignore orders coming from Islamabad. They always used to tell us, "Tumhara hukum Delhi se aata hai."
But General Bakshi, if there has been a violation today,
tamasha takes place on the line of control.
General Bakshi, what I'm saying is, if there has been one violation today, do we say that the agreement that happened at 6 o'clock was announced is still valid?
No, it's not.
Is it valid? Deepak Boraji, if this has happened, is it valid?
No, Arnab, wait one.
General Bakshi and Deepak Bora.
Wasn't it immediate and total?
Your point is absolutely valid. Arnab, sorry.
No, sir, I was just saying it was immediate and full ceasefire. But that's been violated. It's no longer, therefore, it's neither immediate nor full. Now we reserve the right to do what we want. This is what I'm trying to say in diplomatic terms, in international.
Absolutely.
It's an international. Well, it's not an agreement, but it was an acceptance by us that we'll stop the being guns from loading. That has gone. The conditions that were attached to it, immediate and full, those conditions no longer apply. Therefore, whatever we've agreed to no longer applies.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into a short break and I'm going to come back. When I come back, I'll put out the full story as it exists. I'm getting some reports from Srinagar, also not confirmed. Also not confirmed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back to an evolving situation. I'll have to see whether we get an official confirmation of this from the government. I'll be back soon.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी। विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
विमल में गुलिस्तान की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं।
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Well, welcome back, and I'm just going to be in breaking news mode right now because it appears that there have been major ceasefire violations, and I've got the reports right now. We are going to get Gursimran live. We are also hearing blasts reported near Srinagar. We've got Zinat with us in Srinagar. We've got Gursimran there, and the BSF is fully hitting back right now. And there have been drone swarms reported. It's back to square one, ladies and gentlemen. It appears these are visuals from Udhampur. The air defense artillery, which was alert, is catching the drones. We need no further confirmation. I hope the government puts out an official statement. They should put out an official statement fast. And there are Gursimran is with us, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, further ceasefire violations by Pakistan. Gursimran, explain these visuals. What just happened? Gursimran, Udhampur
yes,
visuals
there has
coming
been
with us.
ceasefire violations, sir. The ceasefire violations have started this evening when Pakistan resorted to the artillery firing at the Indian Army locations. It was in Aknoor that first ceasefire violation has taken place, to which Indian Army has retaliated effectively. Apart from this, the Palangwala sector has also faced the ceasefire violations from the Pakistani side. Heavy artillery has been used there as well. Even there was a drone spotting close to the border that was also repulsed by the Indian Army. We are told that in the Pragwal sector also there was a ceasefire violation, but that was for a brief period using the small arms. In the Budwal post, that is here in the Arnia sector, in the international border, there was ceasefire violation from the Pakistan side that was retaliated by the border security force. This the locals have also told us, and we have been witness to this.
So this is the point I want to make is what Gursimran is telling us. Gursimran, 1 minute. What information we have is, and look at these Pakistanis. We had a press conference at 6 o'clock. They started the violations at 6:30. We get the visuals at 8:55. We are on air at 9. And something is happening in Srinagar too. And maybe we'll get more from our Jammu and Kashmir Bureau Chief. Yeah, Zinat, what's happening in Srinagar, Zinat? Zinat, what's happening?
Srinagar. Explosions are being heard in the entire Srinagar state. The blast-like sound continued for around 2.5 minutes. There has been a rush of security forces deployed around the Dal Lake. We are hearing the firing from the Hawala downtown. There are the reports that the airstrike was conducted in the Badami Bagh area. Although we are yet to confirm we are yet to get the
airstrike was conducted in Srinagar.
Yes, in Srinagar, there are drone attacks that are being carried. We are picking
drone attacks in Srinagar? I think we must rush our crews immediately to the area.
But yes,
we must rush our crews immediately to the area. We must get our stringers and get the visuals and know what's happened in the Badami Bagh area. Please, yes, please. I hope I'm not holding you back because I need you to be on the move right now.
So we are picking that this is the area of the cantonment of army where these sounds were heard. In fact, the J&K police is also, the Rambagh police is rushing towards us. Meanwhile, some fire shots were heard from the Shankaracharya area in the downtown itself. This bang, the loud explosions continued for around 2.5 minutes in Srinagar city. Although people were having a sigh of relief after the ceasefire agreement was announced after a mediation from the US government. Donald Trump program, but now we are again seeing a panic has been created, and this has again escalated a situation in the Srinagar state, and Srinagar itself is witnessing a blackout in multiple areas of the Srinagar downtown as well as in uptown.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we are hearing some other reports coming in, and
I can confirm that a drone has been taken down in Baramulla, which means it was in our airspace, and the air defense systems had to intervene.
Yeah,
this is a clear case of not just ceasefire violation. This is a drone.
Again, we are hearing the blast-like sounds. Again, the blast-like sounds are being heard, and we are picking up. There has been. It is again the UN office side area, which is again.
Can you be quiet? I can't hear. Just give me a moment. Yes, please tell me.
Are being heard. The continent.
There is Rakshita in Srinagar has a report live. Zeenat, you move to the area. I'm staying with you. Rakshita, over to you. What's happening around you?
We are hearing incessant blast right now. We just spotted one of the lights in the air as well. We just spotted the interception as well. This is continuing for the past 15-20 minutes. There was a breather in between, and as we speak, while Ziad was speaking, we'll just go upstairs and show you. We'll try and go upstairs and show you.
You go up.
And this is another, what we understand, a drone attack on Srinagar, and it's happening across Srinagar as we speak. We just saw
I'll stay away from the live pictures for a moment. You can tell us what you're seeing. I'm not going to show the visuals, but I'm just trying to tell you one thing here, Rakshita. Just keep the camera on yourself. We don't want to capture any live information, but the fact is we have visuals from Udhampur, we have visuals from Jammu, and there are certain situations. We are also hearing about ceasefire violations in Poonch, and ceasefire violations in Rajouri, and ceasefire violations in Akhnur. And this is all at a time when we had just started celebrating that there is a ceasefire, and this is happening again. So there is obviously some Pakistani tactic that's going on here, because this is now ground reporting that you're seeing. Omar Abdullah himself is tweeting tonight what happened to the ceasefire. There are blasts that have been reported all over Srinagar. We do not know the details. Our reporters are going on the ground. Viewers, Zeenat is on the move. Gursimran is live with us. Just tell us all that you are hearing. Gursimran. Gursimran, what else are you hearing?
It all started at 6:15, 6:30. There have been ceasefire violations that have been reported in the Akhnur sector. This is line of control. It is in the Palamwala, that is line of control. It has been reported in the Sundarbani, line of control. It is in the Rajouri district, and also on the international border. It is in the Arnia area. To be very specific, to be very precise, it is Budwal post, from where the BSF was targeted, and it was retaliated effectively by the border security force. This has happened in the 4 sectors in totality. 3 along the line of control and 1 along the international border. Apart from this, there has been a complete blackout, and the air raid sirens that have been placed at 2 locations. First is the Udhampur district, where the headquarters of the Northern Command of the Indian Army is, and the second location is the Akhnur area, because very close to a vital installation of the Indian Army, from where Indian Army operates their key operations. There have been a drones activity that was spotted. It was a hostile drone, after which the air defense system was activated, and there was loud sirens that were heard. So this is the situation that at 4 places there have been ceasefire violations, and at 2 places there have been hostile drones that have been detected. So clearly the situation is plus minus like what it was yesterday. Nothing has changed on ground, Arnab. There have been ceasefire violations from the Pakistani side. Indian Army is giving them befitting reply. BSF is giving them befitting reply, and also the drone attacks have been launched today as well. Attempts are being made. The districts of Udhampur and the subdivision of Akhnur, they are still under total blackout. Reason being that the threats are still there. The air defense systems are trying to neutralize these threats that are there. So one thing is very clear, that what Pakistan committed, they have not gone by their words, and they have violated the ceasefire. And what we are witnessing on the borders, even one of the cabinet minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Satish Sharma, who comes from
please switch off your light, thank you. Switch off your light, thank you. Switch off your light, thank you. Take him off the screen. Now, I'd like to go across to our, please, because we don't want you to become a target. Now, thank you. We have another reporter live with us. Can the producers please be active on the story? Arawat, what's your location? What are you hearing? Arawat from Baramulla. Arawat, Baramulla में आप है वहाँ पे कोई खबर?
There is a drone. Yes, absolutely. We are here in the Baramulla right now, and we have also been told from the sources that the drone was spotted in the Baramulla, and the same drone has been shot down by the forces in the Baramulla town, and the drone was approaching towards the sensitive locations in the Baramulla. But we have seen the alert troopers has foiled the drone attempt in the Baramulla. But yes, we have seen that the sirens have been also alerted in the Baramulla, and also we have seen that the blackout has been called across the Baramulla town, and also we are moving towards the safer locations as of now, and right now we have seen that the sirens are still going on in the Baramulla district. Also, we have seen the drone was coming from the line of control Uri towards the main town Baramulla, and where the sensitive locations are. But we have seen that the alert troopers has followed the drone attempt, and the drone has been shot down in the Baramulla. But yes, there are the reports from the line of control areas that Pakistan has violated the ceasefire violation in the Kamal Kot area and other areas of the Uri sector. As of now, we are getting the reports from the sources there as we are traveling back from the Uri.
It's a serious situation that has developed all over again. I mean, my understanding of the situation is that if there are ceasefire violations, in Sundarbani, if there are ceasefire violations across multiple locations by the Pakistan army, if there are drones that have been sighted in Gurdaspur, if there are drones that have been sighted in Srinagar, Badami Bagh area, then General Bakshi, I don't see the guest. Can I see the guest? Then only I'll know who's on air. General Bakshi, what in your view is going on? Can I continue to have my reporter on air and also put the information in, please? Yes, please. General Bakshi. General Bakshi.
Yeah, you know, Arnab, Donald Trump had negotiated a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine for a month. And from day one, it broke down and the fighting has intensified. So why are we surprised? Why are we surprised? I think we give it a day or two to gauge Pakistan's intention. It is the Pakistani DGMO who had asked for this ceasefire from our DGMO.
But maybe there is is there something else in the works? Is it that their civilian leadership agreed to a ceasefire? And I want to go back 1 minute. So I want to go back to Rakshita. Rakshita, just without keeping the frame, can you tell us what you're hearing? Rakshita is in Srinagar. Rakshita, yes, Rakshita, what's the update from Srinagar?
Once again, right after we spoke to you and when we went upstairs, we again saw that multiple explosions we could be heard from several directions, not just one. And right in front of us, we could in fact see the drones being intercepted. And this was not just one, but it was the bangs were incessant, and it went on for some time, for a few seconds, and then we also saw we sighted the drones, tried to capture it. Of course, we can't show it live, but yes, we have just witnessed this an all-out blackout. It's a complete blanket blackout right now as we speak in Srinagar, because this is unprecedented. In the past 3 days, we did hear such explosions in the morning, in early morning today after 5:45. We woke up to those. We in fact were live that time.
Just dim your lights, Akshita. Thank you. Dim your lights. This is the evolving situation. Dim your lights. That's a standard. Can you? I know you are in a safe location, but dim your lights when you speak to us. In these times, you can never be too careful. And I want to go to Zeenath right now. Zeenath is also there. Akshita, Zeenath, what more information are you getting? Zeenath, I saw her live. She's on the move. Even if she's on the move, I can go across to her. I have Arawat, I have Gursimran. I have Abhishek also with us from... Switch off the lights, Abhishek, please, for God's sake. You do not have to switch on your lights to go live. For God's sake. Now, can I repeat that point, please? Thank you. And I have Soumya from Srinagar as well. Soumya, can we show the multiple locations, the 4 screens, and we can still take our graphics and our video with it? Because I want to see all our reporters there who are live, because I won't understand who to go across to next. Soumya, what's happening? Soumya? Multiple explosions. I can tell you that Soumya said she heard 10 to 12 explosions. 10 to 12 explosions in Srinagar. Soumya, are you there?
Some blast heard we again. Yes, we heard multiple explosions. Again, you can see there's lighting there in the sky. You can see there's a movement, some sort of movement here, some sort of lighting, multiple movements. And 15 minutes of time, we heard multiple explosions, As I speak, again, there's explosions. As we speak, there are noises that can be heard.
I can't hear her audio is to be clearer.
A span of just 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay, 1 minute. There is a lot of ambient sound around you. You fix that. I'll come back to you. Rakshita will hold it till then. Rakshita, now tell us, for ground reports. Can I have Rakshita, Gursimran, Arawat, all live, 3-4 windows, please. Let's go and we do that, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a breaking news situation. There have been multiple ceasefire violations within hours of the announcement in Delhi. that we agree to the ceasefire.
Somebody
happened with
it. Somebody did not clearly.
Somebody did not clearly like the ceasefire.
Yeah. And that somebody is there in Rawalpindi.
Yes, Abhishek.
Somebody is there in Rawalpindi.
Somebody who's been hammered this morning.
Yes.
Somebody who hasn't shown his face in the last 5 days.
Yeah.
Has Asim Munir gone rogue?
Asim Munir has absolutely gone rogue. That seems to be the case, because this cannot be the work of a handiwork of a local
Abhishek.
commander.
Yeah.
This kind of battery of armed drone swarms coming in from, Punjab to Jammu and Kashmir, this cannot be the handiwork of one local rogue commander. This is entire army gone rogue. Basically, Asim Munir saying, Donald Trump, take a walk. We are going to do what we are going to do. And whatever is left of their reputation that's been put in tatters by the Indian Armed Forces, they are going to focus on salvaging that, even if it means that Pakistan is going to get more bloody nose. And that seems to be happening, because this ceasefire violation is nothing else but Asim Munir telling Donald Trump, go take a walk.
I said 10 minutes back. Now this is getting very serious. Arawat is there with us. I can see, I think Arawat, Baramulla, same situation. Baramulla. Srinagar, same situation. Jammu, same situation. All across this entire area. And ladies and gentlemen, right now there's a blackout right from Punjab, Firozpur, right up to Pathankot, and there is a blackout in Srinagar as well. Something has gone terribly wrong for all the people who wanted a negotiated settlement to this kind of an issue. And you remember I began by saying at 8 o'clock today that I can't believe that Donald Trump doesn't know Pakistan, he doesn't know the Pakistani army, and he doesn't know our intent. And I think I've been proven right here. Because I said very clearly that Donald Trump thinks it's like with a click of the fingers these things happen. These things don't happen like this, Donald Trump. You were wrong to try and announce this. You were wrong to try and think you can bring about a negotiated settlement. If anybody can negotiate with India, it's India. It's Bharat. On Bharat's terms, it's the Indian army which should be allowed, to call the shots in this. Trump should now stay out of it. Let's settle it now. This is an unfortunate situation. I'm also told that there has been a blackout in various areas. There are 12 blasts here in Srinagar. Rakshita, I have Abhishek also with me. Abhishek, also in Srinagar. Can the light get switched off? Every time I take his name, the light does not have to be switched on.
Please switch off the lights.
Thank you. Camera persons. Yeah, thank you. It's all right. Viewers will understand. Those in ambient light, it's fine. Okay. Otherwise, lights off. Yes, Abhishek, tell me. Abhishek, tell me.
It is very clear, Arnab, that the ceasefire has been violated. As of now, the ceasefire, which was agreed at 5 p.m., has been violated very clearly. The place where I am staying, we and our team, we could very clearly see at least more than 30 shots being fired in the sky. We could very clearly witness the incident. This is not even at least 4 hours. I can clearly hear the shots going out even now. This is the 32nd shot which I'm hearing now. And it is very clear the intention of the Pakistan isn't against India. It is very clear.
Omar Abdullah has announced that there is no ceasefire. He says the air defense units in the middle of Srinagar. And this is breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. The air defense units in the middle of Srinagar have just all been opened up, and the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir has said this officially. So we are moving extremely fast into a situation right now. It's a complete turnaround. We have blackouts across the entire western border. The situation is developing fast. I'm going to stay with my reporters. I do not know who my guests are. And Omar Abdullah has also put out a video right now. And so are we confirming here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. It's a blackout in Rajasthan. It's drone attacks. There have been drone attacks by the Pakistanis in Jammu. And now I'll show you the video put out by Omar Abdullah, full frame. This is the video that has been put out by Omar Abdullah, ladies and gentlemen. Just watch this.
3.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan is attacking Srinagar tonight. Pakistan, this is the news. Pakistan is trying to target Srinagar tonight. There is a very evil, demonic, Machiavellian intent. Either it is the Pakistani army which has gone rogue, but I don't want to give anyone the benefit of doubt, because I do not believe there is any real separation between Shehbaz Sharif, Khwaja Asif and the Pakistan army. General Dayal, please. General Dayal, you're seeing this, ladies and gentlemen. It's just broken out. Yes. Yeah, General Dayal.
Arnab, firstly,
we must not say anything because Pakistan is still run by Munir. And who is rogue, who is not rogue? He is the rogue. And you don't trust him, he's not trustworthy.
Yeah.
So this situation continues. But 2-3 things I just want to add to you, Arnab. The ceasefire in 1965, 71 and even Kargil spilled over by a day or two in this world. And second important thing, in your statement you have said, Arnab, in your statement you have said, a terrorist act will be considered as an act of war.
Sir,
you did not include your LC. No, your statement is incomplete.
Sir, please.
Yes, your statement is incomplete because you have just defined terror, that an act by terrorist will be considered as an act of war. You did not say that firing across LC will be considered an act of war and India will take action with physically in Punjab. You should have such terms and conditions. It was not there. If not required, then he will continue.
It's over, sir.
It's over.
If it said an act of terror.
No, if you are not done, then...
Wait, sir.
Wait. There are two windows. 1 minute. One minute. You can speak to him directly, sir. I'll get you on the screen. 1 minute. You can speak to him directly, sir. Yes, sir. No, you can reply to him, sir. Please.
All I wanted to say is, sir, that before the so-called ceasefire, we were fighting at each other. We were doing what we have to. And the ceasefire came in for a few minutes, it's gone. We resume what we were doing, sir.
Listen. It does not mean that we agree to a ceasefire without considering LC as part of the ceasefire. Is it included in your statement?
No, 1 minute. Yes, sir, please.
We could consider
what he's saying is to hell with ceasefire.
To hell with the ceasefire.
Yes, of course. So what? Of course, hell with the ceasefire. So
even if we don't say it, they have said to hell with the ceasefire. It's the Pakistanis who said it.
If I may, and for the audience,
war continues.
Sir, if I
war
may,
absolutely continues.
You have to now escalate the ladder. If you do not escalate now, then you can continue.
Sir, if I may, for the audience who's watching this broadcast, a ceasefire is an agreement between two or more parties to stop aggressive action, often due to mediation by a third party. It is a temporary or permanent stoppage of war, distinct from an armistice. It is.
Sir, I want to tell you a particular context, and the context is this: that please understand, sir. The Supreme Court has given Asif Munir today the powers to arrest civilians. They have approved a military crackdown on dissent. Munir needed it. Now civilians can be tried in military courts in Pakistan in the given situation under the cover of this. So, strengthened by that, are we heading towards a coup? We have to witness a new video is coming in from Anantnag. 1 minute, let's see the new video. So the political leadership of these are visuals from Anantnag. Sir, these are our air defense artillery responding in Anantnag, which means that there have been targeting all over Abhishek. Yeah. So my point is, sir, 1 minute. Sir, 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Sir, Abhishek, how do you analyze this?
I'm wondering. This is Anantnag. This is deep inside.
That means the terrorists, those who are lying, they are activated, and I'm shocked that they can activate with these drones. I'm quite sure that these drones have not come from across IB. There are terrorists. This is what has been happening around Moscow, and this is what they've done. In the jungle, there hides these guys. They've got these things, and I think they have activated all this in deep areas. I mean, they could not have come from the IB or from the LC. So these could be the possibilities that there hides terrorists which are hiding. They are equipped with drones, and at the right time, they have today started in deep areas like Srinagar.
So, but there has to be an explanation for what's going on. On whose orders is this happening?
On Munir's orders. On
Munir's orders.
Because you did not destroy that. Did you touch the Jaise Mohammed chief? Did you bring the the HM chief? Did you bring the LET chief? They are still there.
Shawan has updates. We have a complete update from the newsroom right now from Shawan Sen. Shawan, can you be on constantly, please? We've been asking for you for the last 10 minutes, Abhishek and I. Tell us exactly the full summary of what reports you're getting, confirmed and unconfirmed, because Army is not confirming officially, but it's now out in the open. Abhishek, Shawan.
Well, in fact, while they haven't officially put out anything, but the first report that we have got is that the ceasefire violations reporting time was around 6:30 this evening. That's when the sirens also went off. In fact, the two locations we were told is one in Akhnur, and there is also reports that have also come in a little later after the ceasefire violation actually began. We're told that there was also movement of the first drone sighting that has also taken place. In fact, they have used artillery firing along the Akhnur sector, and that has basically continued for a while now. In fact, this has happened, intermittent firing that has actually taken place in Akhnur. That's what we're being told. As far as the drone movement are concerned, there are at least two locations where the sightings have actually been made.
Has there been any statement from the Pakistani side that you're getting? Because you see this statement about the ceasefire, Donald Trump makes the announcement around 5:30? Yes, sir. Around 5:30. The press conference is supposed to happen at 5:30 here, but then the press conference gets pushed to 6. At 6 o'clock, even before our press conference is to start, around 5:45, Mr. Dar, the civilian foreign minister of Pakistan, makes the announcement. You have information. Break, please.
There is no ceasefire. Ceasefire is done with, and Donald Trump can actually, according to Asim Munir, take a walk, because even we had to tell our forces that, okay, you have free hand, go after these ceasefire violations. I think BSF would respond now. There is no ceasefire whatsoever.
No, the point is, I completely I'm agreeing with you on that, and that is the known fact. What is not known is who is masterminding this. Mr. Dar said we welcome a ceasefire. Do you think Mr. Dar, the foreign minister of Pakistan...
Munir doing to Shehbaz Sharif,
pardon me, what do you say?
Musharraf did to Nawaz Sharif.
I feel that this is moving towards some kind of a military takeover in Pakistan. There is nothing
100%.
else that can be the fact. And now we have information out here, ladies and gentlemen, that there has been heavy shelling that is still going on in Akhnur, in Rajouri. There is shelling in Kalal. Udhampur is under a drone attack. There is an urgent blackout that has been put out by the district magistrate of Barmer. And ladies and gentlemen, there has been some active contact. Yes. I'm told, cannot confirm it, but active contact means something. We are also told that the Udhampur Air Force Station has been targeted. The Udhampur Air Force Station has been targeted. I do not know what situation there is, but we need to be told. There needs to be an official press release on what has happened in Udhampur, because if the idea was to make us lower our guard, if the idea was to make India lower its guard, sir, and that is my point of severe concern tonight, that we have to analyze the entirely evolving situation in perspective. We don't want to look at things in isolation, and that's why I began 8 o'clock by saying that for God's sake, Donald Trump, you don't know the South Asian region. You do not know this part of the world. You just want credit on...
You don't know Pakistan.
Yeah. Military. The district. Okay. Now, we are told the DC Amritsar has said that since there are reports of ceasefire violations,
Pakistan
we will remain on alert today.
Cryptocurrency. Pakistan is a crypto country.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Someone needs to get that message.
I need to go back to our reporters. I need to go back to our reporters. Yes, Zeenat has an update from Srinagar. Zeenat, your location, what are you seeing? Zeenat, over to you. Zeenat.
See, Arnav, we are heading to the We are heading towards the 15 Corps headquarters in Srinagar. This is the Badami Bagh cantonment area, the military-based hospital in the Badami Bagh itself. In fact, the roads leading to Badami Bagh, we are picking that they have been closed, but we are still trying, because around 100 drones were spotted hovering in the sky here. There is
100 drones
fire. In fact, the air.
So this is a more intense attack than yesterday.
100 drones, yes.
No, 1 minute. There's 100 drone attack.
Absolutely. It is a complete
Has there been any bombings?
Have
there been any bombings?
See, it has been thwarted. All attempts have been thwarted. We are picking that they tried to target the 15 Corps headquarters, the army base headquarters in the Srinagar. In fact, the drones were also spotted in Shupian, Kulgam, and also in Avantipora. One can see. See my Vijay Mubashir is showing the deployment of this is the road that leads to Badami Bagh. Right now, no movement is being allowed. The civilians.
No, that's not true. That's
are
not
being
true.
stopped here. The deployment of
Move away from that. Thank you very much. One second. Commodore Bikramjit Singh, for your first comment on the evolving situation here, sir. Please, it's moving very fast, sir. Sir,
Please, excuse me for this, but I'm still processing this information. On the first hand, you say you DGMOs talk and you are looking at, a ceasefire, you're discussing this, and on the other hand, you're going on the offensive. So Pakistan cannot be trusted for what it is saying or has ever said in the past.
Yeah.
And this is another example which is trying to, fortify the same sentiment across the globe.
Yeah.
So this is something which is, absolutely not acceptable.
Across the country. I mean, we shouldn't lose the momentum.
Definitely. The understanding was that we were rather going to, go all out. This is what was my understanding today. Afternoon meeting, PM met the chiefs. I was thinking that the briefing would be to escalate. And then around 3:30, this phone call has transpired.
No, unfortunately, we lost the momentum to the Pakistani forces.
Exactly.
And we lost the optics to the Americans.
So the fact is that Shehbaz Sharif had a meeting with Zardari. There was political unanimity between the two parties that are controlling Pakistan right now. At that point of time, Trump made a statement at 5:30, very carefully calibrated. Dar made a statement, and Dar was looking very weak but very hopeful about it. We agreed on their terms on the assumption that there is still a civilian government in charge in Pakistan. So I think where our mistake has been is that we assume the civilian government is in charge in Pakistan, whereas the reality is that Shehbaz Sharif is just a puppet. Now, if in that is the evolving situation, and suppose the Pakistani army goes and says to Mr. Shehbaz Sharif, it may be your ceasefire, it is not. Now, there's been a ceasefire violation in Pathankot also. If he says this is your ceasefire, it's not a ceasefire. But General Bakshi, hands up before General Bakshi. Yes, please, sir. Yes, please, sir. General Bakshi.
Sorry to be disturbing. Drone attack in Nalia, Kutch also. I'm getting these pictures.
Drone attack in Kutch.
Nalia, Kutch, which means a repeat of.
Tell me where is? Can you tell me the location?
I'm getting pictures. Nalia,
You've got a picture from there.
Yes.
We've seen pictures of a drone attack in Kutch right now being reported.
I'm sending. So this is.
Please can you share the visual quickly? And now tell me the importance of that location.
This is an Air Force base, Nalia, in Kutch.
So all Air Force bases, military installations being targeted by drone attacks.
Continue to be targeted.
Yes, sir. So tell me, sir. Abhishek, tell me the location.
This is Nalia Air Base in Kutch, which is again facing a drone attack, which means this is happening around the country, from Kutch to Kashmir, like it happened yesterday, like it happened day before yesterday. Somebody in Pakistan has not agreed to the ceasefire.
There has been an attack on an Air Force base area in Kutch. Now the question is this, that if this is the videos on air, ladies and gentlemen, there's a video from Kutch. Have a look at that. Abhishek,
yes,
this was your video which you put out. I can't really see
these are pictures. There is a small drone there, you can see that. This is Nalia Kutch pictures coming in.
Drone attacks that are happening everywhere. So, there has obviously been, I don't even want to give the benefit of doubt that there has been an agreement. I believe that these disagreements amount to nothing unless I'm told that there has been a military takeover. I will then hold Shehbaz Sharif to blame, and I will hold the Pakistani government to blame, and Khwaja Asif and Dar to blame for making us take them at their word. We have more reporters coming in. Let me. I just want to stay with the reporters for a while. Just 1 minute. Thank you. I want to go to our reporters. Arawat, over to you, Arawat. In Baramulla, how is the situation there now?
We have seen that the drones are moving towards the sensitive locations in the Kashmir Valley. We will not reveal the exact locations where the drones are heading, but yes, our forces are aware that the drones are moving towards the sensitive locations in the Kashmir Valley. And also we have been some reports from the North Kashmir, Baramulla, that drone has been shot by the forces.
We were told, Shawan, you have some information about Northern Commander coming under target again. Shawan.
Well, in fact, I've just got a confirmation that this is more than what we have seen over the last 2 days. In fact, in Akhnur sector, in Khor, there has been heavy, intense firing that has taken place. So much so, we have been given to understand our guards were a little down, and when the ceasefire violation has actually taken place in Akhnur, in Rajouri, and as far as Jammu region concerned, a drone sighting has taken place in the over Badami Bagh cantonment. That's the 15-core cantonment in Srinagar, where we are being told that a drone sighting has actually taken place. The numbers much more than what we were told in the first 2 days of drone sightings that have taken place.
Well, therefore, this becomes the biggest ever drone attack in 3 days, right?
It's a repeat of what has been happening over the last 2 days.
In 3 days
I was told,
by Pakistan.
Abhishek, this is more than what we saw in the first 2 days. The numbers, the areas that they have opened fire, and at the same time, simultaneously, they have also carried out.
So we have said then General Bakshi, it was said any future act of terror will be a declaration of war. This was said by the government. This is beyond terror.
Look, Arnab, one second. Arnab, we were also told that the Pakistani DGMO has picked up the phone, spoken to the Indian DGMO, has asked for this ceasefire, right? If he is going to violate the ceasefire within minutes, there is no ceasefire. Who's stopping us? Who's stopping us? Go for it. Go for it. Simple. Who's stopping you? You know, the Donald Trump had a ceasefire declared between Russia and Ukraine.
Diplomacy should happen
on day one. No, 1 second. Day one, that ceasefire broke and the fighting intensified. So let it intensify. I mean, what's the harm? What have we to lose? If Pakistan asked for a ceasefire, so we said, okay, if he wants to break the ceasefire within minutes, give it back. Who stopped you? Who's tied your hands down? Which agreement do we have to go to the United States to say we are sorry or we want your permission? No, sir. We don't need anybody's permission.
But I think that the fact is that over the last few days, it has been shown.
But if he violates, break the ceasefire, go for it. Don't stop anything you are doing.
I'm only trying to analyze this. General Bakshi,
go for it.
General Bakshi, I'm just saying, I'm trying to analyze this.
No, I'm saying go for it.
Sir, if this ceasefire had been effective, if, then wouldn't Asif Munir's neck have been on the line because he has completely failed. Yeah. He's missed his targets. The quality of Pakistani weapons he's responsible for is abysmal. Right? Yeah. Yeah, and even we have Gujarat Minister Harsh Sanghvi who has also issued a statement right now that several drones have been spotted everywhere. So there are multiple confirmations coming in, ladies and gentlemen, and therefore, Operation Sindoor continues. This is an ongoing operation. I am absolutely
Basically,
sure.
Munir has put Shehbaz Sharif's neck on the line.
The point is, let's be very clear here. If this ceasefire would have held, Munir would have lost his job because he would have been asked, what were you doing? Yeah. Why did you fail? Yeah. And so Munir is obviously doing it either in concert or defiance. We'll know in the next few minutes. We will know. You just have to watch what is happening in Pakistan. You have to watch what is happening in Pakistan. Sir.
He is exercising the powers that are bestowed into him, which he has also bestowed in himself. Because he is the de facto dictator.
So I would not be surprised, sir. I would not be surprised if using these powers he arrests.
I'm saying resume the air attacks tonight.
He can, but he can and put somebody who's close to him as his prime minister.
Because his target is power.
Yeah, power. But
he's looking at his own chessboard.
See, at present,
his target is power. He may or may not have a victory.
At present, he may still would like to exercise it indirectly the way he's exercising it.
Or we are in a dangerous situation, sir.
He may bring another face there in place of Shehbaz Sharif. It doesn't matter.
Look, Arnab, 1 second. Arnab, 1 second, please. Arnab, 1 second. The Director General Military Operations Pakistan takes his orders from Asim Munir. The Director General Military Ops Pakistan takes his orders from Asim Munir. Okay? He reports back to him. If he spoke to our DGMO, asked for a ceasefire, and if he is doing this, well, there is simply no ceasefire. You don't have to tell him. You just have to send your aircraft, your Rafales, with more of the same.
Chandigarh up, please.
Give it to him.
Can we have Chandigarh?
Why do we have to stop? What momentum have we lost in one day?
Chandigarh up, Lalit up. Okay, which reporters are live right now? See, we can keep speculating, but...
Give it back.
I want to ask Jen Bakshi one issue.
Sir, can I just go to a reporter for a while?
All yours.
So Rakshita is live. Rakshita, what's the latest with you? Rakshita, more locations, more reporters. Can I have all my reporters up out there? on the small windows.
We continue to hear explosions. They have, Touchwood, right now they have faded a little. What we know that they have faded down a little, but just a few minutes back, again, another round of drones. You can't sometimes make out if it's the stars in the sky or it's the drone. But yes, we do see some red lights in the air just a few minutes back. And it continues on. Now, what's happening in the day, it happened in Avantipura where we were there, Avantipura Air Base, in Srinagar Airport, and across the valley in Uri and Anantnag and Shopian as well. And now it's happening once again right after the ceasefire was announced. We see that they are coming with double power. You see that they're doubling down on the drone attacks, and they have been intercepted. We have seen it with our own eyes how they are being intercepted by the air defense system in Srinagar. The air defense batteries have been up since last 2 days. We've seen Srinagar Airport has been the most vulnerable. The air base has been the most vulnerable. Since morning we are witnessing such, we are in fact hearing such sounds. And once again here as we stand, there is a complete blackout. And yes, there are some explosions that are heard. And remember, it's in multiple directions. That means that it is happening across Srinagar.
So there are massive violations by Pakistan, right? Okay. Okay. Now the thing is, the thing is, we have to evolve this situation out there. I just give me a moment here because I'm live right now. If Abhishek, you're going to hold it with the reporters. I need to go out and make a phone call in just a while. Right now, the fact is, we need to understand what's happening here. If Asif Munir is trying to do this, if Asif Munir is trying to create a situation out here, then I think we cannot begin to isolate between Asif Munir and the rest of the Pakistani government. We cannot do that.
Obviously, somebody has not listened to Trump, and that's what's happening. But let's focus on what's happening from the ground. I think, what are these pictures?
I think Pakistan must be completely punished. We also have to be very, very careful out there. There are pictures from Gandarbal
as well. The sky lighting up, Arnab. See, look at these pictures. I mean,
the sky is completely lit up. See, this is not possible all over without this being a very planned operation by the Pakistani army. Abhishek, will you hold it? Will you hold it, please, for it? I'm just getting, sir.
I'm looking at pictures.
Sir, Abhishek, please be alive with me.
I'm looking at pictures coming in from
Abhishek,
across
keep it moving fast. Can Shawan come on air right now also with Abhishek and hold it for a few minutes? Ladies and gentlemen, I have to speak to some sources and come back.
So you said on the first day, delay, deceive, destroy. That's exactly what they have been doing. No. They have delayed it because of ceasefire. They prepared themselves. Now they've deceived us by sending in drones, and we will do the destroying now.
So something has happened. Something is amiss. I mean, the fanfare with which the Americans really came out, the president announcing, the Secretary of State announcing, and then you had Pakistani Deputy Prime Minister announcing. By the way, remember, Ishaq Dar is related to the Sharifs.
Abhishek, there's also some more news now coming in. The sightings have also taken place in Rajasthan now. Drone sightings in Barmer. And as far as Pathankot is concerned, in Pathankot there is a complete blackout. Drones have been sighted in Pathankot too. Remember, the airbase as well as the military installation seems to be once again the target of the Pakistanis.
See what I was trying to...
Abhishek.
Well, absolutely. And I believe you want to make a point,
Abhishek, what I'm trying to say is that, look, we do not know exactly what transpired between the two DGMOs. Knowing the Pakistanis, they articulate their words. He must have used the word like Zanab, Kabant to kijiyega, kaise. You know, it is how they play with their words. I mean,
You mean to say they never mean what they say?
They never mean what they say. And believe you me, whatever is happening now could not have been planned after declaring ceasefire. That means it was well planned. It was well planned and well thought out in the morning today. Today morning, Munir has cleared this operation in detail.
I believe we would agree with that. I'm coming to you, Komodo sir. I'm coming. Okay, Major. More information.
Men are dishonored, honored. These are not honorable people.
More information. Shawan, over to you. More information.
Well, in fact, now you have a total of 4 states where drone sightings have actually taken place. It is much more than what we have seen in the first 2 days itself. Now the latest coming in from Barmer in Rajasthan, where air raid sirens are already underway as we speak. As far as the ceasefire violation is concerned, we are being told that along the western border, particularly in Rajouri, in Samba, there has been intense firing as we speak right now. Earlier, it was intermittent firing. Now there's continuous firing. That's heavy artillery firing which is going on. So this is a clear violation right now. Simultaneously, the drone sightings have taken place. As far as numbers are concerned, drone sightings are more than 100 right now.
That's a huge one, Shawan. That's what you're saying is huge, that 100 drone sightings have happened. I have, for example, information that at least 3 drones in Kutch area near the Nalia base have been shot down, which means the air defenses are working fine. But the fact of the matter is somebody, of course, did not listen to Donald Trump. I believe you wanted to make a point to General Bakshi, sir. General Bakshi, you wanted to...
General Bakshi, sir, I mean, I was of the opinion that, look, we really do not know what transpired between the 2 DGMOs. Knowing the Pakistanis, which I wanted to that time ask you, sir, knowing the Pakistanis, they twist their word. They use sometime Urdu, they talk like that, and I'm sure across LC you must have seen them many more, then I can speak on it. They use words like that, Janab,
I think what you mean to say...
Kijiyega, and we take it as if he's pleading, is that...
Just paraphrasing.
It could not be, sir. I mean, it could not be. What exactly has transpired between all the leadership, the details are not yet known. We do not know exactly the nature of agreement between the leadership.
General Bakshi, sir, essentially what General Dayal is saying is that there is honor among thieves but not among Pakistani generals.
Absolutely. There is a Pathan saying, which if you allow, I will twist a little. Trust a snake before you trust a harlot. Trust a Pakistani before you trust a snake, right? So if this is the way Pakistan is going to behave, no problems, no problems. Start your what you did last night. Resume what you did last night and give it more of the same till he cries uncle again and goes back to Donald Trump so that he gets another kick from Donald Trump also. Na? Last night he was in pain. He was in agony. We heard Air Marshal Noor Khan crying almost ki, hum isko rok nahi sakte. This is beyond us. We can't handle it. Please stop it. America is not coming in. The world is not coming in, etc., etc. Okay. So you still have the spunk to do these, piddly drone attacks. Not one of them have gotten through so far. Right? So how are you impressing us? Maybe you thought that you will achieve surprise. You will tell us, oh, ceasefire and we'll start opening the champagne bottles, right? We aren't opening champagne bottles, boy. We are on the alert, right? And if this is the way you want to do it, we'll play the game. You'll get more of the same, cry uncle, because your air defenses are not working. All right? That is evident to the whole of mankind.
Yeah.
Right? Your HQ-9 or HQ-16 SAMs aren't working. They can't stop our aircraft. You want to get kicked in your butt? You'll get it. Give it to him, man. Give it to him. Oh, who the hell says this is such a sacrosanct ceasefire that we can't breathe, that
like
we can't
can go in tonight?
No.
Sir, you can go in tonight, we can get the momentum back? You're saying, sir, we can get the momentum back?
Go in tonight, go in.
Wait a minute. All that I'm saying is, in garb of this...
Where is the momentum gone, yaar? Kal raat ko to hit kiya hai.
Nowhere. I'm saying you can get the initiative, you can take your initiative back. That's how battles are fought. I mean, you regain the initiative without any problem. If you are strong, you can dictate terms. All that I'm saying is, sir, see in the garb of these 3 hours, in this euphoria,
so what
if
does...
suppose we have lost few lives on LOC,
I just want...
Don't you think, sir, that's more painful? And should we trust even one bit Pakistan ever?
I think we need a confirmation from Pakistan, Abhishek, on whether there is a divide between the army and the civilian leadership. If it is not, I think you'll have to make some phone calls.
Yeah.
And I am letting you go to make...
But I'll find out.
No, you have enough sources across the world. The dangerous thing about being Abhishek Kapoor is that you know too much and you reveal too little.
No, not really.
Which in critical situations, viewers, it's useful to have an Like, people have Brahmos in their arsenal, we have Abhishek in our arsenal, but I need you to make the phone calls.
I'll make phone calls.
So that you can be free. I think Shravan will be live with us.
Yeah, sure.
I've made some phone calls, you make some phone calls. Then we will get our act together and put this together. Now, till then we have Shravan with us. Shravan, now we are hearing. Abhishek, can you be back in 5 minutes, please? Shravan, what are you hearing right now? Right now what we'll do is, we will just stay with the news. I'm not going to, just 5 minutes break, we're gathering all the news in, very developing situations. And I want to understand, Shravan, what your sources are telling you. And also with the flow of information that we have here, there is a complete blackout which is there across all of Kutch, which means that Pakistan has chosen its targets. There's a military mind behind this. And what the military mind in Pakistan wants to do is damage our air capability ahead of something else, which means they have something else planned. And since they have played their card, and they will expect us to hit back, then in that case, they may play their cards very quickly. General Bakshi, because, they have seen our ability to respond.
Arnab.
Sir.
Arnab, there are certain empirical military facts.
Yes, sir.
Fact 1, their radars failed to detect our aircraft. Fact 2, their HQ-9 and 16 surface-to-air missiles of Chinese origin failed to destroy or damage any of our aircraft. We got through to our targets. So, if Pakistan wants more of the same, the technical parameters haven't changed in 2 hours. Give it to him. What are you stopping for, man? Give it to him. Nahi akal aayi, nahi samajh aaya, abhi phir samjhate hain na. All their drone attacks have been stopped. So it is much ado about nothing. Right?
But I have another question now. I have another question. Sir.
Up my ass.
General Bakshi, it's a family channel. You're using very intemperate language, but everyone on, please. These are one of the viral moments that General Bakshi gives us once in a while. That's why we love him, we adore him. He's as he is. Now the fact is, Commodore GJ, one serious analysis we must
love
take.
You too.
Love you too, sir. The thing is, sir, this is. The one man who has egg on his face tonight, Commodore GJ, is a man called Donald Trump. He couldn't do a ceasefire with Russia, Ukraine. He could not do a ceasefire even with Netanyahu. He thought he had done a ceasefire here, and we complied. Now, what will he do? Which wants to take that? To which of the two commodores? Can I take him first and then come back to you, sir? Commodore GJ, what do you think? This becomes... Okay, Shravan is breaking news. Shravan.
Well, just reports now coming in. Cover fire is also been given for an infiltration bid in Sundarbani is what we are picking up. In fact, it is at multiple areas where infiltration bids are taking place. It's typical of the Pakistanis. Cover fire, when there is intensive firing going on, you would expect them to carry on with their infiltration bid, which happened day before yesterday. Now I just got a confirmation coming in that it's the reports coming in from Sundarbani also. Drone sighting that have actually taken place in other states like in Rajasthan, in Barmer is the latest that I'm also getting in. But there is also one more report coming in. Some explosions have also been heard in Pakistani cities. So that's also important to point out. That reports now coming in of an explosion that has taken place in Islamabad and Lahore. So there is some sort of a retaliation. Now, we do not know right now whether at all this is a retaliation coming in from our side or this is some sort of a false flag coming in from the Pakistani side.
Yeah, and we've got as usual a stupid tweet by Mehbooba Mufti, who's still saying that the ceasefire was a fragile hope, and even right now warmongers and detractors who thrive on conflict, who fear peace than war, and blah 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 blah, compassion, wisdom, peace, silence the drums of war. Why doesn't she just keep quiet and stop revealing a pro-Pakistani mindset at times like this? Ladies and gentlemen, we have Lalit up also. We have got to stay with our reporters for 5 minutes as I promised here. So can we put all the reporters up on different locations? Lalit from Pathankot. Lalit, latest from you. Lalit.
If you talk about here in Pathankot, there has been a blackout. Let me show you the visuals here. This is the city of Pathankot. The complete district is in a complete blackout from the past half an hour. But if you talk about the violation here right now, no such violation has not been found here in Pathankot. So right now, if you talk about here in Pathankot, there has been a complete blackout. Siren has been buzzed around a half an hour before. But apart from that, if you talk about security has been tightened here, and police could be seen asking people to close the shut off the lights of the vehicles and everything. So right now, a situation seems to be here volatile.
Okay, Lalit.
Right now, no such violation could be.
Lalit, I'd like to go back to Zeenat. Zeenat in Srinagar. Zeenat. Right now, I'm told that the blasts have stopped in Srinagar. Zeenat.
We don't pick any sound of the bang that was heard. Mic is off. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Just continue. There's a little bit of a delay. That's all. Stay in front of the camera.
Or now we are reporting just 500 meters away from the Badami Bagh. It's the 15 Corps headquarters, the army headquarters in the Kashmir Valley that takes care of the security of the entire Kashmir Valley. The blasts, like sounds were heard, they tried to attack this Badami Bagh cantonment, which also houses military hospitals, the schools, the housing colonies, and all of the infrastructure, even the ammunition and the artillery it has. So they tried to strike here, but their attempt was foiled. It was spotted by the air defense system. Air defense guns were activated. With the result, the drones were destroyed before they could make any damage on the ground. We are seeing the deployment of the Srinagar police here, including the CRPF. They are manning the road, not being allowed to venture near to that spot. That the army is taking care of all these things, because this is a patch that not only has the cantonment, but then you have the other important institutions from the UN office to police posts and even the
viewers, watch this. These are visuals of drones flying over Lal Chowk in Srinagar. The intentions of the Pakistani army is very clear. They have targeted Srinagar in a big way today. I haven't got an official count, but these are the drones flying over Lal Chowk in Srinagar. Drones, these are ADAs, these are not the drones, but this is the anti-drone aircraft shells which are flying over the Lal Chowk, which are obviously targeting the drones. I don't see the explosion yet, so obviously they must be effective. I hope Srinagar is safe. I hope the people of Srinagar are safe. And let me tell you once again, the country must remain united. We must all remain together. And we must understand that while we may have trusted for a while, Pakistan has broken our trust. In a very big way, they've fundamentally broken our trust. And I began tonight by only one question. How do you trust these damn Pakistanis? How do you trust them?
No, they are not trustworthy, but let me give you a perspective. See, the perspective is that apparently, though the chief of Pakistani army, Munir, has accepted the conditions of US, and he has agreed to the US Secretary of State that there will be a ceasefire. But to show to his public, he probably is carrying out a desperate, I would say, attacks to get some success, because without this success, he knows
this is his posturing. This is his posturing.
This is his posturing. Otherwise, he will lose his job, and he will lose his face, and he will lose forever. And Pakistan.
Okay, now, Abhishek, you are back.
This is what I feel. He's trying.
You are back, Abhishek. Abhishek, you are back. And
confirmation, but I have been told.
Yes. 1 minute, everyone. Can we put the camera on Abhishek, please?
Waiting for one more conversation. But I am told Operation Sindoor is back.
Yes, of course.
I am told Operation Sindoor is back.
What does that indicate? What does that mean?
What this means is,
explain this in layman terms.
Yes, basically what this means is, if Pakistan is not going to keep its end of the bargain, we are going to get back. We are going to hit back, and our position that if Pakistan escalates, they will get a double of that is something which is back on the table.
Now, please.
Which is back on the table. Operation Sindoor and proportionate response to Pakistan is back.
Okay, we're taking a break and we're coming back. Just a short break and coming back. Off. Oh, no, not off. 1 second. We're taking a break and coming back.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
us the live analysis, and we have a situation right now where there are no blasts happening in Srinagar now, but there have been blackout in various areas, and we are told that there are 9 drones which have been brought down in the Kutch area, and all our air defense guns have been activated, and we have countered the Pakistani drones successfully, which were flying over the Srinagar area, thanks to the strong anti-defense artillery that we had with us, and that fired up in time. We did not let down our guard, which is great, which means that while we accepted the ceasefire, we were very careful about the situation on the ground. As we said, government sources saying Operation Sindoor now continues. Can we say that? Government sources, yes. Operation Sindoor has continued because the ceasefire has collapsed.
Yes.
Right?
So what I was told were one of the
Abhishek, 1 minute. Can we take Abhishek on air because he's giving us the way the government is looking at this, presumably. Yes, please.
Yes. So the exact words were that maybe there is problem on the Pakistani side. So far as we are concerned, we had not given any word beyond the fact that Pakistanis came crying to us via the Americans. We said, okay, fine, let's test them. If the test has failed, the Operation Sindoor is back. It has failed. The Operation Sindoor is back. If Pakistan does something, they will get double of it, double whammy, like it happened yesterday, like it happened day before yesterday, is going to happen.
The point, Abhishek, is now the person who's really got egg on his face, General Bakshi, is Donald Trump. So Donald Trump will have to double up.
He jumped the gun, like he did in the case of Russia-Ukraine. He jumped the gun.
He jumped the gun. He jumped the gun. In that case, he's not been able to get a ceasefire there now. Because this is that first global ceasefire that he wanted.
Yes.
And he's failed. So how is he going to respond when Narendra Modi speaks to him and he says that
I said we cannot believe Trump. This is typically Trumpist overreach. We have to wait for our government to say something. Our government now, I've spoken to people, they say we were just testing. The Pakistanis came crying via the Americans. We said, okay, fine, let's try. Yeah. We have no problem. We are on the edge. I mean, we are on top of it. Yep. And we have shown to the Pakistanis what we can deliver. And now if the Pakistanis or somebody in Pakistan cannot keep their end of the bargain, then Operation Sindoor effectively is back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Abhishek, I just would like to add here that this is, not panning out as a conventional war. You had some kind of escalation. You have a little bit of a ceasefire. So any third nation is now not in a position to dictate terms to two warring countries. Like you said, has been seen in Ukraine, Russia.
Maybe on that front, we ended up giving the optics to Americans. I think we sort of ceded that ground. I don't know, maybe there must have been some understanding or something. But General Bakshi sir, you think we lost the momentum? We can get it back because you say the momentum is not lost, but maybe the optics were lost for a while?
No, we were told that, Donald Trump, of course, Marco Rubio was trying for the last 3-4 days to get a ceasefire, right? He was making his rounds, talking to different people. There was even a report that he had spoken directly to Asif Munir. Then we were told that we got a call from the Pakistani DGM.
So so what basically the government is saying and what we are hearing now from our sources, what they've told us is that the government sources, Pakistan has violated the bilateral understanding. And so the government sources are saying that since this whole understanding between both sides has been completely violated, as we reported 15 minutes back, the ceasefire is over.
Yeah, exactly. And effectively, the Operation Sindoor is back. We are on our guard. And overnight, if Pakistan does something... General Bakshi, sir.
Yes, sir. So...
Yeah, in the artillery, we have a very, very nice phrase. You order 5 rounds gunfire. Okay? And then next time you simply say, repeat. And 5 rounds... again fire, okay? 5 rounds per gun into 18 in a regiment, open fire again.
Absolutely. Let's go back.
Repeat.
Yeah. So let's go back to the news situation right now, what we know so far. I'm going to recap it and I hope appropriate visuals and breaking news plates are taken over it. The Gujarat Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi has tweeted that several drones have been spotted all over the Kutch district. There is now a complete blackout over Kutch. Please stay safe, don't panic. And then 9 drones were spotted in Kutch. Nalia, Jakhau.
Nalia is an airbase.
Harami Nala, Narayan Sarovar. These are the precise locations. And after that, a complete blackout implemented in Kutch and Bhuj. In Srinagar, we had the appropriate visuals. Can we play them? Of red streaks and explosions which were heard as the air defense intercepts Pakistani drones amidst a blackout in Srinagar. Government sources telling us there are no blasts in Srinagar. Okay, but that does not mean there are no drone attacks cited in Srinagar.
Yeah.
So we can't play with semantics right now.
We have the
Therefore, no, even government sources, I have to tell them clearly, let's not play with semantics. No blast now. Were blasts heard earlier? I'm not saying blast now. Were blasts heard earlier? Yes. Are there blasts now? No. But does that mean there have been no blasts heard? Wrong. Is it true that there are not air defense artillery which has been cited? No. So this is not a time to play with words. A complete blackout has been enforced in Kathua. Sirens can be heard out there. Red streaks were seen in Udhampur. Udhampur Air Force Base, I was told, was the target out there. And explosions were heard there. The ADA units in Udhampur, can we play the Udhampur pictures, please? Intercepted the Pakistani drones amidst the blackout which was imposed in Udhampur. Complete blackout, ladies and gentlemen, in Jammu. And loud explosions heard in Srinagar. Loud explosions heard in Srinagar. I can verify that. I will always go with my reporters. To everyone and everyone who needs to know, I will go with my reporters. Yes. I will go. I trust my reporters, and my reporters are the best. And they have enough information and they have enough sources. Now there's been a complete blackout in Jaisalmer, complete blackout in Barmer, complete blackout in Moga, Punjab, complete blackout in Pathankot, complete blackout in Firozpur. Ladies and gentlemen, moral of the story, ceasefire over.
Do not trust Pakistan.
Operation Sindoor back.
Continues.
Do not ever trust the Pakistanis because they are Pakistanis. You cannot trust them in 1947. We know what they did. They violated the standstill agreement. 1971, they carried out a genocide in East Pakistan, a mass rape of East Pakistan. We made a mistake then too of shining Shimla. You cannot do politics with the Pakistanis on equal terms. 1999, disguised Pakistani soldiers tried to take positions in Kargil. Proxy war, 2001 Parliament attack, 2008 Mumbai attack, 2016 Uri attack, 2019 Pulwama attack. And therefore I say tonight, never trust the Pakistanis. And tonight I want to go back to Rakshita. Rakshita, I'm seeing our reporters up. Can I be told who our reporters are live tonight? Rakshita, latest from you. Later, Rakshita. Rakshita first, latest from you.
Well, the blackout continues, or now the complete blackout in Srinagar continues. Yes, as of now, just very moment if I talk about live, we do not hear much of the explosions. We do not hear anything right now. But yes, it has been on like never before as compared to the past 2 days. And yes, as you were speaking, that never trust the Pakistanis. This was one sentiment that at least I had, because we've seen, and it's also a negative face not just on Donald Trump but also on the people who are bad for talks with Pakistan. You just had a talk with Pakistan and see what has happened. This is right. It's just showing the mirror to what happens when you speak to Pakistanis. They just always stab you in the back, and that is what has happened. But their air defense systems were completely functional, and we saw that happening. All the attempts are in front of us. We were witness to it. They were being thwarted. The red lights, the red flashes were completely up in the skies, and there were multiple explosions even near the Shankaracharya temple. The Shankaracharya temple, of course, is centuries old, around 2,000 years old, and it stands the test of time, stands for unity and faith in Srinagar, as it stands atop the Shankaracharya hill. And there was the explosions, what we could hear began from that side, and then
okay, Madhav Nalapat also with us.
We could hear.
1 minute, just 1 minute. Okay, we just have some information. Okay, I'm not putting out this information right now. Madhav Nalapat is joining us. Madhav? Madhav Nalapat is with us. Madhav Nalapat, how do you view this sudden twist of events?
Look, frankly, I didn't expect the ceasefire to last. I was a bit surprised that we agreed to it. But I think the Prime Minister went for it to show that India is ready to go the extra 10 miles, not just 1 mile, 10 miles for peace. He did not look at politics. He did not look at anything. He did not look at Pakistan. He wanted to show the world that India stands for peace. He has done that. Now that Pakistan has broken the ceasefire, Arnab, there is no question of stopping, in my view, until we end this once and for all, this terror machine.
That's a big thing, terror.
I think took a break because he wanted to show that he favors peace. I'm sure that people in the government were aware that in the military, there's an active situation going on in the Pakistan military, and the pro-war party is having the field day for now, especially with the ceasefire. But now they are doubly emboldened, and now we have to make sure they are doubly disappointed, and we have to continue until the matter is ended. You can never trust Pakistan. It's hardwired into the GHQ Rawalpindi system to hate India and, frankly, to despise Hindus. And we have shown that Hindus can stand up. In fact, all of India can stand up, but that old habit is continuing, and we have to show that these people are bringing Pakistan to ruin. This time, in my view, no question of another ceasefire until the end game is completed. I mean, frankly, I think the Prime Minister did that basically because he wanted to show that he will go an extra 10 miles for peace. Now I believe that he is determined to go another extra 10 miles, but this time to ensure the end of the Pakistan terror machine, Arnab.
Well, absolutely. I mean, we always said it was an ongoing situation, and the situation continues to be ongoing tonight.
Yeah.
Abhishek,
we're
literally, therefore, back to square one. Yeah. I'd like to go across to Gursimran right now because, there have been attempted infiltrations. What is the situation with the shelling? I'm told that's now toned down. The shelling is down a little bit. Gursimran? Gursimran. Okay, now we don't have Gursimran live there, so his audio is he's not alert right now. The question is, no, I can't have scant audio going out there, Pradeep. I mean, just be realistic out there. The question is, Rakshita is with us. Arawat, what's the situation in Baramulla? Arawat.
Not only here in the Baramulla, but we have been told that the drones were also moving towards central Kashmir's Gandarmal, also in the North Kashmir's Bandipora. But we have seen that the air defense has been activated across the Jammu and Kashmir, and we have seen that the multiple drones have been pulled down by the forces in the various locations across the Jammu and Kashmir Valley. But we have not seen any drone moving from the last 15 minutes as we have got the source-based information from the various districts of the Kashmir Valley. We have seen it indicates that the things are under control now, that the drones have been brought down by the forces. Yes, Arnab.
So, we have Lalit from Pathankot. Okay, I heard everyone there. Now, question is tonight, the most critical part of the question which I want to put General Dayal and General Bakshi and, of course, to you, sir. Please. What should we do? Technically, the ceasefire has collapsed. Are we to now go back and check with someone else what we should do, or should we just respond in the way that we need to send the equal message? Last few days, every time there has been this kind of violation, we have responded in a very big way. But do we have a plan now, or have we let down our guard?
No.
Or do we go harder this time?
No. Firstly, as far as planning is concerned,
I'm sure they plan with
options.
Yes,
we have different options. We have different. These are all rehearsed actually in all war gaming, and everything has been done.
Yeah.
So not that we don't have the plan. We have the next plan. I mean, they can execute it. Why in plan? They can start executing right now. We have those sort of plans, right? And the best option would be that do not let this night go, because we should not say we are now planning, we'll do tomorrow, we'll do this. Certain things have to be curbed at the start itself. And today I am of the opinion that nothing is lost. We have not lost the momentum. Forces are there. We should strike him hard with our missile system, with even the artillery system, with weapons like Smirch, with Pinakas. We should paint him red by tomorrow morning. I am of the opinion, attack Lahore physically, not physically with men, but with assault. Fire assault on Lahore. Fire assault on Sialkot. Fire assault on all the towns which are close by into the proximity of IB, which are in 20 to 30 kilometers. Carry out a fire assault tonight so that the people of Pakistan realizes the pain, because you have caused pain to our people across LC, in the entire J&K, all along the border. You are doing that. Another issue, Arnab, my biggest fear is that every day we are seeing so many drones coming. We find some casualties in the morning. I only hope, and I hope I'm wrong in my analysis, I hope the drones are not going back. He's not coming and taking back.
In fact, the statement says that the
drones are not going
listen, the statement says, defense sources, that possibly the drones have retreated.
Retreated means they've gone back. That means they've taken information, they've taken their pictures, they've done whatever they have to do, that you are not occupying. You see, all this what he is doing is,
unless there is
where all
contact
are you occupying? Are your DCBs occupied? Are your defenses occupied? He is earlier we used to send patrols, right? So now he's sending patrols to confirm is there presence of
Shawan can tell us more.
Shawan can tell us more.
Shawan, you heard what General Dayal was saying. Do you have some information on that?
Well, let's be very clear that in Jammu, in particular, as General Dayal was also pointing out, that yes, there have been multiple drone sightings. They were not armed drone sightings, but having said that, it is worse than what we saw in the first two days. And let's also be very clear about this, that 16 Corps headquarters in Nagrota was certainly one of the main targets, and also the air base in Pathankot. So it isn't something that they're following. Pakistan is essentially following the ceasefire agreement. They've certainly violated it. The airspace has also been violated. And as far as the LC, we have multiple reports, and not just from the army. The sense that I've also got from the agencies here is that post 8 o'clock this evening, there was intense firing across the entire LC. The LC was absolutely hot. Now, if at all there has been a bit of a change right now, that certainly does not mean that they haven't violated or things have been back to normal. So let's not make a mistake by thinking that things are back to normal.
No, absolutely it's not. Abhishek has gone away to take a call again right now. But viewers, the question is, how do we respond? I mean, do we... Commodore, you want to add something to that?
Yes.
How do we respond now is the question on everyone's mind. So we had a ceasefire. We have not had an official cancellation of ceasefire. Of course, the ceasefire has collapsed, which is our breaking news line. But unless we have to put out then an official statement that given this, the ceasefire which was announced is no longer valid, and then we can do what we do. Or is it necessary?
Not necessary. You don't have to declare anything.
No.
He has...
Yeah, right. Yeah, go on. No, please, go on.
What I'm saying is, he continues with what he was doing yesterday night, right? We agreed to something today morning. He's gone back on his word. We don't have to tell the world anything. We should just strike him back. And strike him harder than what he can ever imagine. And I'm saying strike in the border towns in a manner. They have cantonments also, no? They have cantonment in Lahore.
Then you're saying basically go. You're saying go all out.
I'm saying with at least your fire. We are saying still not contact. It's a non. It's a non.
But Jal Bakshi was sorry, sir. I'll just go to Jal Bakshi.
Please,
and then I'm coming right back.
Here.
Yeah, Jal Bakshi. I'm just coming. Sorry, sir. Yes, sir.
No.
Jal Bakshi. Put Commodore Bikramjit on top. Yeah, thank you.
Arnab, the facts of the case are very simple. Till yesterday, we had the upper hand technologically with our air defenses, with our air power, right? In fact, it was so punitive, it was so intense that we heard the former air chief of the Pakistan army saying, we've had it. We've had it. That is the input we get of the pain threshold that we have crossed, right? And then we found that in the evening, the Pakistani DGMO, today morning, was on the hotline with our DGMO.
We have an information that there has been an attempted terrorist attack in Nagrota, and that the sentry on duty has opened fire. This is the detail that I have till this point of time. The sentry of duty has opened fire. This is happening in Nagrota, and something. Abashawan, what do you have on Nagrota? What do you have on Nagrota? Was there an attempt?
Yes.
Was there an attempt at an attack in Nagrota?
Yes. In fact, we are being told that there is a visual evidence to that effect also of firing at the Sentry Gate. They opened fire, at least 2 to 3 is what we are being told right now. While the army hasn't made any official statement on this, but I've also checked at the other level from the authorities there, from the police too. And the fact that this was reported a little earlier, in fact, searches are also underway.
Okay, so that's a story. Is there any injuries or casualties reported in Nagrota?
Not yet.
Nagrota. So the focus is now shifting to Nagrota.
So you have drone sightings. Drone sightings have taken place over Nagrota, and the fact that there was a firing that was reported at the Sentry Gate, and at least
Nagrota breaking.
That was in Nagrota itself. So far, yes, as I've been saying, that no official confirmation coming in from the army on this front.
It's a 16-core headquarters.
The 16. I'm repeating here for the grid. 16-core headquarters in Nagrota. Comes under terrorist attack. The army sentry opens fire. We do not know what happened after that. We are told that there were 3 people who are dressed in army fatigues who tried to circle that area.
Get it confirmed because Nagrota, even the first day we heard that Nagrota has been under attack. Nagrota is something on which they play a lot of information warfare, Pakistani. I hope it is true. Let's get it confirmed. And then if it has done that, that means they've already been able to infiltrate what we were talking.
We'll see. This is only reports. We haven't got the official confirmation.
Yeah, so this is very serious. But
okay.
If he has gone to Nagrota, 16 core earlier also it has been. So that means their sleeper cells are no more sleepers. They are fully active.
The fact is that there is a coordinated operation. So we'll go back to the other breaking news plate and the grid till now. Therefore, we are talking about infiltrations. We're talking about drone sightings. We're talking about explosions as the ADAs operate. We're talking about attempts to target Air Force and military bases. We are talking about explosions being heard in the area of Srinagar,
Jammu. Heavy artillery fired across the
and we are talking about a spread out operation. And we are also hearing that some of these drones went back, which means that there were surveillance drones. Commodore, sorry, I held you back the last time. Sir.
So the question, the main question, what should we do? Everybody is saying, like, let's go all out, let's go all out. Of course, the ceasefire is now, nobody's honoring that. It's over. Operation Sindoor was on, it is on. My question is that we are saying, let's go on till we break kind of eradicate the terror network. Is it something, how do you eradicate the network? What was our objective when we started this operation? Our objective was to take revenge for the terrorist attack. We have told the world that we are going for, it's like an anti-terrorist exercise. We have destroyed their camps. Now, where are the people who did this attack? Number one. Where is their mastermind? Do we want to kind of neutralize these people? We know the nexus between ISI, army and the terrorists. So when do we say that these networks are neutralized? Arnab, please understand, right from 1947 till date, the terrorist network has not been neutralized. So till when do we go? Until when do we continue? So I would suggest, this is my understanding, that we should definitely reply today, whatever has happened. We should have a befitting reply for Pakistan, but we should also ask them that you please hand over these people in so much time.
It's not going to be as easy as that. So these people's intentions, first of all, I'm not clear about the military civilian situation there.
No, today we saw in the funeral. Yesterday we saw in the funeral.
Yeah, it's quite clear what we saw in the funeral.
Yes.
I don't know of the position as of this tonight.
Today.
General Bakshi. The question goes, how do we respond? How are we viewing things? Yes.
Arnab, let's address the basic question. We have a very good dodge. Every time we are told that, we will hit the terror targets. We haven't touched the Pakistani army. We didn't touch you. We are non-escalatory, this, that and the rest. Okay? Now the simple fact of the matter is, it is the Pakistani army which is the key perpetrator of terrorism. It is the one that recruits, trains, arms and infiltrates the terrorists. It is the mastermind. Unless you bring harm to the Pakistan army, you won't have any tangible results in terms of turning off the tap of terror. So far, we have applied pressure first on the terrorist camps. We've done a damn good job. The infrastructure we have destroyed. Number of terrorists we have killed. But not all. Okay? That's fine. Terrorists are expendable. The Pakistanis don't care how many terrorists die. Now we have to start hitting the Pakistani army. Have you even started? Have you even started hitting the Pakistani army? So far, we are busy hitting the Air Force. And we've done a damn good job of hitting the Air Force. But it seems that it is not enough. So firstly, sort out the Air Force and switch to the army. That is the standard technique of attacking. Get yourself air superiority and go then for the Pakistani army. And don't stop there for any silly ceasefires. Because if Pakistan is in no mood to accept a ceasefire, he talks of a ceasefire, DGMO talks of a ceasefire, and within half an hour he violates it, then there is no bloody ceasefire. Keep doing what you are doing good. Punish his Air Force, pulverize his Air Force, and then switch to the army. Hit his GHQ, hit his ISI headquarters, hit his corps headquarters, battalion headquarters, brigade headquarters that facilitate terrorist activities.
Well, because we are in
Pakistan.
If necessary, please let me know when I have to take breaks, guys. You tell me in the desk.
Integrated battle groups.
See, when you hit an airfield or you hit an air base, there is more chances of, finding an alternative there because there are alternative runways and things like that, making operational quick. I'm of the opinion, if we start striking at all their headquarters which are in reach, like the Sialkot, it is in reach. The Div headquarters in that area, they are sitting comfortably there. Similarly, all around, all the cantonments around Lahore, and why not the headquarters itself in Rawalpindi? Let's hit at these command centers which are not replaceable, which are once you destroy a division, you destroy a division headquarters, you destroy some people, you will kill their staff. Pain will come from there, sir, because these are all assets like you have eliminated terrorists. It doesn't matter to him. You have eliminated terrorist infrastructure. Believe you me, he'll find alternative places. He'll find alternative places. He can recuperate out of this. He cannot recuperate out of his senior military leadership, his people, those who are in command, and his command structure. Let's start destroying his command structure because that will cause panic and paralysis in him and not, I think, going for all this. They're my beliefs, sir.
Yes, Shawan is now with us. Viewers, I want to quickly recap along with Shawan everything that we have reported. Yes, sir, Jail Bakshi, yeah, Jail Bakshi.
I totally go with Dayal. I'm saying go for his command and control structure, command and communication structure. Start degrading it. Start inflicting punishment on his capital equipment, wherever you can get it. Drones can be used to also hit tanks. Drones can be also used to hit artillery positions. Start doing that now. Stop pussyfooting now. Stop pussyfooting. If it is to be war, it's to be war. Okay. He doesn't want peace. He doesn't want an off-ramp. So why are you bothering about an off-ramp? Give it to him. It was working. Don't take so long in the air campaign. Concurrently start hitting army targets.
So words said without action is not good. Sir, we keep telling them your next misadventure will lead to war. Your next misadventure will lead to war. One more misadventure, it will lead to war. One more terrorist activity, it will lead to war. One more case where people die and we will destroy you in 48 hours. We'll do to you what we did in 1965. Well, this is not 1965. This is 2025.
Yes.
If we say it, we do it.
And you still get
If we say it, we might as well do it. Otherwise, these Pakistanis are playing a game of chess, and I don't want to play chess with my enemy.
Because you continue...
And that's the problem.
You continue to get carried away with your intellectuals, with your diplomats, with your all this.
We are getting breaking news. We are getting breaking news of a statement from Pakistan.
We are getting that you are a large-hearted country. You will give him windows and windows and doors. That's how
we have been just told. We have been just told that China has stepped into this. Do I have a breaking on this, Shawan? What's the breaking on China? I can't take it on my ear.
Well, in fact, this is a statement that has been put out by China, and China's foreign minister says that his country would continue to stand by Pakistan in upholding its sovereignty, territorial integrity and national independence. So full support that China is now extending to Pakistan. In fact, the foreign minister has spoken to Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar. This is a statement that has just come in from the foreign ministry, the Chinese foreign ministry right now.
But this is apropos the statement made earlier. So this is the whole statement of China is there with us. So China is playing in with this, Abhishek. The situation is moving in fast. China has moved in to come in completely support Pakistan. It's obviously aware of the drone attacks. It's obviously aware of the ceasefire violations. I want to know the timestamp on this. I want to know the timestamp on this statement. Because is this statement to be seen in the context of the ceasefire violations? Right?
The Chinese.
Abhishek.
The duplicity. On one hand, he's talking to the American Secretary of State of ceasefire. Probably Munir has immediately called on to the Chinese. Yeah. And then they have said nothing doing. Let's continue with it. So this is.
But this is a statement from the Pakistan Foreign Office, not from China.
So he may have quoted the Chinese.
The Pakistan Foreign Office can quote it.
Chinese Foreign Minister.
They must have.
1 minute.
Where is Rizwan
Saeed? The question is not this. This shows, if this statement has come out now, this shows that
there is a telephonic conversation that has happened between Wang Yi and Ishaq Dar. Obviously, the Chinese.
Obviously, the statement must have happened earlier. The statement release may have come now. Yeah. It may have gone through the news cycle. Yeah. But the fact of the matter is, the open information about the drone attacks and the violation of the ceasefire is only 90 minutes old.
Yeah.
So this release may be very carefully timed by the Pakistani Foreign Office to make it appear.
Yeah.
This is again the deception tactics. Yes. They want to make it appear that this statement is an endorsement of their violation of the ceasefire. Now today we are in a more complicated situation.
I've been harping upon one point since day one.
Samar.
They are fully prepared, the Pakistanis. Since last 2 years, they have been preparing for the drone exercises. They have procured 50,000 kamikaze drones on the 28th of April from China. It is going to be a long haul. I have already told it before.
Okay, so Samar, no doubt it is. The question is not, the Indian government is firm on the fact that any future act of terror is an act of war. Now, viewers are coming in. We need to do a quick summary of the situation right now, Shawan. We need to get our reporters up on the ground. We are in an alive and active situation. And are you there, Shawan?
Yes.
Are you there?
Yes.
14 hours. Okay, we have Soumya, Rakshita and everyone with us, but what I want to do right now is I want to do a recap in case you're watching this tonight. In case you are watching this tonight, ladies and gentlemen, then we have to look back at what happened at 5 minutes to 9, 10 minutes to 9, 15 minutes to 9 when the news started coming in. And now, first I want Zeenat to tell us what happened between 8:30 and 9 today. So while you do, okay, her phone is disconnected. Is Gursimran with us? Is Gursimran with? So Gursimran, can you summarize how it all started, and we'll run the relevant visuals besides this. Can you I want to run the pictures of the ceasefire announcement on one side and the violations on the other. And that gives you the full context about whether this has been an attempt to mislead India by Pakistan, ably assisted by China. Yes, please, Gursimran. What happened? Yes, sir. Gursimran, what happened after?
Yes, Pakistan has resorted to.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
It was 6:30 when Pakistan resorted to the ceasefire violation. It was in the Akhnur sector. That is what we can confirm.
Yes, sir.
And the locals have also confirmed to us, along with the officials in the Indian Army, that there was a ceasefire violation, and this was all started with the heavy artillery fire that was on the Indian Army positions, to which Indian Army has retaliated proportionally. It was not much escalated by the Indian Army, but it was a proportionate response to the Pakistani provocation. Then it was in the Palawala sector, and then it was in the Sundarbani sector. Also, there has been a firing on the international border. It was in the Arnia sector, in the Budwar post of the Border Security Force, where BSF was fired upon. So ceasefire, going by this, does not exist on ground anymore, followed by the 2 waves of the drone attacks in Jammu that have taken place. First was on the Northern Army Command's headquarters in the Udhampur, after which the entire Udhampur was ordered the blackout by the district administration, and then the air defense system was also activated. Apart from this, the second incident was reported in the Akhnur, when the entire Jammu was put under a complete blackout because there was some movement of the drones that was detected near a vital installation of the Indian Army in the Akhnur area, from where Indian Army operates and their special troops also operates from that area. So if we go by the total number of incidents, there have been total number of 6 incidents in the last 5.5 hours of the ceasefire.
We are getting visuals, I'm sorry, of what is a terrorist attack but we will not take the visuals live if they are we'll only take latest visuals, please. But we are confirmed news. The confirmed news is this, that there has been a terrorist attack. 1 minute, I need to call back because I need to take a call right now. Please hold this, Abhishek.
Yeah.
I need to take a very important phone call.
Yeah, I'm holding that. Okay, fine.
Thank you shortly. Thank you very much. Take this off. Hello.
All right, these are pictures coming in from various parts of Jammu and Kashmir. We are told there are blackouts declared across Punjab and many pockets of Gujarat and Rajasthan. Essentially, what we are seeing is we are back to where we stood yesterday evening when Pakistan launched that drone swarm attack, including some armed drones. We don't know whether, as of today, there have been instances of armed drones, but the drone attack is as widespread and as intense as it was yesterday. Can we get the reporters? I believe we have some pictures coming in of the Nagrota attack. Can we play those pictures? Can we go to Shawan for more details? All right, the pictures were coming in of attack on the
Abhishek,
16 Corps headquarters or the Northern Army Command headquarters, Shawan?
There are conflicting reports coming in. Even though this has been now reported by the news agency, the army is still denying it. That's what we're just getting it with regards to this information coming in from Nagrota. As far as the IB artillery firing
to be clear, Shawan, if it has not happened, it's good. We are very happy that there is no terror attack. But if it has happened,
there were conflicting reports because local administration and some within the authorities did say that there was firing that was reported. Now, the firing was because of a terror attack or there was something else. That's a different matter altogether. But having said that, the army right now, as we speak, has just indicated that even what the news agency is reporting, that is incorrect. That is incorrect is what the army has just put out.
All right.
Abhishek.
Fair enough. Then there is no terror attack. Let's take that information off because we really don't want to, put across any information which is denied and which has not happened. Obviously, if there is no terror attack that has happened, it's good. We are happy for that. Shawan, but the fact of the drone swarm coming in and Pakistan carrying it out is incontrovertible because there is too much of forensic evidence for that. There is visual evidence and for all the debris that would be collected overnight.
There is a bit of a smart play of words that is being that's been done right now. That is basically saying that the drones have been pulled back. Now the drones being pulled back also is an indication of the fact that they were sent in, they've done the job and they've gone back. Now that's exactly what it means at this point in time. Now as far as there is another issue that has basically come up is with regards to the ceasefire violation along the LC. Let's be very clear. Our reporters have also got this information here. What I've also picked up is that there was heavy firing. In fact, in Jammu has seen the worst right now because across almost all districts there was drone sighting that was witnessed. In fact, starting from all the way from Udhampur to Akhnur being one of the worst. And we are being told that the drone sightings did actually take place. There were certain interceptions that have taken place. And the first report that I actually got from the intelligence agencies was this, that it was even worse than the first 2 days. Now, there is a certain amount of wordplay by the army at this point in time. The last update that came in from the army and the exact word that was used by them was that the drones have been pulled back and there have been no explosions now in Srinagar. So there have been explosions that I've heard in the earlier, but just a short while back. Now the army is saying that no explosions in Srinagar.
That's absolutely understandable, Shawan, that the explosions happened, say, about 2 hours back. And now, of course, they are not happening because it's not like they keep happening. It's just sporadic. I'm told Soumya is there live with us from Srinagar. We can take an update if we can go to her on what's the situation as of now. Okay, I'm told Soumya is up now with us. Soumya, over to you. Which part of Srinagar you are in, and what's the situation like there on the ground?
Well, if we talk about what's the situation as of now here in Srinagar, currently we are reporting from the Rambagh area of Srinagar. And for the first time, what is shocking here is that it came after the ceasefire agreement. Now, another point to note here is that the kind of drone spotting here that we saw specifically in Rambagh area of Srinagar, it was extensively high as compared to what we saw since last night or what we have been seeing since last night.
Okay.
And of course, if we talk about what is the developing situation, it's radio silent at the moment,
right.
But there were a very high level of spotting in this particular area.
Right, okay. Let me go to Zeenat now. Zeenat, the statement is absolutely no explosions, right?
Yeah.
All right. There are
so
no,
what is said is that the drones pulled back. There were no explosions in Srinagar.
Yeah.
And the sounds of the firing that were happening were for anti-drone equipment, obviously, which was firing at the drones.
Yeah.
But if the drones have gone back, that means there were surveillance drones with other intent out there. But there is also reports near Nagrota, and the Foreign Secretary is supposed to be briefing the media very, very soon. Yeah. This is breaking news right now. We are told that Vikram Misri is going to be issuing a statement, and this is going to be a very, very serious turn of events, ladies and gentlemen, in the ongoing sequence of events that we have had here. Because no nation can operate from a situation of vulnerability. We are strong. We are not vulnerable. And China should be extremely careful about trying to make statements which will make it look as if it has a hand in this. If China were to issue a statement right now after the violation of the ceasefire by Pakistan, and were that statement to be a follow-up to the ceasefire violation, then China has its hands in blood. Then they are taking open sides on this. Deepak Vora, what do you expect the Foreign Secretary to say, sir, today? What do you expect? First of all, we are expecting a statement. It's good he will be making a statement, but we need to quickly rush our crews on that. But can you please tell me, sir, that what do you expect the government to say tonight, sir?
The government is going to say that the ceasefire has been violated. It will be a straightforward statement, a statement of fact, and it has been violated multiple times by Pakistan. Therefore, we are back to where we were before the ceasefire, which means India is under attack, India is fighting back, and India will continue the fight till we have eliminated the sources of terror in Pakistan. Sir, it's not just now the terrorists, it's also the jihadi Pakistani army led by a mad mullah who says the reason for your existence is the 72, whatever each one of you will get in paradise. I'm telling you, sir, the French, middle of the 19th century, the French satirist Jean-Baptiste Alphonse Code had said, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more it changes, the more it is the same, which is that their mindset will not change. Their minds have to be blown, sir. That's the only solution I personally see. We will make a very measured, balanced statement, but we are going to be relentless now, even more in the fight to eliminate terror, sir.
Yeah, absolutely here. So the statement which has been done by China is very critical. Let's go back to the other news on the breaking news grid. We've carried the China story. Let's go to Rakshita. Rakshita, can you tell us how it's played out for you in the last 1 hour? Rakshita. Thank you. Rakshita.
Well, I'll just give an update that the Foreign Secretary is likely to speak in a short while from now. The Foreign Secretary will be speaking shortly in a while from now. That's the latest update we have. And also the fact that, yes, the drone sightings or what we were seeing in the air and the sounds have subsided. Now we do not right now hear anything like that. But yes, having said that, this was, of course, when we were watching the debate and discussions on the ceasefire and how not to trust the Pakistanis. Boom, there comes this sound. And there were incessant sounds. There were rounds and rounds of sounds which you would hear maybe on a Diwali night, and it just did not end there, and it was intermittent. It would happen in a matter of 5 to 7 minutes again and again. It was happening, and we did see those red lights in the air. It's a moonlight. There's moonlight today in the skies, but right contrasting to it were these movements of red streaks of lights which were witnessed here in Srinagar. And of course, as I said earlier, 360-degree we could hear that there were explosions, different areas. We have visuals from Lal Chowk coming in. We have visuals from other areas as well. Of course, the important areas we cannot show on, on air, like the headquarters, like the Badami Bagh headquarters, where there was a lot of, there was loud explosions, as Zeenat was pointing out, were heard there. So yes, the civilian areas deep into the Srinagar have been targeted by the cowardly Pakistanis this time. And not just that, it started since morning, and every area like Avantipora and also like Shopia, Anantnag, and the Srinagar airport, the Avantipora air base, the schools and the Medicare services were targeted by the Pakistanis.
Is there, I'm asking Shawan through this, that is there any DGMO contact again? Okay, we don't have DGMO, we have Shawan. Shawan, is there any DGMO contact again?
Come in, because that's a question that I've just sent across, because they're basically making an assessment of certain changes that have essentially taken place, and this was the retreat that they're basically talking about is after some messaging that has been done with Pakistan. I'm just waiting for this call to come in right now.
No, 1 second. Can you explain that? I mean, is there been a DGMO level contact again between India and Pakistan after the 3:35?
Well, there has been some contact. Yes, there has been some contact, but we're not very sure about whether this is after the ceasefire violation, which was reported a little after 6 o'clock in the evening. That confirmation.
Yeah, and has Ajit Doval spoken to the Chinese foreign minister? We need to confirm that, Abhishek. Has Ajit Doval spoken to the Chinese foreign minister on the evolving situation that we are seeing here, especially following that statement? Now, these are all unconfirmed reports. We do not have that. I'm told that the foreign secretary will be putting out a very, I'm not going to take a break right now. I'm sorry. I'm going to stay on. And Abhishek, if you're making an important phone call, I suggest you make it outside the studio, because you are visible and you are audible, and you don't want to be either when you're making a confidential conversation out here. Thank you very much, Abhishek. Now the fact is, the statement of the foreign secretary is going to be a rush statement because he's recorded the statement. I'm told it's not an on-location statement. This is a quick statement. The foreign secretary wants to be on air fast, and therefore a statement will be made. Maybe it's going to be like a video message which is going to be put out by the foreign secretary. What does that tell you, sir? What does that tell you, sir?
It just tells me that he wants to share information with the people of India. We don't hide anything. We want to take the people into confidence. We want to take all political parties into confidence. This is the situation, and we are giving it to you straight, sir.
So, 1 minute. I have a statement here which has been made out here, that a full statement about a phone conversation between Ajit Doval and Wang Yi. And we have a full statement on that. Ajit Doval has spoken to Wang Yi, and Doval has spoken about Pahalgam, and he has said that he's committed to maintaining the ceasefire and holds for restoration of regional peace and stability. Wang Yi expressed China's condemnation of Pahalgam, noted that given the complex situation, peace and stability in Asia is hard won, etc., etc. I'm looking for the news point. Appreciates Doval's statement that war is not India's choice, and sincerely hopes that both sides will remain calm and exercise restraint, resolve differences through dialogue, consultation, etc., etc. China supports and looks forward to India and Pakistan achieving a comprehensive ceasefire, which is to everyone's interest. Okay, and then I have a YouTube link which has been sent to me of a special briefing on Operation Sindoor. Now, I believe that this statement which has been made by Wang Yi, and he's spoken to Ajit Doval, is, I believe, ladies and gentlemen, a dated statement. It is not following the violation of the ceasefire, and any attempt to make it look like that will be unfortunate. So, Deepak Vora, I need to keep emphasizing this point. This is not can I put the screen about that special briefing on Operation Sindoor? If we have the screenshot also, I'm happy to put that on air. This is a developing situation. Shawan, so this statement which I see, which is a press statement of the conversation between Wang Yi and Ajit Doval, obviously is an earlier comment. This is also a game of deception. You have a conversation earlier, you make these things happen, and then you give an impression that this statement is a support of Pakistani's violation today. It's not. Now, I do not know whether the DGMOs have spoken on both sides again, but it's a tense situation. Pakistan very well knows tonight, Shawan, that if this ceasefire violation, which has been recorded and reported everywhere, absolutely everywhere, if this ceasefire violation has happened in such areas all over the place, then The nation needs to be on guard, and you can't tell the army to pull back because there's a diplomatic conversation. There is no diplomacy in a ceasefire violation. Shaman, there is no diplomacy that the Pakistanis are doing. I don't know why we could expect on it. I expect the Foreign Secretary to call off the ceasefire.
Well, in fact, technical argument can be made, but this is a drone attack that has also taken place. So it's not only limited to ceasefire violations. There is a drone attack that has taken place at multiple locations. And it has been more than, as I've been emphasizing, it has been more than the first 2 days itself. So clearly, Pakistan has no intent whatsoever to carry on with this entire agreement, the so-called agreement between both the countries here. They have violated the ceasefire. They have also carried out a drone attack.
Okay, now we are waiting for the press conference. Whatever expectations of the press conference is the question I'm putting through. Can we get General Bakshi also up, please? Because this is a fast-moving and evolving situation. There's been a conversation between Ajit Doval and the Chinese foreign minister, and now the Pakistanis have tried to infiltrate. There's been heavy shelling followed by surveillance drone, swarm attacks. And there have been explosions heard everywhere. Fast-moving situation, sir. Now, what would the army want now? What would the army want in this situation? Commodore, please.
Yes, Arnab, what I feel is now this briefing which is going to happen, because since the beginning we have seen that whatever developments are taking place, we are trying to make them public. So we are also, positioning ourselves, posturing ourselves to the Indian public itself, and obviously the world. The world is watching what we are saying. So we are being very transparent about, trying to say, I will not say use justify, but we are trying to show actually what is happening on ground. And we have shown them with all verifiable evidence. Unlike the other side, which is, just making tall claims. We have shot down so many things, we have shot down so many missiles, shot down so many aircraft. So we are trying to involve the entire global community itself. Of course, also telling the Indians that where we are today, as on, at this moment where we are and what maybe we intend to do. So I am looking at it like that, and like we have been saying, this is just an information kind of, there are two sides of the thing. One is information, one is misinformation. So while we are trying to use information to our advantage, showing what is the reality, the other side is playing the misinformation kind of a game, and I'm sure they're not making, much headway with whatever they're trying to do.
Yeah, okay, so we're all watching, we're all working the phones here tonight, and Foreign Secretary's video message should be up with us very, very quickly. It has to be uploaded on their YouTube page, but Shehbaz Sharif was thanking Donald Trump just hours ago for a ceasefire. So, I would always say that if you come across a snake and a Pakistani government official, trust the snake.
You're so right.
Trust the snake. What credibility today does the Pakistani Prime Minister have if he cannot hold his military from violating the ceasefire? Is Shehbaz Sharif a spokesperson for our army's deception in Pakistan? He thanked Donald Trump for facilitating the peace, and then he immediately violated it. And within minutes of that, there are air raid sightings in Firozpur, drone sightings in Srinagar, Baramulla, Jammu, Gurdaspur, blasts in Srinagar, heard in Jammu, projectiles in the sky. These are active hostility situations. These are not one-off incidents, sir. These are not one-off incidents. This is a pattern. You have public diplomacy, and then you want to manipulate the optics of the situation, and then you want to continue the military aggression at home, and that is exactly what is happening. This is the duality of Pakistan. They are not powerless, they are complicit. They're absolutely complicit in this. And I think we should not anymore give them a long rope or a rope of any kind.
The message has gone out loud and clear to all the wannabe do-gooders that stay away from this if you don't understand the jihadi Pakistani mindset. That's very, very clear. And knowing Donald Trump, seeing his behavior, which some people call erratic, sir, I think that he is going to let this Sharif Badmash, whatever his name is, have it, sir. He's going to say, you've let me down, you've diluted my importance.
DGMOs के बीच जो पिछले कुछ दिन से चल रही सैन्य कार्रवाई को रोकने का समझौता आज शाम को हुआ था। पिछले कुछ घंटों से इस समझौते का पाकिस्तान की ओर से घोर उल्लंघन हो रहा है। भारतीय सेना जवाबी कार्रवाई कर रही है और इस सीमा अतिक्रमण से निपट रही है। ये अतिक्रमण अत्यंत ही निंदनीय है और पाकिस्तान इनके लिए जिम्मेदार है। हमारा मानना है कि पाकिस्तान इस स्थिति को ठीक से समझे और इस अतिक्रमण को रोकने के लिए तुरंत उचित कार्रवाई करे। सेना ने इस स्थिति पर कड़ी नज़र रखी हुई है और उसे किसी भी अतिक्रमण से निपटने के लिए ठोस और सख्त कदम उठाने के लिए आदेश दे दिए गए हैं। Good evening. For the last few hours, there have been repeated violations of the understanding arrived at earlier this evening between the Directors General of Military Operations of India and Pakistan. This is a breach of the understanding arrived at earlier today. The armed forces are giving an adequate and appropriate response to these violations, and we take very, very serious notice of these violations. We call upon Pakistan to take appropriate steps to address these violations and deal with the situation with seriousness and responsibility. The armed forces are maintaining a strong vigil on the situation. They have been given instructions to deal strongly with any instances of a repetition of the violations of the borders along the international border as well as the line of control. Thank you.
Abhishek, if you analyze the statement here, India has not called off the ceasefire. Technically, we have not called off the ceasefire. We were expecting the Foreign Secretary to call off the ceasefire. But the Foreign Secretary has said we are calling on Pakistan not to have these violations. We are calling upon Pakistan to stop the violations. And all it said is that Indian Army is responding to the situation in a proper manner, but it has admitted that Pakistan has majorly violated the line of control. They are calling upon Pakistan to stop the violations. They are calling upon Pakistan to stop the violations, but I am a bit surprised that they have not called off the ceasefire technically.
Why should we do it, sir?
Why should we not do it, sir, when we have been violated?
Sir, but when we have not signed anything, we've just said we agree to a full and immediate... Sir, let me complete. We agree to a full and immediate ceasefire. The other side starts shooting. What do you expect? We are shooting back. This is precisely what he has said.
Yes. So he has said that the violations are deplorable.
That's right.
That Pakistan has violated the ceasefire. That the army has been told you retaliate in the manner that you deem fit with the given situation.
Correct.
And it is for Pakistan to take action against the violations of the ceasefire. But Pakistan is violating, so how does Pakistan take action? Are they trying to suggest that there's a duality of power centers here?
No,
Abhishek,
what we are trying to...
Abhishek, how do you
I believe so. It's not been said in so many words, and because, again, it becomes an internal matter of Pakistan, we don't have to choose. But I think we are sort of making a mistake in trusting Pakistan a little too much. I think we should be reading the Riot Act to them. This was an opportunity to really do an appraisal of the process.
But are we giving them, technically giving them one more chance? Are we testing them? I mean, I'm just playing devil's advocate. Are we testing them and saying, the violation has happened, we call upon you to use your instruments not to allow a violation again. But when we are saying that the army has been given a right to retaliate, is that just in terms of small arms fire across the, or is it
inappropriately?
I think he's saying react appropriately.
Deal
now that can be anything.
We said deal strongly.
No, deal strongly can be anything.
No, that's what I was told. That
no, if I were to read between the lines,
we'll do twice. We will go back to them with twice the force. So if there is ceasefire violation, maybe this time they're testing. But if it gets repeated, say for example, overnight some attack happens, it would be responded to.
No.
That's what the Foreign Secretary.
That's it. That if this is are we suggesting that this is a fishing expedition by Pakistan to carry out, swarm drone ceasefire violations across there from Kutch to Jammu and Kashmir? I'm sure they don't look upon this as a fishing expedition that we give them one long rope again. Probably we are taking it seriously, and maybe I would say maybe this is deception. We do not want to reveal what we will do. do. We can do what we want in response. We may not respond by putting a kite across the border. We can respond by putting anything we want across the border to any location, as we have done this morning. We don't, I mean, if we don't going to announce what we do. Exactly. But he said the army has been given a totally free hand to retaliate.
Then of course the operation
forces have been dealt with to deal strongly, but he's placed.
Operation Sindoor is back. That's what we are saying.
No, but he's not saying it in as many words.
It need not be said. He's a diplomat. He's not a general.
Yes,
we diplomatically and otherwise, we are the largest democracy in the world. We are not the aggressors. We are not the violators. We've given them a chance during day. We've given them a chance now.
We cautioned them, yes.
You know, the world is watching, and it's not just us. There are many other countries who are watching them via satellite, via different means of information. So this is another, you could say a lifeline. But
why would we give Pakistan a lifeline?
I mean, lifeline in the sense that you've been told again. But beyond this, I think let's leave it up to the forces to take a call how and when they do it and how they respond. They've been given a free hand.
Well, Doordarshan also reporting that there is a key meeting underway between the Union Home Secretary and State Chief Secretaries. The Intelligence Bureau Director, other senior officials are also present.
That's on civil.
Are also present.
That's on civil.
So if I were to read into this, I would read two things. One, they have called on Pakistan putting the accountability and onus for them to stop. Now, we have made it clear that we won't differentiate whether or not there is a coup or a divide between the civilian and military leadership of Pakistan. We are not going to differentiate between that. Secondly, we are standing by our word on the ceasefire. Therefore, we are continuing to be the ones responding to the retaliations instead of the ones that are provoking. And by being the ones who are retaliating, we continue to be seen by the world to be an aggrieved party in this. I mean, obviously, there are, would you agree, sir? I mean, I'd ask the diplomat in the room. Would you agree with that assessment, sir, that positioning is important?
Absolutely, exactly. And this is what we have positioned ourselves as. We are not the aggressors. The whole world understands this. We are exercising our right to retaliation. We are exercising our right to self-defense, which Pakistan keeps talking about. Those idiots don't understand that it takes two to tango. We can play the same game, sir. We're saying we are responding. We are defending our sovereignty and integrity. These guys have violated a ceasefire. We had agreed in good faith to the ceasefire. You have violated it. What do you want us to do, sir? So the answer here, sir, and I'll quote the French philosopher of the mid-19th century, Jean-Baptiste Alphonse, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more it changes, the more it's the same. Pakistan's mindset is not going to change, sir. Yeah. Please take it from me.
No, it's not going to change. It's not going to change. But I am reading between the lines and I'm saying that even if we were to respond militarily in a strong way like we did this morning, we are not going to go and make this statement on air. We are not going to make a statement that we are going to do this and that. I think we read between the lines. But I think, obviously...
It's giving a bit of a long rope to Pakistan.
You think this is giving a long rope?
I think so. We're giving a long rope to Pakistan.
What would you have liked? Would you have said that Pakistan is violating
as I see it...
And therefore the ceasefire is null and void?
From Kutch to Kashmir, it would not have happened by a local commander going rogue. Obviously, I mean, there is a post-facto explanation coming that those were timed to go off like this. I mean, it's the press of a button. Somebody is pressing the button.
The ideology of terrorism has got the biggest setback in Pakistan since it was created.
No, see, listen.
That was a week ago. No, their leadership has been taken out of Lashkar-e-Taiba.
We're talking about today.
They have no face.
We're talking about today. We're talking about today.
That's
we're talking about today. And the fact that this happened, I think we are sort of giving a long rope to Pakistan. Maybe there is a reason why we are doing it. Maybe it's deception. Maybe it's because we want to tell the world community that, see, we are the most reasonable party in this entire deal. And we did whatever we could. And despite that, if Pakistan has behaved the way they have, we will get back to them. So maybe if tomorrow things change, or for that matter, if tomorrow things continue in the manner they have over the last 3 hours, then obviously our hands then are free.
I mean, there will be consequences. They've given a free hand, right in the statement as said.
Yeah, please.
They have been given a free hand, and other than that, you see, there is a lot of internal chaos in Pakistan at the moment. If you look at things, if we analyze things, internally it's chaotic. BLA, BLF, BRA, TTP are, heavily carrying out attacks on them sporadically with all the skirmishes and gunfights. So there is basically loss of reality, or they're not able to get a grip of things. It's a madhouse right now there.
Yeah.
And erratic decisions.
Right.
A line has been given to the Pakistani media, and that line is, go celebrate that we are not hammered by the Indians anymore. Be happy. Be happy that we are not under threat from India anymore, and the Pakistani media is happily parroting that line. It is under severe control. Let me tell you, when information flow stops to this point, you have to look at the levers. You have to look at the levers through the ISI, and the Pakistani media is very tame. Yeah. The ISI tried to kill Hamid Mir, and Hamid Mir is today their biggest puppet.
Yeah.
So, the Pakistani media is playing a similar line. All news flow has stopped. So we need to understand the dynamics out here, because the failure of the Pakistani as a force that cannot fight has been documented by this case.
I think it's a mindset, as you have
but
said. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying that I'm not getting enough information from Pakistan. I'm not even getting comments from the Pakistani opposition leaders, sir. I'm just pointing it out. There is nothing from Pakistan. There is the dam of flow of information has been shut in Pakistan completely.
And not just for you, also for their own people.
For them, sir, for them.
The way the overflooding of IW and fake propaganda is now got us to a point that even if there are fake news of Imran Khan passing away in the police custody. I mean, even if it has happened in real life, even if it is true, public is not willing to accept the fact. So IW information warfare has actually taken its toll in individual to either even believe.
Shall we watch that statement once again of Vikram Misri, please?
Yes, we shall.
It is very important to see every word, and whether in this word he's playing the word game.
He's just doing some plain speaking. I mean, we'll hear it.
I don't think he's doing plain speaking. He's giving a very structured statement.
Violated this understanding.
He said army's got a free hand.
But that is a known fact. I think it's the second line which is more important about what he says about the army. I want to hear that particular line about what he says about the army's likely response.
Play.
For the last few hours, there have been repeated violations of the understanding arrived at earlier this evening between the Directors General of Military Operations of India and Pakistan. This is a breach of the understanding arrived at earlier today. The armed forces are giving an adequate and appropriate response to these violations, and we take very, very serious notice of these violations. We call upon Pakistan to take appropriate steps to address these violations and deal with the situation with seriousness and responsibility. The armed forces are maintaining a strong vigil on the situation. They have been given instructions to deal strongly with any instances of a repetition of the violations of the borders along the international border as well as the line of control.
My own feeling, sir, if you have listened to this is my assessment, sir, that our External Affairs Minister, outstanding, would have spoken to Marco Rubio or sent a message that, listen, you've been telling us about ceasefire and so on, now see what is happening. You should now intervene if you want to and tell those guys that they have betrayed you. They betrayed us, yes, but they promised you that they would stop shooting. They haven't done it. So hit them like a ton of bricks. I believe this is a golden opportunity.
Hit them with what?
Sir?
Hit them with what?
Hit them with everything that they can, sir. They have a lot that they can do. America is America. They can still hurt them a lot, sir.
Sir, America has already vested itself in the announcement of a ceasefire. If America okays Indian action, then America would be seen to be a country that has made a false announcement, an ineffective country. So there are bigger stakes here than that, sir.
they would be very angry that their own influence, whatever little remains of it, has been exposed.
Like the onus is on Americans then now.
Oh, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. We would have.
Pakistan is violating ceasefire more than the Foreign Secretary of India, Marco Rubio, should be making a statement.
But that's exactly what I'm telling you, sir. We haven't said that we have accepted a ceasefire because the Pakistanis asked us. We have said that, yes, these fellows intervened. These fellows said take a ceasefire. We've agreed. We've accepted.
Because we were told when this announcement happened.
We're being foolish. I mean, America, which is in the process of disengaging with the world militarily, is not going to get involved here.
There you are.
They're not going to get involved here. They just want the credit.
Now they're not even getting the credit, so they're going to be very angry, sir, is what I'm trying to tell you, sir. I would be very angry that I'm expending my political capital with Bharat. I've told them that guys accept the ceasefire.
And Trump will be lampooned in his own media.
He will.
If he's not already. Because he's going to be lampooned for this.
Because you wait till the press comes out, he hasn't understood.
Why are we behaving like we are the messiahs of peace, or we are contractors?
We are not behaving like that.
We are peace
contractors. We're not behaving like that.
I mean,
we are not behaving like that. No, I disagree. We are not behaving like that.
We need to take a firm stand.
We have taken a stand. Pakistan has taken a stand of violation, and now we want to watch
how we respond.
And I don't want to preempt that.
Fair enough.
I don't want to preempt that right now, because I genuinely am of the view that we have made some significant gains, and the gains are of the military. Pakistan has gone back after making a statement. I do not know the domestic situation in Pakistan. I don't want to overread it, but read my lips. There is no information in Pakistan today. Read my lips. I would like to know if the Pakistanis are even reporting our statement about the ceasefire being violated. You can check that. Check that, whether Dawn and Geo and all of these guys are even reporting what has been said, or whether they want to create a sense of false euphoria about the ceasefire among their people to carry out something more sinister within their leadership. So I would watch tonight what happens. I would like to watch very closely tonight what happens. We know how long the evenings can be in Pakistan in these circumstances. But however, having said that, I think Vikram Misri's statement is a confirmation of what we were the first to report today.
Yes.
The ceasefire violations. Well, all other channels, 11:35 p.m., I'm told Shahbaz Sharif is going to be addressing our time.
Yeah.
Our time. Okay?
Our time or Pakistan time?
Indian time.
He's going to be addressing whom, sir?
All right, Indian time. So 20 minutes from now.
Who is he going to be addressing?
Addressing the...
He's probably going to be putting out a televised statement.
Addressing whatever remains of his...
Yeah, but he's going to be putting out a statement. That'll have to be watched very carefully. Because now we are in a very important situation here right now. We are in a global situation. The global situation is, I don't know to what extent we will be retaliating. Misri notes in his statement, viewers, that the Indian army is retaliating and dealing with this border intrusion, indicating an immediate military response. Indicating, I think, an immediate military response either ongoing, but the wording of the statement seems to make it look like an ongoing operation.
Yeah,
what is a fitting response in this case? They have violated our border. A fitting response is we violate their border.
Thank you very much.
That's all. Our fitting response will not be small arms fire across the LOC.
A massive use of force.
A massive use of force.
I mean, the equilibrium of the caliber is not guaranteed anymore.
Yeah, Abhishek.
I wonder what we are discussing. I mean, the ceasefire shouldn't have, in fact, happened in the first place, I believe. At all, yes. If it has happened, there is already a breach. Why are we giving so long a rope to Pakistan?
I think
Foreign Secretary should have come and announced, okay, fine, they're done with it. Let the Americans deal with the Pakistan.
I would like to see what Shahbaz Sharif says at 10:35. Let's take a quick break.
I mean, I'm not expecting that he would say that Asim Munir's problem, not my problem.
No, he will not say that. Let's hear what he says.
That's indirectly declaring that they've lost control.
Thank you.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
पाकिस्तानी और इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
All right, welcome back. With us, Ambassador Vora, he continues to be with us. Shawan joins us from the newsroom. We are building up to an address by Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif in Islamabad. He is going to address his nation and perhaps speak possibly speak on the ceasefire understanding reached between India and Pakistan. Remember, there has been no statement from the Pakistani Prime Minister yet. There was one post from by the Deputy Prime Minister Ishaq Dar, but not from the Prime Minister. In fact, in between, there is already one violation of ceasefire that has happened and on which India has taken a serious notice. And we are building up to that also. In that interim, we have had a statement coming in from the Chinese that they are going to continue to support Pakistan to maintain its sovereignty and territorial integrity, as also, of course, Chinese foreign minister, who is also a special representative on border talks and hence speaks to the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. They have had a conversation on the emerging situation. Shawan continues to be with us from the newsroom. Shawan, before I come to you, Ambassador Vora, Shawan, let's have an update on whether now can we say that from Kashmir to Kutch, the kind of our airspace violation we saw with the use of those drone swarms, has it completely stopped? Like we can say there is absolutely no violation of our airspace happening from the Pakistani side?
Well, first with regards to the drones that was used, in fact this drone attacks were reported a little after 7 o'clock this evening, and it did spread across the entire western border. Reports came in from Rajasthan, Jammu, Kashmir, as well as in Gujarat. These are the places. As of now, we are being told that there are no drones. In fact, there have been certain interceptions, but there are no drones currently. As far as the ceasefire violations are concerned, it all started roughly around 6:30 this evening. First report came in from Akhnur, and thereafter it started spreading to sectors like Rajouri as well as Samba. These are the few places, and of course up in north we are given to understand the ceasefire violation did actually take place also along the LC in Kupwara and Uri, and there was heavy artillery firing, particularly in the Jammu sector, which continued for quite some time, and because they also suspected that there were infiltration bids that were basically being made. Now, there were certain reports of firing outside the 16 Corps headquarters in Nagrota. However, the army has now essentially indicated that there is no terror attack. There is no clarification from them whether at all there has been some sort of a firing, whether that firing were terrorists opened fire and then ran away. That is not very clear at this point in time. They have also made a statement saying that there are no explosions right now in Srinagar, but there were explosions that were heard by our reporters, and we've also got a double confirmation coming in from the security agencies in Kashmir that there were explosions that were heard. Perhaps this could have been because of the interception that was actually taking place, particularly over Srinagar, because over Badami Bagh cantonment is where the drones were basically being intercepted. So yes, there were explosions that were heard. So clearly, as far as the ceasefire violation is concerned, there was, in fact, there was a technical argument perhaps that was basically being drawn upon, given the fact that the ceasefire agreement was enforced from 5 o'clock in the evening. There was a technical argument thereafter given. But having said that, it was no longer limited to just a ceasefire violation, but also the drones were basically spotted. So it was much more than that. And this couldn't have come in without, Rawalpindi giving the clearance.
Well, exactly. And that's why we wonder whether the ceasefire violation, is more than... there is more to it than meets the eye. And while we have made a measured statement, Shravan, we are, of course, Ambassador Vora, we are trying to be seen as the reasonable side, reasonable party to the deal. We are trying to be seen as rational. So do you get a sense, or I'm getting a sense, that this burden of being seen as rational and reasonable is something perhaps which is making us too cautious?
I don't think so. I think we have made it very clear. We are seen as the reasonable side. So if any country in the world had to decide between India and Pakistan who's more reasonable, who's aggressive, it's a no-brainer. Everybody knows what it is.
Then why this extra exertion to be seen to be reasonable?
We're not being seen. We're just making a statement that, look, this is over. The game is over. Now it's their fault. Well, I want to talk about the Chinese statement, if you don't mind, sir, what Wangi has said. We are committed to the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Pakistan. Happy birthday. Who's challenging that territorial integrity? Are we saying we're going to break up Pakistan? We're not challenging their sovereignty. Are we going to say we're going to boot out the government and put Deepak Vora as the Prime Minister of Pakistan?
Asim Munir might.
Sorry?
Boot out the Prime Minister.
Exactly, he might. But we're not challenging the sovereignty and territorial integrity. Who is challenging it, sir? This is very significant. Is Balochistan, is the TTP. They are challenging the sovereignty of Pakistan. And China saying we are committed to it basically means, short of sending in the People's Liberation Army to get slaughtered by these chaps, we are going to do what we can to make sure that we talk to these fellows, we'll do whatever. You remember once they had welcomed the Taliban as a pivotal force, etc., the Joker sitting in Kabul. So what they're trying to say is that we will help Pakistan to deal with these issues, militarily or however, or through diplomatic pressure, financial inducements to the Baloch, etc. But they are not saying that we are going to get angry with India, because we are not doing anything. So it isn't that we are warning India to stay away. That will be totally, it'll be a different statement altogether. So I wouldn't get too excited about the Chinese statement. It's very bland, very anodyne. But what I would like to see, and that will warm the cockles of my heart, is to see an even stronger Indian response than we have done so.
So you are admitting that maybe we can have, we should be going for a stronger.
I would like to see that. Absolutely. The people of India.
We will continue this conversation. We have our reporters on the ground. Let's just take a dip in and see whether the situation on the ground, as Shravan was explaining, has really calmed down to a level where we can say that the strong statement made by India has had some impact, or the back channel that would have opened immediately after the ceasefire violation was reported. Soumya and Rakshita continue to report from Srinagar, and Gursimran from Jammu. If I can come to you first, Gursimran. I believe you are at the international border, or are you at a place where earlier shelling and ceasefire violation was being reported from? Gursimran, what's the situation now?
Abhishek, right now I am reporting from the Aranya sector of the Jammu international border. This is the same sector where the ceasefire violation has taken place. Now we are getting the confirmation from the BSF as well after the briefing by the Union government, the Minister of External Affairs, that there has been ceasefire violation. BSF officials are telling us that since the ceasefire has come into being, there have been 87 minutes of the ceasefire violation that have taken place in the Aranya sector of the Jammu, and rest the...
Did we lose Gursimran's connect there? Okay, we lost his audio there, and he was telling us that there were total of 87 minutes. There was a period of 87 minutes during which ceasefire violations happened, but then as of now things seem to be calm. Let me go to Srinagar, where Rakshita and Soumya are reporting from two different locations. To Rakshita first. Rakshita, there was absolutely a sense of panic we saw in those pictures when at around 8:30 p.m. You were reporting those explosions, so to say, coming in those boom, sonic boom perhaps, or whatever those sounds were coming in. But now it seems there are now no AD guns, there are no drones. Things seem to be absolutely calm. And the Chief Minister, who said what's called ceasefire violation when this is happening, I think he would have also understood what was happening at that time.
Open my bag and bring my diary.
One engages with Pakistan, what it tends to do, and it has done that. That the very same thing. It need not be trusted. It's a testimony to it again. And yes, we